Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Secretly Had a Spider Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Beep. Alright, I'm up. Izuku looked at his phone to see the time. You've gotta be kidding me. Izuku got up quickly and rushed to the bathroom. Clothes. He saw his uniform and realized that he didn't wash the thing. Aldera Junior High. Alright, everyone settle down, I have an announcement. The class got quiet and turned their attention to their teacher. Since you're all third years, it's time for you too. Before he could continue speaking, the classroom door slammed open, revealing a messy Izuku Midoriya. That's the 7th time this month. I know. There was a villain attack on my way here, so I had to take a different path to school. Just make sure it doesn't happen again. It won't, I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep, the teacher said as Izuku walked to his desk. As I was saying, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans now, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The teacher said as he threw the papers and heard the class yell yes. Izuku didn't even bother to listen as he was focused on something else. He looked at the clock to see how many hours were left until he could leave. 9:50. Less than 6 hours left. Gosh, why does everything have to be so boring? As Izuku was in his own little world, he felt a tingling feeling in the back of his skull. He looked up from his notebook to see his childhood friend, Bakugo, rush at him with his quirk activated. Izuku used his arm to try and minimize the damage from the explosion but was still blown back. Hey, Deku, you're below the rejects. You're quirkless. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? Oh no, my desk, Izuku said, completely ignoring Bakugo. Damn it, are you ignoring me? Huh, I'm sorry, what were you talking about? Weren't you paying attention, dumbass? No, wait, what happened? Yue, how can a quirkless person like you think you can become a hero? Hero? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I'm not. I swear. I'm signing up for general studies. Izuku got up, wiping off the wooden chips that landed on him. Be realistic, Kaken. How can a quirkless nobody like myself hope to be a hero? With that, Bakugo went back to his desk and Izuku took a seat at a different desk. For his extracurricular activities. About 5 hours later, Izuku began tapping his foot rapidly, waiting for the clock to 3, and as he heard the bell, he grabbed his books and took out his phone. The incident this morning is still all over the news. Wow, I don't think I might be needed much today. Izuku grabbed his notebook but felt it leave his grasp. He looked up to see his notebook in the hands of Bakugo. You have got to be kidding me. What did I do now? We're not done talking yet, Deku. Izuku put away his phone and put on his backpack. Katsuki, what's that? Hero analysis for the future? Seriously? Yeah, I thought it'd be useful for Yue. May I please have it back? Bakugo grabbed the notebook tighter and activated his quirk. It's fine. I can still make it. Izuku then saw Bakugo throw the notebook out of the window as it landed onto a little pond. Why? Most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want the shine of being able to be called the only student to make it into Yue. From this mediocre city junior high school. I'm a perfectionist. Izuku felt so annoyed at the explosive teen. He's so petty. So anyways, Bakugo said as smoke began to come from his hands. Don't apply to Yue, nerd. Izuku just stood there, his eyes locked with Bakugo. As Bakugo let go of him, Izuku, though, that was it. He got his bag and got ready to leave. He rushed to where his notebook was thrown and saw the pages get ruined. He sharply inhaled before letting out a loud sigh. This sucks. Whatever, let's go. You've got work to do, Spidey. Izuku made his way to the city and went directly into an alleyway. As soon as he saw no one around, he looked through his backpack and pulled out a mask with yellow lenses. He took off his shirt, revealing a large black spider on a red and blue spandex suit. He stuffed his clothes into his backpack and put on the mask. Before he did anything, Izuku grabbed his phone and set an alarm. Alright, I have a few hours to monitor the city until I need to see Mom. Hopefully, nothing keeps me out too long. Izuku jumped onto the side of a building and webbed his backpack to the side of a chimney. Alright, what do you have for me today, Musutafu? Izuku said as he shot one more web string and gracefully swung towards the city. 10 minutes 82 fire in progress. Over. Alright, let's get to work. Midoriya began to speed up a bit more as saw what was happening. 3 pro heroes were already on the scene trying to rescue any civilians trapped inside. Snipe, Backdraft, and Death Arms. Those 3 alone won't be able to save everyone. He looked down to see a woman trying to run into the building. As Death Arms came out of the building, he saw the woman. I have to get in there. Ma'am, I can't let you in there. I'm sorry. My baby is in there. Let me go. My baby. Izuku swung onto the scene and landed on the side of another building. Save my baby, please. Izuku jumped and used his web to propel himself into the building. As he entered, the crowd watched in silence. The only thing you could hear was the sirens from the fire trucks and police cars. As seconds passed, they began to see that the fire blocked his entrance. Even so, the mother held her hands together tightly as she hoped to see her child. Just then, a small explosion occurred inside the building, causing pieces of glass to fall. At the same time, however, Izuku emerged from the flames carrying something in his arms. As he made his way over, you could hear the cries of an infant child. It's okay. Your baby is fine, Izuku said as he handed the crying woman her child. The mother began crying, even more, as she held her baby. Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you. As Spider-Man backed up, he felt a hand upon his shoulders. Hold it. You're under arrest. I'm taking you in. Before anything happened, the two of them heard screams coming from the building. Someone was still trapped. I'm going. Fine. I'll be here when you get back. Not coming back, Chief. Whatever. Go. Go. Spider-Man shot a web onto the building and crashed into another window in the building. Help. Somebody, please. Anybody. Don't worry. I'm coming. As Izuku got closer to the screams, the ceiling dropped some debris in front of him. This caused the flames to flare into his face. The fire was so bad it actually destroyed one of his lenses. Crap, I really need to fix that fire problem. His spider sense flared up as he saw a girl with pink skin try to run towards him. Wait, it's unstable. The floor below them gave out and Izuku fell as he saw the girl reach out to him. Midoriya household. Izuku. Yes? Do you have everything you need? I think so. Today seemed like any other day. Izuku would wake up in the morning, brush his teeth, shower, and have breakfast with his mother. It's better to make sure. But I'll be late. Izuku, you have 30 minutes before the train leaves. I'm sure you'll be fine. Midoriya was an incredibly good mother. It has been several years since her husband had to go away because of complications with his work. He was a biologist and was close to making an incredible discovery. However, that caused him to move away and continue his work far from Japan. Even so, she tried her hardest to give Izuku a good life. It was the best she could do for him and it seemed like it was what he needed. Older at junior high, Izuku barely arrived in time and quickly ran towards his classmates. He saw Kaken and thought to say hi. As he attempted this, Bakugo created several sparks towards Izuku, which caused the Quirkless boy to fall down. Wow, really? Those were just small sparks. You really are pathetic, Deku. Class, let's go. The sooner we get to Oscorp Industries, the sooner we can explore the rest of Tokyo. Now hop on. Bakugo ran ahead as he left Izuku on the ground. Izuku grabbed his backpack, notebook, and began to smile. Today was a special day. He ran into the bus and sat alone, but that was a good thing for him. There were 3 major support companies in Japan. Detonarat specialized in the production of support items for pro heroes. Stark Industries is primarily a defense company that develops and manufactures advanced weapons and military technologies. And finally, Oscorp Industries. The company typically deals with experimental science, military research, support items, and, more recently, Quirk genetics. The class arrived at Oscorp and they were all amazed at how large the building was. This was a big opportunity for the entire school. Midoriya was more excited about the support items, so he could write them down in my notebook and see which one heroes helped the most. Welcome to Oscorp. My name is Arthur Stacy and I shall be showing you around the facility. Where I go, you go. That's the basic rule you need to know. If you remember that, you'll be fine. If you forget that, you'll be escorted out of the building. Now, shall we? As the class began walking, Izuku pulled out his notebook and began writing down what he saw. Several support items were displayed. Weapons, armors, gadgets, ways of transportation, you name it. The group stopped as Arthur began introducing someone. Welcome, my name is Dr. Curtis Connors. I'm a scientist and the world's foremost authority on herpetology. That's reptiles, for those of you who don't know. Can anybody tell me why you're here today? Several students, including Izuku, raised their hands. We're here to study about quirks. Correct. You are here to learn about quirks and just how much it has changed our world. But you are here to learn about so much more. I want to create a world without weakness. Would anyone like to venture a guess just how? Yes, stem cells. Promising, very promising. But the solution I'm thinking of is more radical. The class began to mumble and looked away from the doctor. No one. Quirk genetics. The class looked back to see Izuku holding his notebook. Dr. Connors looked back to see Izuku and waited for a response. When quirks started first emerging, many people had unique abilities like telekinesis, glow in the dark, and super strength. But after a few years, there are rare cases of people who have more than one quirk or having multiple abilities that came from their quirk. If you could somehow find a way to give these abilities to others, then there would be a world full of people with quirks. Everyone stayed silent for a second until Bakugo laughed. Yeah, someone like you would like that. Quirkless Deku. People began snickering until Dr. Connors told them to be quiet. And you are, Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. Before Dr. Connors could keep talking, his phone rang. Oh, I'm afraid duty calls. I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Arthur. Nice meeting you all. With that, Connors left the group. A hologram then popped up in front of the class. If you would all gather around. Welcome to Oscorp's Tree of Life. Our planet's life is immense. At Oscorp's Quirk division we endeavor to explore exciting new methods. Izuku backed away from the group because of Bakugo's comment earlier. As they stopped, a group of people in suits began looking for something. What's going on? I have a group here. Sorry, sir. A group of spiders we were testing got out. How many? 3. The last one is still in their cages. We should be able to find them soon. Sorry for the inconvenience. Make sure they don't leave. We don't know what will happen if those creatures escape. Izuku overheard everything and was really confused. Why are they worried about spiders? Are they part of an important experiment? Are they poisonous? Izuku shook his head and focused on the rest of the trip. Lunch break. Midoriya sat down by himself as always and pulled out his lunch and notebook. Let's see. Oscorp showed that they're building a new exoskeleton suit, some sort of glider, explosives, and different types of weapons. I didn't see a lot of gadgets. Now for what they said about quirks. Izuku began taking a bite of his food while writing down everything he saw. Unknown to Midoriya, Bakugo was glaring at him. What the hell is the useless piece of shit smiling about? Bakugo finished his food and walked over to him. Oi, Deku, what are you smiling about? Izuku looked up to see Bakugo talking to him. Nothing. Just taking notes. Why? Just cause you made that idiot like you. Makes you think you're some sort of scientist or something. What? No, I was just trying to find out how it could help heroes. Heroes? Are you still on about your little dream? You're nothing but a quirkless loser. Bakugo hurled a fist towards Izuku's face but stopped midway. This caused Izuku to fall on the ground, dropping his food and notes in the process. And a wimp at that. As Bakugo left, Izuku began picking his stuff up. Stupid Kaken. Why does always have to do this? All I wanted to do was learn about Oscorp. Learn about quirks. All want to do is be a hero. Oh, Izuku slapped his wrist as he felt a sting on his hand. As he looked at his right hand, he saw a bite mark. Wait, Izuku looked at his left to see a red and blue spider and freaked out. That's the spider. Nisutafu, Japan. Hang on. Spider-Man grabbed the girl with pink skin by her waist and got out of there as quickly as possible. The building collapsed behind them as they swung down. Sorry about the ride. It can get bumpy at times. As they both landed, Izuku let her go and she went to the pro heroes. Looks like my job is. Exactly as he said that, an explosion could be heard behind him several blocks away. Done. Fine. I guess a hero's job is never done. Spider-Man shot another web, but he felt something was wrong. He looked to see that he was slightly bleeding on his side. I'm sure it'll be fine. I need to head over there now. Midoriya household. Are you okay, Izuku? Yeah, Mom. I've just had a long day. I need to go to sleep. Izuku ran upstairs and took off his backpack and shirt. The room began to spin around him and Midoriya started sweating. He felt hot, cold, then hot again. He fell on the floor after grabbing an all-might blanket and blacked out. During that time, however, the spider's bite began taking effect. About 15 hours later. Oh, my head. Izuku got off the ground and felt super lightheaded and looked at the time. How long have I been asleep? I'm late for school. Izuku quickly got up and grabbed his uniform. Before he put on his shirt, he looked into the mirror to see something weird. Really weird. Izuku saw that his body changed dramatically. Instead of his frail skinny body, it was replaced by a slightly muscular and toned physique. That's new. Izuku put on his uniform, grabbed his backpack, and ran out the door. As he ran out the door, he felt a tingling sensation on the back of his head telling me to jump. As Izuku did this, he realized something. He jumped over the car and onto the wall. Izuku Midoriya was sticking to the wall. What the? About 3 hours later, Midoriya arrived late at school because he was stuck on the wall. When he did arrive, he completely ignored anything that was going on. He blocked out his teacher's voice, his classmates' voices, and any other noise. There's no way. Maybe that was my imagination. When lunch came around, Midoriya took out his notebook and began jotting down everything that happened to him. Let's see. I jumped more than 6 meters into the air. I can stick to the surface of a wall, and I knew I was in danger. Did I awaken my quirk? No, that's impossible. I've been going to the doctor for 7 years now. Nothing could have changed. Izuku then tried to put his notebook into his backpack, but something was wrong. He looked to see a web attached to both his wrist and book. He pulled back his arm and shot another web onto somebody's lunch. Izuku looked around to see if anybody saw. Nobody even noticed. Midoriya took this chance and yanked the food, sending it towards Izuku, who ducks and flies over his head. Izuku looks at his hand to see the web has come free. Relieved, Izuku turns and sees Bakugo with the food on his head and back. Oh no, As Izuku saw Bakugo slowly standing up with a few sparks coming out of his hands, he ran out of the cafeteria. But he didn't stop there. Izuku ran through the main entrance and got a few blocks away from the school. Izuku stopped by an alley catching his breath. What the hell? Midoriya looked at his hand to see the fading spider bite. Just then, he feels another tingling sensation and looks up. A glorious spiderweb is seen next to an apartment window. Izuku sees as the spider climbs above its web onto the wall and began to create another one. Wait a minute. Izuku looked around to see if he was alone. As he saw no one passing by, he looked up at the building in front of him. He planted one hand on top of it. Then he placed his second hand. He repeated this process 12 more times until he stopped and looked down. Before he knew it, he was 6 feet off the ground. His eyes lit up and he let out a shout as he finished climbing the building and began jumping from rooftop to rooftop. He stopped at one rooftop. However, it was too far to make in one jump. Izuku looked at his wrist and pointed it towards the building. Go web. Nothing happened. Fly. Still nothing. Smash. Oh wait. And still nothing. Izuku wiggles at his wrist, trying to get the goop out. He made a fist and closed his thumb and pinky finger, but the result was the same. Midoriya rotated his hand, extended all 5 fingers, and brought his ring and middle finger towards his palm. THWIP. A single strand of webbing shoots from his wrist, straight up. Izuku looked at his hand and aimed it directly towards the edge of a building. Izuku pulled the web to see if it was stuck. The webbing was really strong and durable. Izuku climbed onto the rail of the rooftop and looked down. Nobody was on the street, and all Izuku did was take a deep breath and jump. As he jumped, he immediately regretted it. I didn't think this through. Izuku face planted onto a brick wall and fell off. Yusutafu, Japan. AHHH. Spidey yelled as he was thrown into a building. He looked up to see a sludge-like villain holding a hostage. Don't come near me, or else. The hostage was none other than Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya tried to stand up but felt a sharp pain in his side. He looked to see a large glass shard impaled in him in the same place he was bleeding before. Great. This wound is gonna be a pain to fix. Midoriya took a deep breath and took out the glass shard. As he did that, he sprayed webbing to stop the bleeding. There, that should keep my insides inside. Izuku's spider sense flared up, causing Izuku to jump up onto the wall. Bakugo activated his quirk trying to escape, but it was no use. Oh man, I've hit the jackpot. With your quirk and power, I can get revenge on that guy. Wow, that's really pathetic. The sludge villain looked up to see Spider-Man yawning as he was still holding his injury. Sorry about that. I haven't been able to get much sleep. Don't suppose I can ask you nicely for you to let go of that kid and turn yourself in, please? No, worth a shot. Midoriya shot a web towards the villain's eyes, causing him to lose grip of Bakugo for a second. Izuku dropped down and grabbed Katsuki by his uniform. Hey, let me go. I don't need your help. Dude, you are the bossiest damsel in distress I have ever helped. Also the ugliest, heaviest, and weirdest. With his super strength, Izuku managed to pull Katsuki out of the monster. Hey Bomberman, hurry and run to the heroes. Maybe they can actually be useful by getting you out of here. After Bakugo took off, the villain managed to rip the webbing off his face. You bastard. I'll kill you. Spider-Man dodged the attack and webbed his eyes again. This time, however, it had no effect. The sludge villain hit Izuku's injury, which caused the hero to fall. The villain went in for another attack, but as it impacted, something stopped him. Better yet, someone. I really am pathetic. Spidey was covering his face but looked to his right to see the symbol of peace himself. All Might. I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner. It must be an off day for me. You did a great job. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll finish this. All Might. Detroit Smash. Izuku was blown away at the shockwave All Might caused. He shot a web trying not to fly away. As the wind dispersed, Midoriya landed on his feet to feel the same sharp pain from before. The sky darkened and rain began pouring down. Today was supposed to be a nice day with clear skies, but with one punch All Might was able to change the weather. The crowd began to cheer All Might's name and some reporters began to make their way to him. The pro heroes then snapped back to reality and began looking for Spider-Man. All Might also did wonder where he went. The only thing police found was a burned mask in an alley. Hasu General Hospital. Izuku was currently looking for a room in the facility. It's been 2 hours since the incident with the sludge villain. The news spread quickly and made headlines on every news channel. The main focus was on All Might and Spider-Man. Izuku tried to ignore it for now as he squeezed the flowers that were currently in his hands. As Midoriya made it to the room, he quickly replaced the flowers that were in a vase near the hospital bed. Izuku took off his backpack and grabbed the hand of a green-haired woman who was unconscious on the bed. Hey, Mom, I'm back. Izuku tried to keep a smile while he held his mother's hand. Let me tell you about today. Izuku opened the window of his room and sneaked in. After he left the hospital, there were a few petty crimes. Before he could suit up, he remembered dumping his mask after the lenses were damaged and the mask itself was burned. Even so, he made a web-like mask and stopped 7 criminals and saving 4 civilians before heading home. The apartment Izuku and his mother and co lived in couldn't be quieter. Izuku removed his suit and saw how damaged it was. Man, I spent forever making this suit and all it took was 5 months for it to be ruined completely. Izuku grabbed the suit and threw it in a plastic bag. I'll take it out later. Until then, Izuku though as he grabbed the med kit and went to the bathroom. I better take care of my injuries. Izuku saw that he had a huge cut at the side of his stomach and grabbed a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, a bandage, some tweezers, a sewing needle, and a large string of surgical suture. Izuku took a deep breath and looked at the mirror. Come on Izuku, you can do this. Just a few stitches and your healing factor should do the rest. Izuku began breathing rapidly and inserted the needle, letting out a huge groan. Older at junior high. It's been less than a year since Izuku had gotten his powers. He decided to keep them a secret from Bakugo, his classmates, his teachers, doctors, everyone. Yes, this included his mother. Izuku didn't like this idea, but he'd be worried he was gonna freak them out, so he made sure no one found out. Izuku has been distracted by his newfound powers. He was always extremely eager to leave and go home. Some of his classmates thought he was being weirder than usual, but Midoriya was used to it. As the final bell rang, Izuku was the first one to get up and grab his things. Everyone, have a great rest of the weekend. Except for you, Midoriya. I need to talk to you. Izuku stopped in his tracks and looked at his teacher. The rest of his classmates left while some left snickering. He was so confused. Why did he need to talk? What did you need me for, sensei? Izuku, you know that if your grade falls below 59% you will not be able to pass my class, correct? Yes, sir. Why? If you haven't noticed, you've failed to finish several assignments. Izuku's eyes widened. Of course, he's been spending all of his time studying his powers that he completely disregarded school. Look Izuku, you're a smart kid. Heck, you're probably one of the most intelligent students this school has seen. But you have responsibilities here. Yeah, sure, you may not think that middle school is important, but if you want to move forward, you need to start taking your classes seriously. Izuku simply nodded and grabbed his stuff. Before he left, the teacher gave him a list. It was a list of all the assignments he's missed and their new due dates. He sighed as he was disappointed in himself. It wasn't like him to be so irresponsible, but at the same time, he didn't want to stop using his powers. That's when an idea hit him. He reached for his phone and called his mom. Hi, Mom. Sorry, I might be a little late today. What? Why? The teacher needed to talk to me today. I'm going to go to the public library to study. I hope that's all right. Of course it is, but please come home before 8. I don't like the idea of someone hurting you after hours. Okay, I love you, bye. Izuku hanged up and began walking towards an abandoned construction building. He saw an old and ripped up a sign that had a large bolded word. Sadly, Izuku could only make out an O, C, H, and another O. Izuku sneaked in and took his backpack off. He looked into his bag and took out a notebook titled Project Arachnid No. 1. He also took a school notebook and looked around. You have responsibilities here. Midoriya looked up and started thinking. Responsibilities? Why does it feel like I'm the only one who has those? All my life the world has known me as the quirkless loser, who doesn't have any redeeming qualities whatsoever. Sure, I have these powers now, but after everything that's happened to me, why do I keep doing this? Izuku got up and jumped towards a wall and stuck to it. It doesn't matter now. I have to try my best. I don't want to disappoint everybody. Izuku began climbing the wall and jumped onto a pole and hung upside down. As he did, he shot a web and grabbed his school notebook, a pen, and the list his teacher gave him. Let's see what I can do today. Midoriya household. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and got up. He felt an uneasy feeling on his side, but no pain nor blood. Izuku smiled lightly and went over to grab his phone. He walked into the kitchen shirtless and looked into the fridge. He grabbed some leftover pizza and microwaved it. Izuku turned on the TV. While he waited and saw that All Might was all over the news. After a few minutes, Midoriya sat down and turned the television's volume higher. The number 1 hero, All Might. He dashed onto the scene of a crime yesterday evening. After Alder, a junior high student, Katsuki Bakugo was held captive by a villain. Many pro heroes also jumped onto the scene and helped put out fires and saved other civilians from harm. Luckily, nobody was hurt, except the masked vigilante Spider-Man, who seemed to have been injured during his attempt to save the student. I did save him. He also seemed to have caused a bit more of collateral damage because of his rescue. Izuku turned off the TV. Inside, you know what, it doesn't even matter. I saved him. That's all that matters. Even though he won't say it. He's probably grateful to be alive. Izuku finished his pizza and went to the bathroom. He turned on the shower and went in. Hopefully, the pros can handle crime for today only. I still need to make a new suit, and there is no way in hell I'm going back to a ripped black hoodie and old Spider-Man mask. After finishing his 10-minute-long shower, he made it back to his room and changed into a pair of dark red shorts, a green t-shirt, and his famous red sneakers. Before he left, he grabbed a blue sleeveless hoodie. Today seems like a good day to relax and just walk around the city. Before Izuku closed his door, he saw his first mask on the couch. The mask had 2 triangle-like lenses, no webbing textures, and bright red spandex material. He stopped wearing the mask after he tried to save some people from a power plant. Something hit his right lens and slightly burned the mask. It was also the first time he took off his mask for the first time during patrol. No, I don't need it. Izuku closed and locked the door and began walking away. For 3 seconds, he went back and let out a huge groan. Why do I this to myself? Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Izuku got off the train and made his way to the mall. Let's see. I don't know how much money I have, but it should be enough for some more food, drinks, and some materials for a new suit. Izuku's first stop was a fabric store called Spandex World. And yes, this does exist. Look it up. As Izuku entered, he saw the owner of the store and smiled. Hello, Mr. Higashi. Izuku, I've already told you. You can call me Akio. Right, sorry, I usually forget most of the time. All the time. It's alright. Let me guess, the usual? Yeah, but I think I'm gonna see if a different color catches my eye today. Alright, they should be in the back. If you need any help, you'll know where I'll be. With that, Izuku began walking towards the red and blue fabrics. As he began looking through the different fabrics, he thought of getting a brighter red and moved to the left. As he did, he bumped into someone and made her drop her materials. Oh shoot, sorry. Izuku got on his knee and began picking up the girl's stuff. As he looked up, he saw a blonde girl around his age with a black plastic headband and glasses. She was wearing a green jacket with navy jeans and a black t-shirt. Izuku immediately recognized her. No way. Aldera Junior High. Gwen Stacy. Izuku Midoriya. Would you two please stay for a second? Yes, sensei. Izuku nodded and grabbed his neck. He didn't get much sleep last night because he was up all night testing his abilities. Even so, Izuku kept a small smile on his face. Midoriya, as you know, you are currently failing 3 of your classes, including mine. Yeah, I know. While I'm impressed on how much work you were able to submit, it's still not enough. I'm sorry, it's just... Hold that excuse. Lucky for you, I'm giving one final chance. If you can pass the summative test that's coming up on Friday with a 97 or above, it will guarantee you a passing grade and you'll finally be caught up. A 97. How will I be able to do that? Simple. You will study. Mrs. Stacy will make sure of that. Excuse me, what? Gwen looked at Izuku then back at the teacher. Izuku felt really nervous as his teacher paired him up with a cute girl. Wait, no. I mean she is, but... Stop it, Izuku. Look, Mrs. Stacy, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have no idea what you're doing at our school. Your mind is beyond anything Musutafu has seen. You're the smartest student this school has seen since Otto Octavius. He studied here too. Yeah, but that's not important now. What's important is the request I have. Will you please tutor Izuku so he could be ready for the test this week? Izuku felt uneasy about all this. Gwen was one of the most popular girls in his school. He didn't think that she would want to waste any of her time on him. He needed to do this on his own. Sure, I think I could help. Midoriya's eyes widened as he looks at Gwen. It almost seemed like she wanted to help him. Great. I can't thank you enough. I'll write you 2 a pass for your next classes. Izuku didn't know what to say. He left a little too quickly as he was a blushing mess. For the rest of the school day, Izuku focused on his schoolwork. After he was finished, he worked a bit more on his project, Arachnid Notebook. Everything he's written down so far was all his powers and their limits. His wall-crawling powers were probably his favorite. Right behind those were his superhuman reflexes, strength, and speed. He also loved his organic webbing ability. He got real lucky with this one since he didn't think he'd be smart or patient enough to create artificial ones from scratch. But all these amazing powers would be overshadowed by his most unique ability, the spider sense. He loved the name he came up with and how useful it was. Almost any incoming danger his sixth sense picked up, he would be alerted of it. It was like seeing the future. As Izuku was packing up, he felt a light tap on his shoulder. He looked to the left to see Gwen again. He blushed even harder and tried to talk. Hi. You didn't need to help me, I'm sure. Do you like donkatsu? Yeah, I do. Great. Because, if you want to come over, Gwen said as she began writing on a piece of paper. At 5, we could study at my place. I'm making donkatsu, but I feel like I'll make more than what I need. I keep forgetting to limit myself. Izuku grabbed the piece of paper and saw that it was her address. Izuku looked up and saw she was already leaving. Sorry, but I'm late for something. I hope to see you there. As Midoriya stood there, he put on his backpack and then the paper. That's when the sudden realization hit him. Wait, I just talked to a girl. And she invited me to her house. Izuku's face was bright red and he couldn't stop thinking about that. His head was spinning and he just felt so happy. Weird. Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Gwen put down her shopping bags onto a nearby chair and moved a piece of hair to the side. Izuku, oh my god. Gwen ran towards him and gave him a huge hug. Izuku returned the hug as well. It's been so long. It has. You look great. You too. Slightly taller than me. Like what, 5'8", 8.5. I haven't seen you in a while. What are you doing here? Me. I just came to buy a few materials. I'll be in Musutafu for a couple of weeks. My friend from my island and I were recently invited to the Stark Expo. Heard of it? Yeah, I have. It's an expo that brings minds together from around the world and combines them to try and develop new things for the future of mankind and the world. I heard that the CEO will try to make it show her groundbreaking healthcare technology. Yeah, I will be representing I Island Academy with my friend. I could use some extra moral support, so would you like to come? Oh, I don't think I can. I'm really busy and I don't think I could afford it, which is why I'm inviting you as a guest. You wouldn't have to pay for anything. Plus you'll have the opportunity to meet some of the most brilliant minds in the world. Izuku smiled, picked up Gwen's things, and went to the register. As they were walking, Midoriya noticed the colors Gwen was buying: red, white, and black. Izuku also saw that Gwen bought different types of lenses. Wait, what are you doing in a spandex store? Oh, I came to buy some materials for a suit back home. What are you doing here? The same thing. I kind of messed my workout clothes. Spandex is the only thing that I can wear comfortably when I train. Which reminds me, Izuku helped Gwen put her stuff on the counter and got his own red and blue spandex materials. Izuku took out his wallet and paid for both Gwen and himself. He immediately regretted it. Well, there goes my allowance. Guess I'll have to have ramen for the rest of the month to survive. That won't give me heart problems. As Izuku and Gwen started walking together, she turned and showed a look of worry. You okay? You know you didn't have to do that for me. I know, but I wanted to. Besides, it's the least I could do after. You know. Izuku's head went down and Gwen frowned. Right. So, how is she? Musutafu, Japan. Izuku was currently using his powers to make his way to Gwen. It was a stupid idea, but he couldn't help it. It was so much fun. However, when he arrived at Gwen's place, the doorman was having an argument with some of the guests, employees, and looked like he was about to snap. Izuku went around them and made his way to the side of the building. Midoriya looked around and made sure no one would notice what he was about to do. He jumped up to the side of the building and quickly made his way up. He stopped to look through a window to see what floor he was on. 5th floor. No, the address says she's on the 14th floor. I had a bit more to go. Izuku ran up the building once more and used his webs to propel himself upwards. Once he reached the 14th floor, he saw that there wasn't an entrance. Right, maybe I shouldn't have taken the shortcut. Izuku began crawling around the building hoping for an open window. Conveniently enough, Izuku found one window open and squeezed himself in. Now that he was in the building, Midoriya began looking for her room number. God, I hope I didn't do all that for nothing. Okay, Izuku, think. Why are you here? You're here because you were invited and it would have been rude to say no. This is just a study section with a really attractive and intelligent girl. Come on, Midoriya. You can do this. Izuku reached the apartment and began knocking on the door. Izuku made sure he got the right apartment and heard the door unlock. Hey, Izuku. Sorry, I was finishing something. Come in. Izuku went inside the apartment to see a view of the city. He noticed UA wasn't that far from the view. He saw the school and was completely speechless. He has seen the school many times online and on TV, but never this close. I guess I should have known you would be mesmerized by that. You do research heroes more than you do your schoolwork. I don't always. Darn, I do. Take a seat. The food should be ready. Izuku took off his jacket and took a seat across from Gwen. Gwen brought out 2 small bowls of white rice, a plate of tonkatsu, and tonkatsu sauce. Izuku thanked her for the food and took the first bite. His mouth watered and took another bite. This is good. How did you make this? Me. Well, I made the rice, but the first time I tried to make the tonkatsu, I might have burned it all. So I just ordered some food. Sorry about that. Why? It's still good and the rice is better than most places I visited. Gwen blushed a bit because of the compliment. The two of them continued to eat in silence until Gwen spoke up. So, why didn't you turn in your assignments? Don't act dumb. I remember the first time I came here. The teachers saw how smart I was, but you were always close behind. It wasn't until 2 years ago where you started missing school and ditching your school assignments. It has been happening for so long, but I want to know. Why? Izuku swallowed hard and tried to think of an excuse. Should I tell her? No, bad idea. What should I say? I think I know. Izuku took a deep breath and sighed. Before I tell you, can you promise not to laugh at me? I promise. Well, I've been spending most of my time training for UA. I have been missing my homework so I could focus more on my physical training. I know I have less than 2 years until I can take the entrance exam. But if I don't work now, there's no way I could even dream of entering UA and becoming a hero. But you're quirkless. Aren't you worried about getting rejected? They're allowing quirkless kids to attend UA. No, I meant aren't you worried of getting killed? The room went silent as Izuku and Gwen stared at each other. Before anyone could speak, Izuku got a call from his mom and answered it. Hello, Izuku, where are you? I'm at a friend's place. Katsuki. No, someone else. Well, it's time to go home. Please arrive before 9. I don't want to worry. Of course. Izuku hung up and looked at Gwen, who seemed uneasy. No, what? I'm not entirely scared of dying. You're right. If I had a quirk, I could do so much more, but that doesn't mean I can't do anything. I don't care if I get hurt or worse. As long as I save someone, it doesn't matter what happens to me. They both stayed quiet for a few seconds until Izuku got up from his chair and sighed. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at the end. It's just that I've been told I can't be a hero for as long as I can remember. I guess I accidentally put too much thought into it. I should probably go. No. I should be the one who's sorry. I was just taken aback by your answer. I think it's great that you're thinking about being a hero. Just be careful. Sure, heroes protect us from different types of dangers, but who's there to protect the heroes? Izuku smiled and took out his school notebook. I'll wash the plates. When I'm done, we can start studying as you promised. Izuku gave Gwen a heartwarming smile and she smiled back. Dish soap is in the bottom cabinet. I'll clear the table. Midoriya household. Izuku left Gwen's place after he saw how tired she was and made his way out. Surprisingly enough, the studying session helped him clear a few things. He was beyond confident that he would be able to pass that test with flying colors. As Izuku arrived at his apartment home, he could hear talking behind the door. He heard 3 very familiar voices, Kaken and Auntie. Izuku opened the door to be met with silence. He saw his mom on the verge of tears, Katsuki in a chair on his phone, and Mitsuki trying to calm down Inko. Izuku hung up his jacket and smiled awkwardly. Hey, told you he was fine. Izuku, where are you? Mitsuki, Katsuki, and Izuku were surprised at the sudden outburst. This was the first time they have ever heard Inko raise her voice. The fact that she was angry at Izuku shocked them even more. I was studying at a friend's house. I guess I got caught up. I'm sorry, a friend's house. Last time I checked, Katsuki is the only friend that you seem to have. Where are you? What do you mean? Don't think I'm stupid. Is this why you're failing your classes? I have heard and seen you sneak away at night. What are you doing? Mom, I was at a friend's house. The hell you were. Izuku didn't have an excuse and tried to come up with something. Katsuki looked at both of them and felt kind of bad for Izuku and scared of Inko. Izuku sighed and hoped this would end soon. He didn't think it could get any worse. Why are you acting like this? What would your father think? He was completely wrong. His eyes widened at the mention of his father and looked at his mother. Mitsuki backed up as she felt a little anxious and bit her lip. Katsuki's eyes widened as he looked at his mom. Your father always said, with great power comes great responsibility. You have the power to use your mind for the best. Your only responsibility was to work hard at school so you could find a good job. A realistic job. Izuku's heart sank a little bit. He put his back against the wall and took a deep breath. He let out a chuckle and spoke. Yeah, you're right. That's all well and good. So, where is he? What? Where is he? Where's my dad? Inko looked back at Mitsuki and they were both shocked. Katsuki got up from his chair and put his phone away. So, what? Is this just some sick joke to all of you? Do you have any idea what it's like to be born quirkless? Do you have any idea what it's like to get beaten every day by one simple disability? And now you don't want to talk about me? What, did he not think it was his responsibility to tell me this himself? Izuku, stop. No, how dare you speak to my mom? How dare I? How dare you? Izuku felt tears streaming down his face and wiped them off. I should have never come here. Where are you going, Izuku? Wait. Izuku ran out of the apartment and slammed the door so hard, it came crashing down in Inko's apartment. What the? Did you know he was that strong? No, it was probably the door that gave out. There's no way Deku's that strong. Izuku, wait, come back. Mitsuki, help me find him. Of course, let me call Masaru. He might be able to help us. Nisutafu, Japan. Izuku felt so lonely. He remembered the conversation with his mom and sighed. He couldn't believe her. He knew she was mad at him, but he didn't understand why did she bring his father into the conversation. Why she needed to tell him to be realistic. It wasn't like he was there in his life anyways. Izuku checked his pockets to see if he had any money for a drink. Luckily, he had 736 yen to spend. He jumped off the rooftop he was on and landed in an alley, making sure no one was around. He made his way to a convenience store and bought a sweetened mango drink. As he left, he saw someone enter the store and took out a gun on the store clerk. All he did was open his drink and left. He didn't have any time to worry about others. Izuku knew that in this world, he could only look out for one person. Himself. Nisutafu, Japan. She asked everyone she knew to help find Izuku. She wanted to apologize for what happened. As she ran around the city, she kept repeating the same words to herself. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? What was I thinking? She felt like everything was her fault. She didn't know Izuku had so many hidden emotions. How could she? Her son stopped talking to her after she told him that she was sorry. She told him that he couldn't be a hero. She stopped for a second as she tried to catch her breath. She didn't know where else to look. She was out of breath, out of options, and full of guilt. As she stopped, she noticed someone running from the police with a bag of money in his hand. The police fired one shot that caused the thief to stumble and trip. As he fell, a gun fell out of his jacket and onto the ground. Many people ran from him, but Inko used her quirk to keep the gun away from the thief. He saw what Inko was doing and freaked out. Leave that alone. His arm began to flow with electricity and he shot a lightning bolt. Musutafu, Japan. Izuku saw police cars and an ambulance head towards a huge group of people. Izuku got curious to see what was going on. As he made his way to the front of the crowd, his eyes widened, his heart sank, and he felt tears forming in his eyes. The police tried to keep everyone behind the line, but Izuku moved towards the person on the ground. Excuse me, you need to stay behind the line. No, no, no. Stay back. Stay back. That's my mother. Izuku won the struggle and took a knee next to an injured Inko. What happened? Someone robbed a convenience store down a few blocks. When we had him cornered, your mom kept the gun away from him. But he used his quirk on your mother and sent her flying towards that wall. Her head hit the wall a little too hard. I'm sorry, but you're going to need to see her at the hospital. The medics are here. Izuku couldn't move. He saw his mother motionless, injured, and possibly dead. And he knew one thing. This is all my fault. Hasu General Hospital. Izuku was in the waiting room with his mango drink in his hand. He didn't take a sip of his drink after what happened. When Inko was taken to the hospital, Katsuki found him and took him to Mitsuki. Mitsuki tried to talk to him, but he didn't respond. He didn't react to anything. He had the image of his mom on the ground, motionless, the blood running down her face, her green hair covering her face. He felt something wet in his hands and realized he crushed his drink and got the mango juice on him. Izuku Midoriya. Yes, you can see your mother now. Izuku got up and cleaned himself before entering the room. Once he entered the room, he saw Mitsuki tearing up and Katsuki crossing his arms. Midoriya looked at the hospital bed to see his mom. She was unconscious with bandages covering her head and body. Her heartbeat was a few beats slower, along with her breathing. The doctor behind Izuku spoke as he read from his clipboard. It's a miracle she's in stable condition. She's suffered severe head and back injury. We expect her to be completely healed, but she won't wake up. What? I'm sorry to say this, ma'am, but the blow to the head was the biggest injury she received. We will bring in recovery girl to check if she can do anything. But I don't even think her quirk can heal Mrs. Midoriya's coma. Izuku walked to the edge of the bed and saw his mother up close and reached for her hand. It felt cold and weightless. His mind was filled with thoughts of ways he could have stopped it, with thoughts of how he failed his mother. Before I forget, if you feel up to it, the police have some questions to ask you to help find the suspect. If you don't want to talk, I can. No, it's fine. Let's go. Right now. Yes, I want to find the bastard who did this. Bakugo, please behave. Your father should be here soon. Mitsuki left the room, leaving Bakugo and Izuku behind. Bakugo grabbed the remote and began changing the channels. He eventually stopped at the news because they were talking about what happened to Inko. He eventually turned his gaze towards Izuku, who was holding his mother's hand. Something about that made him mad. He realized that none of this would have happened if he didn't leave the apartment. He remembered when he yelled at his mom. He remembered when Deku yelled at him. When did he get the balls to talk back, he thought. Something about the encounter pissed him off, but at the same time, he felt bad. What? No, I shouldn't feel bad for that quirkless bastard. He's the reason we're even here. Bakugo stood up from his chair and looked straight at Izuku. It's your fault, Deku. I know. What? I know it's my fault. I shouldn't have yelled at her or Auntie. I just couldn't take it anymore. I completely snapped. I didn't think any of this would happen. Bakugo's anger and empathy only grew with every word leaving Izuku's mouth. He walked over to him, grabbed him by the shirt, and slammed towards the wall. So, what? You think just cause you to feel sorry, she's going to magically come back from her coma? Not only are you a quirkless loser, but you're also a villain who almost got his mother killed. Izuku knew this was true. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't talk. He couldn't do anything. Suddenly, they heard footsteps coming from the halls and saw Bakugo's parents enter the room as some officers began running towards the exit. What the hell is going on? They found the bastard at an abandoned next to the beach we used to visit. I think it was the Dagaba Municipal. What the hell are you doing to Izuku? Get your hands off of him. But Bakugo was interrupted by a punch to the face and dropped to the floor. He grabbed his cheek and looked to see Izuku running out of the room. He quickly got up and ran out of the room too, but stopped at the exit and yelled out, "Where the hell do you think you're going, Deku? Izuku stopped and said to make things right. Before running off into the night, Bakugo saw as his childhood friend disappeared. He didn't know why, but for once in his life, he regretted bullying Izuku for all those years. Kiyashi Ward Shopping Mall. Izuku took a bite of some ramen he ordered and turned to Gwen. So, she's still in the hospital? Sadly, it's been 3 years and the doctors still don't know how to help her. They brought everybody they could think of. They brought dozens of pro heroes with healing powers, including Recovery Girl. They brought in Reed Richards to help and a surgeon named Strange, but neither could get close to help her. Oh, how do you feel? If I'm completely honest, really worried. I'm thinking of going to UA for school and because Recovery Girl works there. I honestly hope I can find a way to help her before I graduate. Unless someone has a quirk that could reverse time, I don't have much hope. Gwen grabbed Izuku's hand and let out a smile. Don't worry, Midoriya. I'm sure everything will be okay. We just need to stay positive. I know she'll come back. Izuku smiled at her and continued to eat. Once they finished eating, the duo began walking out of the building. I guess this is goodbye again. Yeah, I guess this is. I really hope she gets better. Yeah, me too. Sirens began sounding near the mall and made their way into the city. I guess some people don't learn their lesson. Geez, you think that the bad guys would think twice since we live in a world full of superheroes. I wish they would give me a break. Give you a break? Oh, well, I mean, they usually start something every day. It makes me late for school and I bet it makes other people's lives miserable. Right, yeah, I guess so. Well, I have to go. It was great catching up with you. Just so you know, the offer still stands. You can just call me and I'm sure they'll let me invite you. Text me a week before and here's my new number. Gwen handed Izuku a card and grabbed her bags. She went into a bus, waving Izuku goodbye. He returned the wave and looked at the card. He turned back to the sound of sirens and sighed. I hope the smell went away. He took out his mask and put it on. Once no one was watching, he ran until Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. He landed on a rooftop near the warehouse. Several police vehicles were surrounding the building and they all shined lights to get a better view. No one seemed to have entered the building, meaning the criminal was all alone. Perfect. Inside the warehouse, several sirens were heard outside. Inside, however, you could only hear the heavy breathing of the criminal and the sound of bullets falling on the floor. As he goes to pick them up, he hears a window crash open revealing a hooded figure. Who the hell are you? The villain activated his quirk, shot it towards Izuku. Sensing it, Midoriya leaps onto the nearest wall. The electric bolt hit the wall where he was. Nonetheless, he doesn't give up. He kept blasting Izuku but was not even close to hitting him. Midoriya kept leaping from the wall to the ceiling to another wall to floor, just inches ahead of the electric blast. He flipped towards the villain and kicked the gun from his hand. Izuku grabs him by his jacket, curls his fist, and punches him in the jaw. This punch was so strong it knocked the villain into another room. Do you regret it? Do you regret using your quirk on her? Do. Terrified, the villain ran up to the roof, hoping to get away from Izuku. Get back here. You won't be able to escape me. I'll chase you till the ends of the earth, you bastard. Rooftop. Midnight. Thank goodness you're here. What's going on? Carjacker. He was seen fleeing a convenience store and we gave chase. He dropped his gun and a woman tried to keep it away from him. Sadly, she's in the hospital now. We think this guy has some high-ranked electricity quirk. We surrounded the building, but we saw bolts of lightning fly out of the building. And then his gun was thrown out of the building. I think someone might be there. How can you be so sure? Just then a loud noise emitted from the top of the building. Get the hell away from me, you freak. I want eyes on that roof. A blinding light shined on the roof showing the villain and another hooded figure. Izuku made sure his face didn't show and looked at the man. His eyes widened. Midoriya instantly recognized him. No, it can't be you. It was. He covered his mouth as he was left speechless. The man that stood in front of him was the same man he let get away. He failed to stop the man that would harm his mother. His head was suddenly filled with the image of his mother laying on the ground, bleeding out. The thief activates his quirk one last time and shoots another bolt towards Izuku. Blinded by rage, he leaps out of the way and throws the man off the building. Responsibility. Realizing what he's done, Izuku leaps off the building and shoots a web before the thief lands. He saved him, but just barely. The police shine a spotlight towards the wall Izuku was on. Freeze. We've got you completely surrounded. Out of instinct, Izuku shot a web towards the light, shattering it in the process. He takes this chance to get away and swings away. Midnight and the police are left puzzled about what just happened. Get that man in cuffs, now. I want units to follow him. After swinging for 3 minutes straight, he stops and takes off his hood. The realization hit him hard. Bakugo was right. He was the villain that almost got his mother killed. He got into a curling position and began to cry. I didn't mean to. Mom, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I don't know what to do. I don't want to be alone. I can't. He sat there crying, alone and afraid. He really was nothing but a useless Deku. Aldera Junior High. Izuku arrived late last night with Mitsuki there. He broke down completely and she went to comfort him. He was guilty of what happened and would never forgive himself. He needed time, but he wasn't allowed. He had school today and decided to get it over with. As he walked the halls, he kept his head down, noticing how people were making sure to stay out of his way. Not out of disgust, but of sympathy. This made him feel even worse, however. He made it to his locker, wiping a tear from his eye, and got his school books. "Hey, Deku." A chill went up to his spine as he heard Kaken's voice. This was the last thing he needed right now. "Not today, Kaken. Hey, I just want to ta." Without warning, Bakugo was lifted from the ground and slammed into the lockers, completely destroying the doors. Everyone in the halls stopped and looked towards the pair. Some felt scared and sad, while others were surprised at what Izuku just did. Midoriya didn't care at the moment. His eyes were filled with hate towards Bakugo. "There, it feels better, right? To be the best. I'm sorry." Izuku grip loosened a little as he heard that. "I was a complete dick yesterday. I get it. I'm serious. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry." Izuku slowly put him down as tears streamed down his face. He dropped Bakugo, grabbed his bags, and walked away. Izuku." He turned to see Gwen hold his hand. "Come with me." Izuku was taken away from everyone and walked with her. They got outside and sat down. Izuku couldn't stop feeling so tense, until Gwen grabbed his hand and hugged him. "It's okay. I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Izuku felt more tears streaming down his face and couldn't breathe properly. She had no idea how much Izuku wanted to believe it wasn't his fault. He returned the hug and cried even harder. I did this. It is my fault. I couldn't save her, Gwen. I couldn't save my mom. I know, Izuku. Let it out. I'm here for you. I'm here for you." Midoriya household. Gwen walked with him and didn't let go of his hand. She wanted to make sure that he'd be safe. He thanked her for today and entered his apartment. Izuku saw Mitsuki on the couch, completely knocked out. She just finished cleaning the last of the wood chips that fell because of him. He grabbed a blanket and gently placed it on top of her. He noticed her eyes were slightly red and swollen. He knew she was taking any of this well. He went into his room and onto his bed. He took out his homework and noticed his project, Arachnid Notebook. His hands trembled as he picked it up. "My life was miserable when I was quirkless, and now that I have powers, it's even worse. What the hell am I supposed to do?" He threw the notebook towards his computer and fell on his knees. Ever since he got his powers, he thought he was finally going to be a hero. He thought he could be as great as All Might, but he finally realized what everybody meant. He was just a nobody. He was the quirkless loser, but now he's just a freak who ended up hospitalizing his mom. "I am here." His eyes shot up as he heard those words. The computer played All Might's voice. He got up from the floor and walked towards the computer. He paused the video and grabbed his notebook. It showed a drawing of his in a red and blue costume. He tried to make it look like All Might and felt proud of the idea. But right now, he didn't know. Izuku, are you here?" "Yes, Auntie. I'm in my room. I heard screaming. Are you okay?" Izuku put away his notebook and saw her walk into his room. Mitsuki saw him saddened and took a seat next to his bed. "Can we talk for a little bit?" He got up from his chair and walked over to her. He took a seat next to her and felt a hand on his shoulder. She tried to comfort him and Izuku felt a little bit better. "This is my fault." "No, it's not. But I was the one who caused this. If I haven't gotten mad, she wouldn't have looked for me. If I arrived on time, we wouldn't have argued." "Izuku, people argue. Especially family. I mean, look at me and Katsuki. You two were different, however. You are some of the kindest people I've ever met, including your father. It's not your fault that you got mad. It was bound to happen. Being quirkless isn't easy, especially if you get bullied by it." "Bullied? You knew. I've seen those burn marks several times. My son is not the best when it comes to social interaction. He's too full of himself and thinks he deserves everything. I'm sorry I haven't seen it sooner. Look, what I'm trying to say is that everyone has secrets. You being bullied was kept secret from your mother. You leaving late at night is a secret. But you're still young. It's natural for you to hide things from people, even the ones you love the most." Izuku felt so safe with her around. He never saw this side of his auntie before and it was so reassuring. "Can I ask you a serious question? And can you not make fun of me for it?" "Of course, Izuku. You can tell me anything. I know that being quirkless is probably a big disadvantage. But can you tell me, do you think I could be a hero? Do you think someone like me could be a hero?" Izuku waited patiently for her answer. He could still hear everyone saying how worthless he was until it stopped. "Oh, Izuku, you already are a hero. What? Your kind heart, your need to help others, your bright smile, and that's barely scratching the surface. Sure, you may be quirkless, but that doesn't matter. A good hero can be hard to find. A hero is selfless, a genuinely good person, and someone gets the undivided attention of all of us and causes change. Someone willing to risk their own life to save another. Don't forget what your mother said though. With great power comes great responsibility. You can be a hero. You just need to work hard enough, kid." I know you can do it. Suddenly, everything felt better, brighter. Tears streamed down his face, but he was smiling. This was what he needed to hear. For once things looked like they were going his way. Mitsuki gave him a kiss on the forehead and left. I need to get home and check on Katsuki. Stay safe, Izuku. I will. And Auntie. Thank you. Mitsuki smiled and left. He could be a hero. He really could. Izuku stood up and felt so inspired. He reached for his notebook and worked on something new. It was a suit. But not just any suit, his hero suit. He drew eyepieces that are mostly white with a black outline on the mask part. He continued by adding lines going all throughout the body wherever there are the color red is. These lines were similar to a spider's web. Finally, there was a large black spider in front of the costume. Izuku smiled at this and heard several voices in his head. From the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry. I'm here for you. With great power comes great responsibility. You can be a hero. 2 weeks later, have you heard? They spotted him again. Are you serious? This morning, he was seen stopping another robbery around the city. It was currently lunchtime at Izuku's school. It was normal for lunch to be full and have people gossip. But the conversion everyone was talking about was about a vigilante spotted again. The vigilante's name was Spider-Man. Why the hell are you talking about that side character? He was seen again today. Some people saw him climb a skyscraper and make a web to stop a falling helicopter. I heard that he wasn't human. He's actually a spider who got a quirk to make it human. Are you stupid or something? He's definitely human. How can you even be sure it's a he? What if she's just calling herself Spider-Man to not be suspected? There's no way he's a girl. He doesn't even have a decent pair of. Izuku finished his lunch and saw what time it was. I have time. Izuku ran out of the school and took off his school uniform, revealing his costume. Sirens sounded 2 blocks away from him and he began swinging away. All men are not created equal. I learned this at the young age of 4. I would learn to live with it for the next 7 years. But my prayers were answered during my field trip to Oscorp. It was the place where my powers were gifted to me. I was happy. I felt like I could finally become an amazing hero. I felt that I could finally fit in. All of these thoughts got to me. I neglected school, Kaken, Auntie, and Mom. I lost my way and I paid the price. My mother is in the hospital because of something I caused. This is my last setback. I don't know how long it will take, but I will see my mother open her eyes again. Until I see that day, I will fight for her. This is my curse, my choice, my responsibility. Who am I? My name is Izuku Midoriya. And this is the story of how I become my own hero. This is the story of how I become the greatest hero. This is the story of Spider-Man. Everyone, hang on. Grab onto something. What a great way to start off the day. Today was an important day, but Spider-Man had a job to do. He shot 2 webs to assist him in stopping the out-of-control bus, but it wasn't enough. He leaped in front of the bus and used his strength to stop the crash. Crap, I don't even think this is enough. Hey, does anybody have a quirk that can stop the wheels from turning? If you do, hurry up. Spider-Man kicked both of his legs in front of him and tightened his grip on the bus, crushing the front part of it in the process. His stress only grew when he looked up. Oh no, I have to stop this now, Izuku said as he saw several people crossing the street and felt beyond worried. Come on, come on. Just then he heard a loud noise from the back of the bus and felt the bus slowing down a bit. Now it's all up to me. I can do this, yeah. Once again, Midoriya slammed his legs onto the concrete floor and let out a yell. As the bus came to a full stop, he was met face to face with a crowd of people. Izuku let go off the bus and took a breath of relief. He then began to hear clapping from the crowd and looked up. He stopped the bus. He saved me. Again. That was so manly. Izuku couldn't help but blush under his mask. He never got this much appreciated in his 4 years of working secretly as a vigilante. It felt nice, to say the least. Oh, this really isn't necessary. I was trying to help. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to regularly scheduled life. Spider-Man web swung away and began making his way across town. Usually, he would be doing this for the rest of the day, but today he is supposed to be on his way to UA. Not as Spider-Man, however, but as a student. Izuku landed into an alleyway, grabbed his yellow backpack which contained his black school uniform, and began to change. When he finished, he saw his newly repaired suit which was needed upgrade. His suit was still mostly red and blue spandex, but with a few adjustments. During the 10 months that was between the day he met All Might and his UA orientation, Izuku tried to find a way to make his suit be able to protect him while still being flexible enough to move in. He thought about a classic look he had a few years ago and thought about improving the old design. He went with a red mask with round lenses. He updated the spider from his old suit and made the spider less menacing and smaller. He also designed to add a little emerald green to both his boots and gloves. Streaks of green could also be seen surrounding the spider and leggings. The finishing touch to his suit was a bit of protection to his forearms, knees, and elbows. He closed his backpack and made his way to UA. Hi, 8:40 a.m., just in the nick of time. I studied all night, so I should hopefully have a good enough grade to be accepted here. I just hope the test doesn't take too long. Out of my way, Deku. Izuku fell to the ground after he was pushed. He looked up to see Bakugo as jolly as ever. Watch it, Katsuki. Geez. Izuku got his backpack from the ground as he saw Bakugo walk away and towards the building. What a jerk. Are you alright? Midoriya looked behind him to see a girl helping him up from the ground. That's no way to treat someone. What is his problem? Who? Katsuki. I don't really know. He just doesn't like me all that much. Oh, I'm Izuku by the way. Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka. Are you here for the hero entrance exam? Oh, no. I'm here to participate in general studies. Are you? Yep. I'm a little nervous, but really happy to be here. Same here. I'll see you inside. I don't want to be late for the exam. Me neither. Bye, Midoriya. See you later, Uraraka. General Department. Izuku made his way into the classroom and saw several students seated waiting for something. Izuku took an open seat next to a kid with wavy brown hair and looked around to see the classroom. Hey, do you know when the teacher's arriving? Izuku asked the kid next to him. I don't know. They're probably giving a speech to the kids going to the hero course. I just want to pass my test so I can get into this school. I know what you mean. UA doesn't just help students become pro-heroes, it also offers students the opportunity to explore their interests while simultaneously preparing them for a wide variety of careers. That's the main reason I chose this school. What's your name, by the way? Oh, sorry about that. My name's Izuku Midoriya. And you are you serious? You don't recognize me? No, should I? Don't mind him, a feminine voice interrupted their conversation. Izuku looked over to see a girl with thick blonde hair smirking at the two. Why do you always have to get involved, Liz? It's nothing personal. Not everybody needs to know who the great Harry Osborn is. Harry Osborn? Like Norman Osborn? Yep, this kid is his son. I'm Elizabeth Allen, but you can call me Liz. Izuku, I'm guessing you two are pretty close. We are, but she can be a bit annoying. We decided on moving to Musutafu because of UA. I see. So it's just you two. It's me, Liz, and a girl named Laura. I think she might be a little late, but I don't blame her. Why? Well, she had a pretty rough childhood and is trying to get used to having a normal life. That's all I can say. If you want to know more, you can ask her yourself. Izuku nodded and turned back to his desk. It was nice to have a normal conversation with potential classmates and with people who didn't look at him weirdly. Once the teacher arrived, everyone got settled down. About 2 hours later, Izuku grabbed his backpack and got ready to leave. As he got ready to walk out of the door, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Hey Izuku, do you have a ride to go home? No, but come with the three of us. We have plenty of room in the car for others. You interested? I can't turn down an offer like that. Izuku walked with Harry while Liz and a girl long straight black hair walked behind them. He assumed this was Laura. Just before Izuku left, someone caught his eye. I'll meet you guys outside. I gotta talk with someone first. Alright, don't take too long. Izuku nodded and made his way to the girl who was in front of the school. Hey, Uraraka. Oh, hey Deku. Deku. Izuku lost balance and fell on his face. As he got up, he had a confused expression. Why did you call me Deku? I remember overhearing that name when Bakugo pushed you, and he said that name again when I saw him and asked why he pushed you. You confronted him. Yeah, why was that a bad idea? No, well, maybe a little. It's just that Deku is the name Bakugo calls me as a way to call me useless. Really? I had no idea. In my eyes, I thought it was a nickname to say you can do it. You can call me Deku if you'd like. The two exited the building and talked a bit more about the exam while walking. They really put a giant robot in the exam. Yeah, it was supposed to be a huge obstacle that we had to avoid. I was almost pinned down by a huge boulder until someone pushed me out of the way. She got stuck, but I was able to use my quirk to set her free. Good thing everyone's safe. Those exams seem really dangerous. Izuku, over here. Izuku and Uraraka looked over to see a black limousine pull up. Hi. Is that a L limousine? Do you need a ride? Oh, I can't possibly be invited like that. You can come inside. We have plenty of room for you and Izuku. Izuku opened the door and entered the car along with Ochako. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. This is Ochako Uraraka. She took the entrance exam today. Hi, it's nice to meet you all. Hi, I'm Liz. This is Harry and Laura. Harry, as in Harry Osborn, the one and only. So, you took the entrance exam. How'd it go? I feel like it went okay. If I counted right, I should have gotten at least 37 villain points. But I don't know if that is enough to get in. My quirk isn't that good for destroying the robot villains. What is your quirk? My quirk is called Zero Gravity. Anything I touch loses its gravity and can only regain it when I press my fingertips together. That's such a cool quirk. They'd be idiots to not accept you. Ochako smiled at the compliment Liz gave her. What is your quirk, Liz? My quirk is called Empath. It allows me to see how others feel by touch. It's not really that well for hero work, but I hope to find a job in the medical field as a therapist or psychiatrist. I hope you do your best. What's your quirk, Harry? I'm rich. What? I Can't tell if you are telling the truth. Don't worry, I was joking. I don't have a quirk, but I have an IQ that rival adults with high IQ quirks. Whoa, that's pretty impressive. What about you, Laura? Izuku turned her attention to Laura, who seemed really shy and annoyed. Izuku leaned over to Uraraka and whispered into her ear. She isn't very talkative and I don't think she likes being put on the spot. Oh, I'm so sorry, Laura. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. What about you, Izuku? What's your quirk? I'm Spider-Man. I'm quirkless actually. I've been bullied most of my life for it. What? That's horrible. Wait, is that why Bakugo hates you? Bakugo? Who's that? He's a jerk who pushed Izuku to the ground when he was walking to UA. Really? That's cruel. Guys, it's fine. He's still a jerk, but he isn't a bad guy. He's extremely prideful and got really pissed off when I told him I was going to attend UA. Plus, he dropped the more violent bullying act after. Well, the important thing to note is that he's an asshole. Nothing more, nothing less. As long as I don't meet him, I'll be fine. The group kept talking while they drove away from the school. Izuku seemed to have a bit of fun and felt like Ochako was also enjoying herself. Once everyone was having a conversation about UA, Harry's stomach began grumbling. Do you guys want to get something to eat before you go home? I could eat, but I don't know about Uraraka. Are you kidding? I'm starving. I guess that answers that question. We could stop by a restaurant nearby. They drove into a restaurant and made their way inside. You guys can order whatever you want, by the way. Dinner's on me. As Izuku grabbed the door for Uraraka, his spider sense went off. Everyone down. An explosion was heard from the rooftop and Izuku threw himself onto Ochako to protect her from the falling debris. Izuku got up to see what was happening. He saw several police cruisers chasing a broken-down car with a man shooting lightning bolts out of his palms. Ochako, get to safety. Where are you going? I'm going to alert the heroes. Don't worry, I'm right behind you, just go. Ochako listened and ran up the building. Izuku saw someone pinned down and lifted the debris. Get to safety. He ran into an alley with his backpack and took out his suit, shortly pursuing the villain. Inside the restaurant. Is everyone here? Wait, where's Izuku and Ochako? I'm here. The group turned around to see a messy-haired Ochako running towards them. You're safe. Good. Now, where's Izuku? He said he went to alert the heroes. He wasn't injured. Laura took a seat and signaled the others. Laura, what are you doing? We came here to eat, didn't we? What about Izuku? What about food? Liz, Harry, and Uraraka's stomach began to grumble and they sighed. Can we get 4 menus? The car chase. What do we have on this guy? His name is Max Dillion, calls himself Electro. He's been seen robbing banks and frying most of the power of the buildings he's been in. Where are the pros? Some of them are dealing with another situation across town. We're on our own. Max charged a huge bolt towards the car and exploded the battery. The car spiraled out of control and was heading towards a group of people. The car flew upwards and stopped midway. What the? It's a web. Up in the sky, a figure came swinging towards the car, rescuing the cops. You know, Spidey, I'm starting to think twice about you. Spread the word, Chief. I'll take it from here. Spider-Man leaped into the air and went after Max. Electro, we've got the spider on our tail. Perfect. Those two said that we'd be paid a lot of money for his body. Did they say dead or alive? Does it matter? I'm gonna shoot him out of the sky. Electro began shooting several volts of electricity towards Izuku. Spider-Man dodged each one and got closer to the car. He's getting closer. Then drive faster. Midoriya landed in front of Electro and punched him into the front seat. What were you two thinking? This is a school zone. No speeding. Die. Electro threw another electric attack towards Izuku and hit. Izuku flew out of the broken-down convertible and crashed onto the concrete floor. Izuku slowly got up and got back to swinging. Boss, he's still behind us. What the? Spider-Man pulled Electro out of the car and webbed him to a street light. Izuku landed in the passenger seat and sat next to the getaway driver. You know you don't have your seatbelt right. Get lost. He pulled out a gun and tried to shoot. Spider-Man webbed the gun and saw as the driver flew into a building behind him. Now for the finishing act. Stopping this car with my own strength. Spider-Man planted both his feet onto the hood of the car, shot 2 webs in front of him and forcefully stopped the speeding vehicle. As he got off the car, he went into the back to see 2 duffel bags full of money. He grabbed the bags and got ready to turn them into the police. Have no fear. Izuku looked up to see a huge figure arrive on the scene. For I am here. Spider-Man's eyes widened as he saw the symbol of peace in front of him again. Hey, All Might. Wait, where were you when this all happened? I was dealing with another disturbance across town, but that isn't important. I can't allow you to take all that money. It doesn't belong to you. Wait a minute. Izuku looked at himself to see what All Might was talking about. Well, when you wear a mask and have bags full of money, you're immediately seen as a bank robber. Izuku's spider sense flared up and he freaked out. Manchester. Wait, All Might, it's not. What do you think? All Might. Smash. A huge shockwave of wind covered the street as All Might let out a powerful punch. Once the smoke cleared, All Might saw several dollars raining on him as well as Spider-Man on the side of a building. I see you're quick to react. I should have figured as much as I've been studying you. All Might, please. You need to understand that I didn't take the money. Study. Ever since I saw you save that young man 10 months ago, I began doing some research. I was surprised to realize that there was a vigilante working for 4 years and I haven't heard anything. I must say I was impressed by some of your feats, stopping several petty crimes that pros wouldn't have known about, taking down the crime boss Tombstone, and forcibly landing the wingless Stark cargo plane. You certainly seem like the type of person to want to help others. If you know this, then why did you try to attack me just now? Because I needed your attention and I came to warn you. Warn me? Warn me about what? Izuku saw All Might's smile fall slightly and heard him sigh. I need you to quit being a vigilante. I need you to quit being a hero, Spider-Man. Izuku felt his heart drop as he heard his idol's words. The #1 hero just asked him to quit and break his promise. I know this is hard for you to understand, but I really appreciate what you're trying to do. However, the law forbids any act of vigilantism. If you don't quit, someone with authority is going to tell me or someone else to stop you. No, you don't understand. I can't quit. Kid, if you want to be a hero, do it the right way. Graduate from a hero academy and get your hero license. It doesn't have to be UA. There are other places like Shiksu High or Ketsubutsu Academy. You still don't get. All Might felt a bit of unease as he heard Spider-Man's voice. He was starting to worry that he wouldn't listen. All Might, I can't quit. Not after what I've done. 4 years ago, something bad happened and I was involved. I saw someone robbing a convenience store near my home and I completely ignored it. Everything I believed in, everything I wanted to be, completely left my mind. Once the man escaped, he ended up hurting someone I cared about and that person hasn't woken up yet. Do you have any idea what it's like feeling powerless to help someone you care about? Do you ever feel guilty about something that you could have prevented? That you could have saved someone? Every day. Every single day. That's why I can't quit. I made a promise to myself to make sure to help anyone I can. These powers were the cause of a person's injury, so they'll also be the things that will help me save others. This is my curse. Being a vigilante is my choice, my life, and keeping everyone safe is my responsibility. If anyone wants to capture me, go for it. I will never stop helping people. I will always use my powers for the benefit of others. All Might couldn't help but smile proudly at the vigilante. He saw himself in the kid and laughed out loud. I knew there was something special about you. Just don't say I warned you. The next time you see me or another pro, be aware because we are going to have to bring you in. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. And All Might, thanks for telling me. Izuku left the scene and returned to the others. He took one last look at All Might, who smiled proudly with a thumbs up. Izuku returned the gesture and swung away. Inside of the restaurant. Deku, where are you? I lost my way here. I saw those villains head into an alley and saw Spider-Man. Spider-Man? You mean he was there? What did he look like? He was mostly wearing a red suit, but that wasn't the reason I was late. All Might was there too. That's not fair, Izuku. You get to see 2 heroes and I'm stuck here ordering food for these 3. Which reminds me, did you guys start without me? We ordered for you next to Laura. Do you like katsudon? It's my favorite. Izuku took a seat and smiled towards Laura. She gave a small grin and returned to her meal. Liz stood up and got the group's attention. How about a toast? To what? Any requests? Izuku, how about future students of UA? Hi, isn't it still too early to choose? What do you prefer, Laura? To new friends. Liz and Harry smiled at her, grabbed their drinks, and lifted them up. I'll drink to that. To new friends. 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 Unknown location. Do you have any new information, Octavius? Electro was captured. Kirigiri. Spider-Man. Spider-Man took him down, but All Might took him in. All Might was there. Precisely. I don't think we can wait any longer. What's the plan, Shigaraki? A blue-haired man was currently holding 2 pictures. One was Spider-Man and the other was All Might. They are both equally annoying, but we only have one chance to eliminate him. Spider-Man can wait. We are going for the so-called symbol of peace first, then watch them both. The pictures in his hand disintegrated and fell out of his hand, crumbled down. Izuku, are you sure you have everything? Books, tissue, uniform. In my backpack, pocket, and I have my uniform on. I just want to make sure at least one of my kids has everything he needs. Katsuki left early and I wasn't able to see him today. Really, I'm not too surprised. I heard that he was first in the entrance exam and is probably taking this seriously. I shouldn't be late either, I have to go. Wait, Izuku. What is it, Auntie? Mitsuki felt a tear fall down her face and gave a warm smile. You've made me and Masaru really proud. Your mother would be as well. Izuku gave a huge smile and hugged to Mitsuki. I can't thank you enough, Auntie. I promise not to let you down. I know you won't. Well, what are you waiting for? Go, hurry. UA, high school, Harry. Hey, Izuku. Come on, you don't want to be late. I know. Where's Liz and Laura? Laura went inside already. Liz met with a girl named Mina and I haven't seen them since. Well, you ready to head to class? Not just yet. I have to meet a teacher in the support course and give him this paper. What's the paper say? My dad wrote it to tell the facility to allow me to enter their room freely. He got really angry when I chose general studies instead of support. He said that it would be useful to train my engineering skills instead of running around with other students doing who knows what. You're an engineer. Why did you take general studies? I chose general studies to hang out with Liz and be there for Laura. We created a strong relationship during these past 2 years and I can't let anything happen to that. At least he let me stay with them. I'm taking the support classes later today. I just need to talk to the teacher. So, you're going to support first? Yeah, you want to come? You sure? Yeah, plus, I don't want to go alone. Izuku and Harry began making their way to the support course and arrived at a large door. As they arrived at the door, they were greeted with a huge explosion. Both Izuku and Harry were pushed to the ground by the force of the explosion. It's only the first day, Mrs. Hatsum. We barely started the first period. You don't even have this class yet. Sorry, I was working on something in secret, but something went wrong. Did we come at a bad time? Harry said as he helped Izuku up. What are you two doing here? I'm supposed to get ready for the second period this morning. We know. I just came to give this note to you, Mr. Power Loader. Power Loader took the note and read it silently. So, you're going to be attending my support class later today. That's correct. I just wanted to give you a heads up. Are you attending my class as well, Mr. Izuku Midoriya? And I think I might. I'm basically going to be Harry's moral support. I just need to talk to the principal. Harry. Hatsum rushed over to the two and was face to face with Harry. As in Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn, the CEO of the second biggest company in the world, Oscorp. I think you might have a fan, Harry. Also second. Yeah, Stark Industries is number 1. Right. Well, we should probably head back to the homeroom. We still have about 2 minutes before we're late on our first day. Wait, what period are you going to take the support class? Before lunch, so, 4th period. That's perfect. I get to see you two at that time. Nice, see you soon. Izuku, 1 minute left. A few hours later, Izuku walked out of his classroom and got ready to meet Harry in Class 1H. As Izuku made his way to the class, he heard a familiar voice. Deku. Izuku saw Ochako in a gym uniform. What's with the blue? I didn't see you at orientation. Yeah, our teacher made us do a quirk assessment test. What? Class 1B attended the orientation, gave a speech about how they were going to be the next great heroes. And you guys were taking a test on the first day. Yep, he also promised to expel anyone who came last. Izuku's mind went blank as those words left Uraraka's mouth. Expulsion on the first day. Yep, UA wasn't screwing around with the hero course. Isn't that a little much? Of course, you'd say that, Deku. Behind Uraraka was none other than Bakugo. Oh, hey, you didn't tell Auntie you would be leaving early. What do I need to do that? Wait, why are you worried about that, you bastard? Bakugo, calm yourself. He's a fellow student of UA. You can't just shut it 4 eyes. This between me and this quirkless bastard. How did this conversation escalate to an argument between you two? I don't know. It happens a lot with us for some reason. Don't you ignore me. Bakugo grabbed Midoriya's shirt and gave a death stare. Izuku clenched his fist as if he was ready to punch Bakugo. It would be so easy to web him up to a wall or leave him hanging on the side of a building. But that would expose him as Spider-Man, and he wouldn't give in to Bakugo's way of using his quirk for the benefit of himself. Midoriya wouldn't need to, as a cloth wrapped around Bakugo's face and arms. What is the meaning of this, Bakugo? Let me go. Not until you explain yourself and tell me why you placed your hand on another student. It was nothing. We were just having an argument. Don't you dare defend me, Deku. As you can see, he doesn't agree with anything I do. The man sighed and let Bakugo go. Izuku immediately recognized him. You're the pro hero, Eraserhead. So you know who I am. Of course, you can cancel out other heroes' powers with your quirk. You also patrol mostly at night. I don't like attention. Now, why aren't you in class? Oh right, I was just catching up with a friend who attends your class. Sorry about that. I'll be on my way. I'll talk to you later, Ochako. Bye, Deku. Izuku walked away from Ochako and began making his way to Class 1H. As Ochako saw Izuku walk away, she felt a disturbing presence behind her as she laid eyes on a pink figure. Deku, are you two in a relationship? Class 1H. Izuku, I thought you'd be here earlier. I was having a conversation with Ochako on her way to class, but the reason I was late was because of Bakugo. The asshole. It's the first day and you encountered him. I would have given it a week and a half until you saw him. It's fine. Is the seat next to you open? The seat on the left, yes. Right was already taken by Hatsum. Really? She must really want to know about Oscorp. You bet I do. Izuku freaked out as he heard Mei sneak up behind him. Oscorp is one of the best support companies out there. They're planning to attend the Stark Expo and show some of their new inventions this month. It's amazing, spectacular even. I just hope that I will one day be able to show something that impresses the CEO of Stark Industries. Power Loader entered the room and began to calm down the class. We have 2 new transfers in our class today. Please welcome Izuku Midoriya and Harry Osborn. Osborn, most of the class yelled. Izuku looked at Harry and smirked. You're pretty popular. Harry nervously laughed and the class period began. Power Loader gave a group assignment to everyone. He wanted each group to create a support item that a pro hero currently uses and tests to see if it works. They all had access to the materials that UA had to offer. Izuku noticed Mei was overly excited and walked towards her. Do you already have something in mind? Yep, I was already planning to work on something like this. I'm making a jetpack. A jetpack? Wait, could you be talking about the one that the Buster hero, Airjet, uses? Yeah, do you know him? Of course, his agency is really close, so I took a tour once. Awesome. Do you and Harry want to assist me? I'd be happy to. What about you, Harry? Sure. I want to see what you guys can do. The 3 of them got the materials they needed in order to replicate Airjet's support item. Alright, before we begin, I need to know what you're good at. Engineering, physics, what? I'm advanced in biology, physics, chemistry, and I'm somewhat okay in engineering. What about you, Harry? I do incredibly well in engineering and physics, but I suck at biology and chemistry, and math, and lack a bit in Japanese. But you speak it so fluently. I do, but I sometimes get some words mixed up and end up forgetting what I'm saying. One of the perks of growing up in New York. Whatever the case, I think you 2 will be able to assist me. Let's get started. The 3 began working with Hatsum wanting to do most of the work. Harry didn't allow it since he began to become more invested in the project. Izuku gave a final expectation towards their project and felt like it was ready. So, who's gonna test the project? I need to see to take notes on our project. Harry, why don't you go? Sure. Don't kill me, please, Harry said as he directed his attention towards Hatsum. Don't worry, I'll just start off at a small amount. Most likely 5-10%. Izuku felt his spider sense go off and knew something was wrong. He grabbed Hatsum's hand and stopped her. What are you doing? Check your calculations again. How fast will Harry go with 5%? Hatsum was so confused but saw how worried Izuku looked, so she listened. Harry took off the jetpack and Hatsum got to work. What the hell? She found multiple cables undone and began calculating how fast Harry would have gone with 5%. Oh, it's a good thing we stopped. What? Why? 5% would have been too much for you. Your head would have got to the roof while your body would drop to the floor. Hehe, why is that funny? Sorry, I'll get to work on this as soon as possible, but right now, I'm getting kind of hungry. The bell rang and everyone in the class stopped working. It was finally time for them to have lunch. Lunchtime. Izuku sat down at an empty table. Laura sat next to him and they greeted each other. Harry, Liz, and Nachako shortly followed. And Hatsum. Hey guys, how's school? The hero course is surprising not that bad. Besides the quirk assessment test, everything's been pretty nice. Oh, that reminds me. Did anyone get expelled in your class? Not so loud. Also, no. The teacher only said that in order to test the students at their full potential. Wow, did Bakugo get first place? Actually no. He got 3rd place behind a kid named Shoto Todoroki. Momo Yairazu. Izuku and Nachako looked up to see a girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail. Behind her were 3 more students. One had pink skin that Izuku remembered when Spider-Man rescued her a few months ago from a burning building. One seemed to have earphone jacks connected to her ear. And the other one had a rather frog-like appearance. What are you guys doing here? We thought we'd finish our conversation about a certain subject. Remember, Izuku, Laura, Harry, and Liz looked at Achako confused. They all saw her blush brightly and tried to change the subject. Oh, let me introduce you. These are my classmates from the hero course. You already know Momo. Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Mina Ashido. Some of you know me. Ribbit. I'm Tsuyu Asui. Call me Tsu. The final person is called Kyoka Gyro. These are some of my friends in the hero course. Izuku got up from his seat and decided to greet the group properly. It's nice to meet you all. Would you like to take a seat? We have plenty of room. Sure, thank you. The girls took a seat and everyone began eating. As the table was discussing the differences between the support and hero course, Izuku looked over to Gyro on her phone. Curiosity got the better of him and he saw her watching a news report on Spider-Man. The closed captions were on which allowed Izuku to read along. Who is Spider-Man? He's a criminal, a vigilante, a public menace. He has put on that mask for over 4 years and has been spotted several times taking down criminals and fleeing from police and pros. Izuku felt his eye twitch and failed to notice Gyro staring at him. She decided not to bother him as she also wanted to continue to watch. Now I know what you might be thinking. He's put away several criminals, he's saved hundreds of people, and he seems to be doing a lot of good. To counter your claims, I have a question. Why does he wear a mask? Why does he run from the police? Why doesn't he take responsibility for the destruction he causes? I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't have the maturity to see that him taking up the mantle is making things a lot worse. If you are seeing this video, Spider-Man, then take my advice. Quit while you can. I'm pretty sure All Might would agree as shown in this clip. The clip showed All Might telling Spider-Man to stop being a vigilante or he would stop him. Izuku felt a huge rage fill inside him, but he calmed down and moved his eyes to his food. Are you a Spider-Man fanboy? Izuku looked at Gyro and tilted his head. What do you mean? You seemed really invested in the video, and I could see you getting a little frustrated at what they said. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Hey, it's fine. What are you two talking about? Gyro stood up and showed her phone to Mina and everyone else. Spidey, why are you watching a video about Spider-Man? It popped up in my feed. He's so cool. I remember he saved me from a burning building once. Really? Yeah, he also saved me in Kirishima when we were on our way to the UA entrance exam. The bus wouldn't stop and he used his webbing to try to stop it from crashing into a bunch of people. It wouldn't slow down in time, so Kirishima popped the left tire and I melted the right. You used your quirk in public. Yep, but we were then scolded by the police. They gave us a huge lecture and we were almost late for the exam. The point is, I think Spider-Man is a really cool guy. I have to agree. He hasn't saved me or anything, but he did one time land a plane that was from Stark Industries. A lot of lives would have been lost and it showed the risks Spider-Man would take to save someone. Izuku felt a small smile appear on his face and he felt a bit calmer. Izuku took a bite of his rice as he heard them discuss Spider-Man. Outside of UA, Izuku walked out of the school and took a huge breath in and felt like everything would be fine. Hey, Izuku. Midoriya looked back to see Hatsune run towards him. What's up? I've been waiting to talk to you alone. Are you heading to the station? I am now. Izuku walked down with Hatsune and looked towards her. So, how did you know that the jetpack would have failed? What do you mean? It's just something I had my mind on all day. I didn't see it and you somehow knew my calculations were wrong. I just had a gut feeling. I didn't mean to offend you or anything. You didn't. I was just wondering how you knew. Besides, that just tells me that I need to work harder if I want to make my inventions. Izuku noticed a sense of discomfort when he heard her say inventions. Are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. Are you sure? I didn't notice you talk much when Achako's other friends came to the table. Oh, that. I just don't talk much. I don't know. I just didn't want to talk with them around. Izuku could tell she wasn't feeling positive and tried to think of something to cheer her up. That's when Izuku remembered something that Gwen told him. The Expo. Huh, what Expo? How would you feel if I was able to get us both into the Stark Expo? Hatsune stopped in her tracks and felt her eyes widen. Are you joking? Nope. A few months ago I was invited by one of my friends and I didn't give it much thought until now. So, do you want to? Yes. Thank you. Hatsune jumped on Izuku and hugged him tightly. Izuku thought that she was hugging him too tightly as he felt her chest press against him. Hatsune let him go and began jumping in joy. Izuku just stood there and admired how hyperactive Hatsune seemed now. Izuku's smile faded away when he saw police chasing a large broken-down vehicle. I'm sorry, but I got to go. I'll see you tomorrow, Hatsune. Have a good night. You too. Hatsune went to her train but quickly realized something. Wait, wasn't he gonna take the train home too? She looked back to see Izuku gone and noticed his backpack on a streetlight pole. What the hell? Police chase. I shouldn't have left me like that. I'll worry about that later. Right now, I've got to find that car. Izuku took a swift turn with his webbing and found the police cars parked in front of a building. He stayed up to see what was going, but couldn't tell. Is that? Hey, Spider-Man, get down here. We need your help. That was new. Police would usually tell him to get lost or to leave it to the pro heroes. Izuku dropped down and walked towards them. What happened here? Some lunatics in black and white kidnapped this family. Any idea who the large guy in black is? No clue, but we do know the name of the family. It's the Yaoyorozu family, one of the richest families in Japan. Yaoyorozu. Yeah, I'm heading in. Keep the people off the street. If any there are pro heroes nearby, call them. I might need assistance. You got it. Good luck, Spider-Man. Izuku stuck onto the building and made his way into a vent. Inside the building, letting his spider sense guide the way, Izuku found his way through the building. He found a room full of villains with guns. In the middle of the room, Izuku saw Momo knocked out with both of her parents tied in chairs. What are we waiting for? You know what he said. Wait for the spider to come and rescue these people. Keep in mind this guy is paying us $109,452,500 each. We could make twice that amount by holding them for ransom. Spider-Man drop-kicked one of the goons and shot two others onto the wall with his webbing. You two should really focus on your objective. I just knocked down 3 of you. It's Spider-Man. What? Where? Sorry, I just get so nervous when I see a celebrity. Spider-Man jumped away, trying to get some distance from the gunman. "You idiots," he said to keep him alive. "Use your quirks instead." One guy let out a roar and rushed towards the vigilante. Izuku used his web to try and stop him, but the villain's rhino-like horn pierced through it. "Oh crap." Izuku slid under the villain and went towards the other three. One pulled out a sharp icicle and launched towards Izuku. After barely dodging that attack, Spider-Man was hit by a boulder and fell to the ground. "Hey, kid, get him into those cuffs. The boss should be pleased." Momo's eyes began twitching and barely opened. She looked over to see a horned villain drag Spider-Man next to her. "That was easier than I expected." "I guess it was. He won't be going anywhere anytime soon. The cuffs Shigaraki gave us should nullify quirks." "Really? So, he won't be able to use his spider quirk?" "Nope and no." Momo made eye contact with the horned villain and gave him a glare. "Look who's awake." "Hello, Mrs. Where are we?" Rude. As for where you are, it doesn't matter. You won't be going anywhere. Your only hope of escaping is knocked out right next to you." The villain backed up and saw one of his goons go towards Spider-Man. He slowly reached for his mask and, "The hell do you think you're doing?" "Sorry, boss. I'm just curious who he is." "Don't you guys want to know?" That's not a bad idea. I guess we could get some extra credit for revealing who caused the League of Villains so much trouble." "League of Villains? Yep. Trust me, they're going to be big this year." "But now." The villain put his hand on Spider-Man's mask and smirked. "Let's have a little peek under the mask." Rhino's hand was moved and felt his face impact on something hard. Momo saw as Spider-Man was no longer next to her but in front of the goons. "What the hell? I thought you said the cuffs nullifies quirks." "Boss, your nose. Kill him." "What?" The rhino spit out blood and screamed. "Kill him. Kill him. Kill him." Spider-Man broke the cuffs and fixed his mask. "Bring it." The villain on the left ripped several tiles from the ground and launched them towards Spidey. Dodging all of them, Izuku prepared a powerful punch and launched the villain into a window, cracking it. He didn't stop this attack as he shot a web towards the icy quirk user and launched himself on him. "That's enough, you son of a bitch. Hey, don't talk about my mom. She loves me very much. Do you have any idea who I am?" "I am one of the main members of the League of Villains. I am the Rhino." "I could tell. These names are getting lamer and lamer. What's next?" "Condiment King." Rhino roared once more and sprinted towards Spider-Man. Izuku made sure to stay out of his way and not hurt the Yaoyorozu family. Spider-Man landed in front of a glass window and called for Rhino. "Hey, Rhino, you want me? Come and get me. I'll make sure my horn goes straight through your heart." With one final leap, Izuku dodged the attack and saw as Rhino fell out of the window. Izuku looked out to see Rhino make a huge crater with police and pro-heroes surrounding him. Spidey ran up to Momo and removed the chains holding her and her parents. "Don't worry, the pros should be here soon. They'll take you to the paramedics and arrest these guys. You'll be safe." "Not bad, Spider-Man." Izuku looked back to see a walkie-talkie on the ground beside a knocked-out villain. Izuku grabbed the walkie-talkie and spoke. "Who is this?" "Can't tell you that." "What do you want?" "Can't tell you that either. But I can tell you one thing. You and I will meet very soon." "Who is that?" "Is this Shigaraki?" "Mrs. Yaoyorozu, I kindly ask that you don't compare me to that buffon. He's nothing but a literal child in a man's body. I am someone more experienced. I know that I'll meet both of you very soon. Until then, wait, who are you? You really can't be patient." "Fine, I was hired by the League of Villains in order to get rid of you." "Get rid of me? For what? What did I do to them?" "You seem to have caused several problems for them. I am simply here to study you, to see how you fight, how you work, and how to beat you once and for all. You may not know this, but soon enough your luck will run out. My name is Taskmaster and this is only the beginning, Spider-Man." Izuku lost the signal and crushed the walkie-talkie in frustration. Are you okay?" "I don't know. Make sure to upgrade your security and get home immediately after school. Whoever this guy is said that he'll meet both of us. I'd rather he focus on me and not a student. I think I hear the police coming up, so I have to go." "Wait, how can I thank you?" "You don't need to. It's my job to keep people safe." "But that's you're not a pro. Why do you do it?" "Because I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Momo looked out to see Spider-Man swing away and heard police come from the stairs. "Amazing. Hey, Izuku, are you okay? You seem off." "Off how?" "Well." Harry could see that Midoriya's eyes seemed redder than usual. His tie was barely on, his jacket stayed on his shoulder and was slipping on the other. His shoe was untied and he could see a red undershirt with stripes under his school shirt. Izuku noticed this and quickly fixed himself. "I'm fine, Harry. I just didn't get much sleep last night. I was working on something." It was true too. Izuku spent the last few days trying to look for a connection to Taskmaster. It wasn't easy as you couldn't just Google it and find details on an unknown mercenary. When he returned to school after the incident with Taskmaster, Momo came in with a bandage on the left side of her head. Izuku remembered seeing blood come from her head when he rescued her, most likely caused by the villains. So far it seemed like Taskmaster disappeared like he never even existed. So, how did the project go, Hatsune? It went great. While you were in the bathroom for an hour, Harry and I managed to score 100. That's helpful. Great way to start the school year. Yeah, I guess it is. So Hatsum, you ready for tonight? Most definitely. I've been waiting for this day since I joined the support course. Where are you two going? We are. Izuku invited me to go to the famous Stark Expo tonight. Huh, you got invited. I know someone who's presenting in the Expo and invited me to join them. I'm paying for Hatsum and hopefully I'll be able to get her backstage. Wow, that's so cool of you, Midoriya. I think I might see you both there. Oscorp is presenting some sort of new technology as well. I'm attending the event as well. Momo, Izuku, Mei, and Harry began talking about the Expo while the rest of the girls watched in disappointment. Must be nice to be rich. Don't act like that. I'm sure the Expo isn't that expensive. Besides, we need to focus on our hero work. I'm sure we don't. Hey Ochako, you want to join us? Hell yeah. The girls felt ashamed and looked down on Uraraka. They felt so betrayed and saddened. Hey Momo, why don't we invite the rest of your classmates? What? Yeah, I could pay for their entrance. You all could see what gadgets will be featured and it would be educational. Momo looked at Harry and began to think. Well, that could work. I'll ask class 1 right now. Great. We'll meet in front of the Expo. Oh, remember to look formal when you go to the Expo. Izuku, I get it. I look like a mess. Izuku smiled and looked towards Hatsum. Her smile slightly fell and Midoriya remembered what she said a few days ago. When lunch ended he stopped her and saw a tear in her eye. I won't let them ruin your night. What? What are you? Don't play dumb, Mei. I know you are uncomfortable next to them. If you want once we get there, it could just be me and you walking backstage and witnessing what Stark Industries and I Island have waiting. Hi, I would like that. Izuku wiped the tear from her eye with a handkerchief. I'll see you at the Expo tonight. I just have some assignments to do, but I'll make sure to see you. Thank you. I'll see you there. Izuku smiled and went to class waving her goodbye. The day went by pretty fast and Izuku saw himself outside of UA. Again, Izuku made sure no one was in sight and began to suit up. Swinging to the top of a building, Izuku gave himself 2.5 hours to stop any crime that goes on and find clues about Taskmaster's whereabouts. He was web-swinging through the city while remembering what he knew about him. Taskmaster was a mercenary who was hired by a group named the League of Villains. He used Yaoyorozu to study how he fights, and he warned that he'd see both of them soon. He was anxious about Momo since she couldn't use her quirk in public. As he recalled these details, his spider sense flared up, and he stopped swinging, avoiding an attack in the process. He looked up to see Mount Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms. What was that for? Spider-Man. You are under arrest for the act of vigilantism, using your quirk in public, causing collateral damage, and fleeing from police. You are the definition of evil. Definition of evil. You are not this stupid, Woods. I get the fact you want to arrest me, but what was that all about? The kid has got a point. What the hell was that? Sorry, I was caught in the moment. You're still under arrest. I'd like to see you try to catch me. Spider-Man dropped to the ground hoping to escape Mount Lady's reach. Let's see. Kamui Wood's quirk is Arbor. His most obvious weakness is fire, but that would severely hurt him and raise the price on my head. For now, I'll just have to avoid him and find a way to immobilize him or knock him out. Izuku leaped onto a wall avoiding an incoming punch from Death Arms. Death Arms have a quirk that grants him enormous strength. I think I might be able to wear him down with my powers, but that could take a while. And finally Mount Lady. With her gigantification quirk, she could catch me mid-swing or knock me back to the ground. Hard. I need to avoid the skies for now, but I think she should be my first target. Midoriya stopped in front of the group and began to strategize. Alright, Mount Lady can only grow from her normal size to her giant size. There's no in-between. I'll web her legs, making her have no choice but to stay still or stay small for the rest of the fight. I'll go to Kamui next and web him up. He'll try to break free, which should be the distraction I need to knock him out. Death Arms is a real challenge. No one has calculated his top strength, but he claims to be able to hold up to 8 tons. This should be fun. Izuku started by leaping over the two heroes and shot a web towards Mount Lady's hip. Hey, watch where you're aiming that thing. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Izuku wrapped his web around her legs and successfully captured her. Unfortunately, she began to lose balance and was about to land onto a building. No, I can't cause any more damage. She stopped using her quirk and began to fall. Oh man, Spider-Man ran up a building and caught Mount Lady, getting her to safety. Why'd you save me? Because it's my job. Sorry, by the way. For what? For this. Izuku webbed Mount Lady onto a wall and ran towards the other two pros. Hey, get me out of here. Izuku dashed towards Kamui and got ready to attack. Lacquered chains prison. All crap baskets. Kamui Wood shot out wood from one of his arms and tried to surround Spider-Man in order to immobilize him. Spider-Man tried to lower his chances of getting caught as he shot a web towards his face. Blinded, Kamui stopped his attack and used his hands to get the substance of his face. Once he took off the webbing, he saw Spider-Man going for a kick and knocked him out. Now the grand finale was underway. Spider-Man versus Death Arms. I have somewhere very important to be later, so can we finish this later or? This stops now, Spider-Man. I guess not. Spider-Man and Death Arms ran at each other full speed, readying a punch. Come on Izuku, hold back. You just want to knock him out, not kill. The punches landed and caused a huge crater to form around them. Oh, my hand. Izuku looked at his bloody knuckles and torn up suit. Not even a full year and I already ripped it. How's your hand? Izuku looked back to see Death Arms completely knocked out with a swollen arm. Spider-Man cringed a bit and left. That was definitely enough superheroing for today. He webbed up his hand and went home. He still needed to get ready for the expo. About 3 hours later, I'm gonna make it. Izuku leaped off a building while putting on a black tie. He ran onto a delayed train heading towards Tokyo and began to panic. I'm not gonna make it. He exited the train and ran into an alley, putting on his mask and began swinging towards the expo. I might make it. He landed in front of the expo's entrance and saw people heading inside. He took off his mask and panicked again. I don't think I made it. Izuku Midoriya looked back to see Hatsune in a long blush pink dress. Her hair seemed wavier than usual and she was wearing bright red lipstick. I made it. I knew you would. Harry said that they're right in front of the entrance. All of them? You sure you can handle it? I'm not going to pay much attention to them because tonight's the night I get to see a whole bunch of amazing babies. Let's go. Hatsune pulled Izuku's right hand and he quickly pulled back. What's wrong? Is her hand bleeding? Yeah, I was cleaning around the house and ended up giving myself a pretty nasty cut. Don't pay attention to that. Let's go. Izuku pulled her hand this time and ran up the steps. Deku, over here. Izuku saw Ochako in a black and red dress waving at the two. It was at that moment that Izuku saw the entirety of Class 1A. The next generation of heroes was standing right in front of him. And so was Bakugo. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? I was invited here. What are you doing here? I thought you'd be too busy to attend an event like this. The old hag got a call and forced me to come here. I have no other reason to be here. Oh, well, I must say that the shirt suits you. It really brings out your eyes. Bakugo was noticeably getting pissed off, which caused a boy with glasses to step in. Pardon my classmates' behavior before. It seems you two have some sort of history and I don't want you to think that all of Class 1 is like this. My name is Tenya Ida and I am in the hero course. Well, hello Ida. My name is Izuku Midoriya, General Studies and Support course. I guess you all know who Harry, Liz, and Laura are. Indeed, we've all introduced ourselves. Would you mind if I asked who the person behind is? Oh, this is Mei Hatsune, also the support course. Mei and I are going backstage to support one of my friends who studies at Island, so you might not see much of us. I completely understand. Let me introduce the rest of Class 1A. Izuku counted exactly 17 students and already recognized most of them. I believe you have already been introduced to Yaoyorozu, Mina, Uraraka, Tsu, Kyoka, and Bakugo. I have. So, who would like to go first? My name is Shoto Todoroki. Name's Siro. I'm Kaminari and this is Kirishima. And that's Mainta. Sup. My name's Nito Monoma and this shy one is Ryuiko Yanagi. I'm Kami Utsushimi. It's super awesome to meet you all. I am Ibara Shizaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I am Keshiko Sekagai. It's an honor to meet you all, but I thought there would be 18 of you. That's what they said at orientation. There's a perfectly good explanation for that. One of my classmates named Satsuna Takage is a lab assistant to a scientist named Dr. Connors. Another classmate named Itsuka Kendo went with her as support. Dr. Connors is here. Yes, many scientists, inventors, and pro-heroes are attending this event. Why do you know him? I've worked with him before, when I was a bit younger. Izuku smiled as he knew he would be able to see one of his mentors from previous years. Are you all ready? We should get going. Izuku nodded as he entered the expo with Hatsune. Just the entrance alone was enough to impress them. There was a huge fountain that had a statue holding the wealthiest man alive. The man, the myth, the legend, Tony Stark. The class watched in awe as several fireworks went off behind the 30-feet monument. Izuku felt his phone ring in his pocket and saw the caller. Gwen, hello. Izuku, you made it. I did. Wait, how do you know? Because I see you smiling like an idiot. Look to your right. Izuku hung up the phone and saw her. Gwen in a lagoon blue dress with a black leather jacket. Izuku ran up to her and she did the same. She jumped towards him and Izuku caught her, spinning her around in the process. It's been a while, Midoriya. I honestly thought you'd be too busy to see me. Never. Oh, right. I brought a guest. Izuku walked back to the shocked group and smirked. Everyone, this is Gwen Stacy. She's a student who studies on Island. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Welcome to the Stark Expo. Izuku noticed that the class was still shocked, especially Harry, Mainta, and Kirishima. He giggled a bit and looked at Hatsune. You ready to see all the inventions? Am I? Let's go. Izuku walked away with Hatsum and Gwen leaving the class speechless. That's not fair. We're barely 5 minutes into the expo and Midoriya already got 2 cute girls. We underestimated his charm. How could this happen? Gyro used her earphone jacks to attack both Kaminari and Minda while telling them to shut up. Izuku has the right idea. I have to go to the Oscorp booth with Laura and Liz. You guys should split up into groups so you could all explore different parts of the expo. I heard that some parts have an arcade, casino, and 5-star restaurant. I gotta go, have fun. And just like that, class 1 was left to fend for themselves. Alright, we should all be assigned appropriate groups where. Bakugo, where are you going? I'm off to see the arcade. You all can do whatever you want. I hate this suit. I'll have Bakugo's back. Call me if you need anything. Don't call me that shitty hair. No need to be so rude. Kaminari and Minda followed the two as they were also interested in the arcade. Mina, Kami, Ibara, and Keshiko sneaked off to head towards the 5-star restaurant hoping to get a grand experience. Ada felt like he couldn't control them and gave up. Hey, it's okay, Ada. We could just meet with Deku and head towards the Island attraction. Actually, Momo interrupted. I have a better idea. Let's head over to the main attraction. We're going to get front row seats for the CEO of Stark Industries presentation. Behind the curtains of Island stage, I'd like to introduce you two to somebody very special. She's the one showcasing the support items that have been approved by many pro heroes. She's the daughter of David Shield as well. David Shield, Midoriya and Hatsum yelled at the same time. Wow, you two are such nerds, says the one who worked her butt off to join the academy there. Fair enough. Oh, I should probably add this extra detail. Gwen opened the door wide open, revealing a blonde girl putting on makeup. She's also my neighbor on campus. I'd like to introduce you to Melissa Shield. Melissa got from her chair and got ready to introduce herself. Hi, it's nice to meet you. You must be Izuku Midoriya. Yep, am I that recognizable? You might as well be famous. Gwen over here just can't seem to start a conversation without you in there. Hey, that's not true. It's so obvious, Gwen. Look at you, you're blushing bright red. She covered her face and Izuku couldn't help but giggle a bit. I know Izuku, but I don't know you. My name's Mei Hatsum. Izuku invited me here to see all of the world's greatest inventions. Really, that's so sweet of him. You have no idea. Izuku smiled at that compliment and remembered something. Gwen, can you show Mei around for now? I have to meet with an old friend. Older than me. Yeah, after all, he used to be my boss. Izuku left the room and ran towards the Oscorp stadium. Izuku arrived and went towards the entrance calling Harry on his phone. Come on, man, pick up. Hey, Izuku stopped in his tracks and looked back to see a huge man in a suit stare him down. This is a restricted area. Where's your badge? My badge? Oh, I don't work here, I'm just trying to meet up with some friends. No badge, no access. Get out. Izuku. Midoriya turned around to see Laura jump onto his arm and hold him tightly. It was almost as if she was acting like a typical clingy girlfriend. Sorry about that. I guess he must have wandered off. He's with me and Harry. Mr. Osborne. Oh, forgive me, sir. Come in. Izuku and Laura walked into the building and Laura let go of him when they were out of sight. Please don't tell the others about what I just did. My lips are sealed. I own you one, by the way. I know. Izuku and Laura walked towards a group of people talking to Harry and Liz. Izuku saw one of the people wearing a cast on his arm and instantly recognized him. Dr. Connors. The scientist turned around and felt his eyes widen. Well, I didn't expect this. Izuku shook his hand and saw his arm. It still hasn't healed yet. Don't worry about that, Midoriya. I'm really glad to see you. Can I get an explanation? Of course. Harry, this is Izuku Midoriya. He used to be one of my lab assistants and made many breakthroughs when he was under my wing. What? How come you never told me this, Izuku? Wait, you two know each other. We have the same classes and came here in a group with a bunch of kids from the Hero course. Hero course? Yep. I was wondering if I could talk to you in private, but if you're busy. No. Can you give us a few minutes? Sure. My father hasn't arrived yet, so you have a few minutes at best. Perfect. The room cleared out and left the two of them alone. So, who needs my help? Izuku Midoriya. Or Spider-Man. 2 years ago, Izuku entered the Oscorp building quietly and slowly made his way through the vent system. Why was he in Oscorp in the first place? Because he wanted answers. It's been 2 years since he was bitten by that spider and Midoriya needed to know who made them. Why did they make them? And if there was anybody else like him? He slowly pried open a vent door and walked towards a mildly lit room. There Midoriya saw the scientist he met during his field trip. Once he got there, he didn't know how to interact with him. He couldn't just go and say, hey, I'm Spider-Man and I believe that you gave me these powers. No. He needed to be smart and, whoever is out there, come in quietly with your hands behind your head before I call security. Damn muttering. Izuku did as he was told and put his hands behind his head. The door opened and he slowly walked in. It's you. you're the vigilante. I thought you were running away from pro-heroes. I guess I got lucky and escaped in time. I need your help, Dr. Connors. Why do you need my help? I heard that you were one of the lead researchers for the Quirk genetics program. Your main focus was healing and regenerative quirks, but you also played a major role in genetically enhanced spiders. That's correct. What does that have to do with you? Because Spider-Man took his mask off, revealing his messy forest green hair and a bloody nose. I believe I made contact with one of your spiders, and I have questions. Oh my god. Come in, Mr. Midoriya. Present day. Both of them could use your help. But let's start with Izuku Midoriya. Right, your mother. I have to be completely honest with you. I paused on trying to find a way to help her because if I didn't focus on the expo for the next month, then I would have surely lost my job. I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Dr. Connors. You're doing everything you can to help. I can't force you to do anything either. You still have a family to look after. Oh, that reminds me. Billy made this for you. He handed Izuku a note with a drawing inside. The drawing featured an incredibly well-drawn Spider-Man fighting off a bunch of bank robbers. The letter was a thank you note. It featured Billy talking about himself, who his father is, and what Spider-Man meant to him. He thanked Spidey for all the good he did and hoped that he would always do the right thing, as Spider-Man was Billy's inspiration. Izuku smiled and put the letter in his pocket. Billy seems to be doing well. Spider-Man this and Spider-Man that. He truly admires you and what you stand for. What do I stand for? Hope. But back to the topic at hand. What does Spider-Man need besides a worrying friend? I had a feeling you were gonna say that. What did you expect? Izuku, what are you doing that close to a classroom full of heroes? I thought you were going to go to school close to Musutafu. UA is the closest, and besides, the support course could be a huge benefit for me. If you wanted a better suit, you could have come to me. I would have appreciated it, but you're my friend, not my butler. Anyway, Spider-Man needed information on something. What is it? Do you know anything about a man named Taskmaster or an organization named the League of Villains? Taskmaster. I am not familiar with that name, but the League of Villains. I've heard about them. Really? From what I could remember, the League of Villains are pretty new. They must have been preparing in the shadows before their name even came into the underground world. They've been recruiting several villains so they can break into somewhere impossible to infiltrate. I don't know where, but all I know is that they're recruiting people in. Their conversation was cut short as the door was slammed open, revealing a tired girl with green hair and another girl with long orange hair tied into a ponytail. Mrs. Talkage, are you all right? Yeah, Norman Osborn is here and I'm just here to tell you. Wait, Talkage, are you Itsuka Kendo? Yeah, who are you? This is my former lab assistant and he was invited to this expo. He came with Class 1A. We should probably make our way out, right? Yep, let's go. Everyone made their way out and Izuku started a conversation with Setsuna. So, you're the new assistant. Yep, and you are the famous Izuku Midoriya. I swear people keep saying that. What's next? Mrs. Stark recognizes me and invites me to work at Stark Industries. Izuku, he's right outside. Izuku looked up to see the CEO of Oscorp. Izuku, this is my father, Norman Osborn. Izuku saw a tall man with short hair and had his hand extended towards Midoriya. If Izuku was younger, he would be geeking out right now and most likely pass out. Hello there, Izuku. I've heard so much about you. It's an honor, sir. Harry here tells me you're quite the science whiz. You know I'm something of a scientist myself. I know, sir. Your research on quirk evolution and the ability to one day create quirk enhancements. It is extremely brilliant. You understood it. I wrote several papers on it in middle school. Wow, that's impressive. Your parents must be extremely proud. I hope so. It's been just me and my aunt and uncle who support me. My mother was caught in a villain attack years ago and hasn't woken up yet. Oh, I'm extremely sorry. I could only imagine what it's like for you. I only hope that she will recover sooner. That's all that I can hope for, thank you. Izuku felt his phone vibrate and answered a call from Hatsune. I'm sorry, I need to take this. Of course. Hello, Hatsune. The Stark presentation is about to start. Yeah, I know. Why did you call? Once the presentation starts, Island's representatives are going on stage and anyone backstage has to be here on time or you'll be locked out. Oh crap. I'll be right there. Izuku hung up and faced the group. It was an honor to have this conversation, Mr. Osborn, but I must be on my way. The pleasure is all mine, Izuku. You don't want to be late, go. Izuku waved them goodbye and raced towards the presentation. Harry noticed something about his father that made him stutter. Why? You're smiling. Huh? Oh, I guess I am. You have great friends, Harry. We should all probably be on our way as well. Stark presentation. Izuku arrived on time and snuck up behind Gwen. Boo. Watch it, you little sh. Oh hey, Izuku. Oh, that was a little loud. You okay? Yep, just a bit nervous. Melissa is talking with her father and Island's reporter is out there setting up the camera. Reporter. Yeah, Melissa, me, and another person are taking part in the Stark Expo. I'm showcasing the inventions. Melissa is going to be talking, and the other girl is live streaming the whole thing online for Island to see. Hatsum is in the back room. I think you should see her. She seemed a bit off. Izuku nodded and headed towards her location. He feared the worst and went to the back room. He saw Hatsum walking around the room in circles until she laid her eyes on Izuku. Where were you? I'm so sorry. I went to see someone. Please put that lamp down. Hatsum took a deep breath and felt her hand get pulled. Let me make it up to you. This better be worth it, she said with a smile. They both got backstage, gave Gwen and Melissa a thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a huge honor to present the current CEO of Stark Industries. Please welcome to the stage, Morgan Stark. The crowd cheered in excitement and saw Morgan walk up to the stage with a microphone. Oh wow, look at that crowd. Are you all seriously here for me? The crowd once again cheered with Hatsum squealing with excitement. Thank you, thank you. The Stark Expo was founded by my grandfather, Howard Stark. For years it was unheard of, until my father. You already know who he is. The great Tony Stark revived his dream and has held several expos in his lifetime. As the current CEO of Stark Industries, it is up to me to keep this dream alive. Before I reveal our new healthcare technology, I would like to thank Norman Osborn for taking the time to attend this event. The pleasure is all mine, Mrs. Stark. Now, I would like to introduce two people onto the stage. They are both students from my island, and one of them is the daughter of the famous David Shield. Please welcome. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw Gwen and Melissa go up to the stage. Above the three of them, Izuku saw a huge black cloud with metal arms come out of the mist. His spider scene flared up and saw several clouds open around the expo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stark. Izuku looked back as recognized that voice. He saw a man in a white hood with a skull-like mask grab the microphone from her. But we have a few favors to ask you. Izuku, what's going on? Izuku put on a face full of rage as he knew who the group was. The League of Villains is here in Tokyo's Stark Expo. Screams, All Might's voice, sound effects, Taskmaster's voice. Okay, Kurogiri's voice. Damn it, the stupid machine is rigged. That's the claw machine for you. Shouldn't we head towards the Stark presentation with the others? Kaminari and Minta are already willing to get out of here. No, not until I get at least one price in this stupid machine. What's even supposed to happen at the expo? I actually don't know because we're still here. You ain't missing much. Kirishima felt a huge impact on the back of his head and flew towards the claw machine. What the hell? Shitty hair. Kirishima, did I ruin your little date? Don't worry, you'll be joining him soon. Katsuki turned around to see Kaminari and Minta backing up from another criminal. What the hell is going on? Stark presentation. I'm sorry, but Stark Industries doesn't cooperate with masked psychos. Get your asses off my stage or I don't think you realize the situation you are in. Let her go. Gwen was held back by Melissa and made eye contact with the two adults. I don't like that one. What are we even doing here, Kurogiri? Be patient, Tamura. We are simply trying to negotiate. Izuku backed up to try and get some distance to change but stopped to see Hatsum running towards a security alarm. Just as she was about to press the alarm with her hand, a gunshot was heard which caused the audience to scream and run towards the exits. Izuku quickly ran over to Hatsum and run. Midoriya looked back to see Gwen yell again with tears in her eyes. Izuku, run. He listened and grabbed Hatsum out of here. Oh no, you. Let them go. Shigaraki stopped in his tracks and looked at Taskmaster puzzled. We have what we came for, and some leverage if they don't listen. Octavius, make sure to keep the heroes at bay. We'll continue our discussion with the CEO. I'll contact you if the others or myself are overwhelmed. Outside of the stadium, the pair barely made it out of the stadium. Izuku saw how panicked the crowd was, could see several fires, and knew what he needed to do. He stopped in his tracks and grabbed Mei by her shoulders. Hatsum, I need you to listen to me closely. I need you to find anybody from UA, or a man named Dr. Connors and call for help. I gotta go. What? No. Hatsum grabbed Izuku with a panicked breath. Where are you going? Are you seriously gonna leave me alone again? No, I just need to help Gwen and Melissa. How are you gonna help them? You're Quirkless, remember? Quirkless. Izuku and Hatsum were called by a man with a huge wrecking ball. Midoriya got in front of her, realized what he might need to do. I guess I don't have anything to worry about. Do you mind moving? I would like to have a conversation with the girl in pink. Izuku, we should run. You ain't going anywhere. Huh. Izuku shot a web towards the man and rushed Zip towards him. One clean punch and he knocked out. Hatsum saw the entire thing and processed what happened. Oh my god. Why? You're Spider-Man. Hatsum, I can explain later, but get out of here right now. Izuku ran away and pulled his mask out of his jacket. She was completely speechless as she saw Izuku get lost in a wave of people. She snapped out of it once she felt a hand on her shoulder. Hatsum, are you alright? Where's Izuku? I don't know. He must have gotten lost. We have to find him. Dad, no, Harry. I have to make sure that you and your friend make it out first. I'll find your friend once you're safe. Harry reluctantly nodded as he didn't want to argue with his father. Tatsumi followed them while having the image of Izuku having the ability to fire a spider web from his wrist in her head. Back to the stage. That's the last of them, Octavius said as he tossed a pro hero out of the stage. Have you made any progress, Taskmaster? I'm inside the museum. Looks like she was telling the truth. After we threatened to kill the students. Of course, she was willing to help. Why don't we just finish them? I still don't get why we're here. You want your League of Villains to be better known, don't you? After we kill All Might, you idiot. Everything has its time. The Namu isn't completely ready yet anyway. Gwen and Melissa were both tied up by the side of the stage and waited for someone to help them. Did you hear that? They want to kill All Might. Do they seriously think they can achieve that? He's one of your dad's friends, so you should know. I don't think so. But they seem to have a secret weapon. Weapon? For what? Gwen and Melissa looked up to see someone dangling upside down. Keep the noise down, please. I'm just here to get you out of here. You're Spider-Man, the one and only. Are any of you hurt? No. Oh, good. Nice dresses, by the way. Really brings out your eyes. Spider-Man ripped the rope open, releasing both of them. I'm gonna need you two to get out of here. Look out. Izuku grabbed Melissa and barely avoided an attack by Shigaraki. Get out of here now. The girls listened as they ran out of the stadium. Izuku stared down Shigaraki and backflips to get some distance. Octavius joins Tamaru's side along with Kirigiri. I'm guessing you guys are the League of Villains' main leaders. You could say something like that, Spider-Man. What's your problem with me? Why did you send a mercenary to kill me? Your recent activities have caused several setbacks in our plans. Stark's plane, the arrest of Tombstone, and recently the capture of Electro. You guys worked with Tombstone. He was one of our greatest supporters, even helped by sabotaging Stark's cargo plane. When you captured him, we lacked funding and asked Electro to go on a heist. I never anticipated for All Might to show up. However, once you left, Electro woke up, but was arrested immediately by the symbol of peace. That clears up a few things. Where is Taskmaster now? That would be telling. Besides, you would figure it out without getting past the three of us. And I truly hope you challenge us. Bring it on, Octopus Guy. Spider-Man rushed towards Octavius and avoided all of his attacks. Once Spider-Man was close enough to the villain, a portal opened in front of him and caused him to appear 20 feet of the ground. What the hell? Izuku began free-falling, seeing the Expo from the ground. He could see several things were wrong. He saw thousands of people screaming in fear, villains ganging up on pro-heroes, and fires around the Expo. I need to help them. Forget those three. Everyone else needs me. Closing his arms and legs, Spider-Man began to dive towards a group of pro-heroes who seemed like they were in trouble. They also seemed to try to keep civilians out of reach from the League. Once he was close enough, he shot a web towards a building and launched himself towards a huge villain. As he knocked down the largest one, 3 criminals saw him. It's Spider-Man. Kill him. Every villain that was close to Izuku heard and began rushing the young vigilante. He got into a fighting stance and immediately rushed the villains who spotted him, knocking down 2 of them with swift kicks and webbing the last one towards the pro-heroes. Spider-Man dodged another villain who had a shark-like appearance. He shot several webs towards the shark's mouth and jabbed him in the gills. That's him. That's Spider-Man. Well, he's, totally saving us right now. Spider-Man knocked another villain back and tried to get some rest. I'm not going to be able to do this. My hand is starting to bleed again. He took off his glove to show a bruised and bloody hand with ripped bandages. As Izuku tried to get up, a mud-like monster got in front of him and took a huge swing at the crowd of the villains. Hey, Spidey, can you still fight? Izuku looked around to see where that voice was coming from, but couldn't find the source. Over here, look at the restaurant. Izuku did so and realized where the voice and monster came from. It was the wild pussycats and the pro-hero. Mandalay was using her telepath quirk. Well, can you still help? Izuku nodded and leaped over the monster, seeing only 2 villains left. He saw the pro-hero, Tiger, go for the villain on the left, so he zipped towards the one on the right. The villain tried to counter with water attacks, but it was no use as Spidey reached the villain and webbed her onto the floor. He sighed and held his hand in pain. Spider-Man, get in there, we have first aid for that. Midoriya was confused about why the group was helping him, but played along and entered the restaurant full of people. Some of them seemed concerned, some of them looked angered, and some of them had the biggest smile on their face, most notably Mina and Kami. Spider-Man took a seat and his hand cleaned up. That looks like it hurts. It does. That's what happens when you try to flee from a bunch of heroes. Must have been a surprise. I guess All Might was right. I should have seen this coming. All Might told you. Oh, my hand. Mandalay let go of Midoriya's hand and apologized. Once his hand was fully bandaged, Spider-Man ran out of the restaurant. Hey, where are you going? Izuku looked back to see a young boy in a red cap go in front of the crowd. Aren't you supposed to help us? Are you running away and leaving us? I need to help everybody else out there. You already have protection with 4 pro heroes. Everyone else isn't so lucky. But you're a hero. You're supposed to. I'm not a hero. The kid stopped talking and looked at Izuku slowly leaving. As much as I would love to be a hero and protect everyone without having a target on my back, I can't. I need to make sure that everyone is safe and I need to rescue Mrs. Stark. If you want me to help, then listen to this. You need to leave. Find a way to escape. Call the police and other heroes. Don't let anyone see you. Spider-Man left as he saw an explosion go off in the distance. The crowd was left quiet until the pro hero, Ragdoll, spoke. You heard him. We'll find a way out of here. Let's go. The crowd listened and began to evacuate. Ragdoll, Pixie Bob, Tiger, and I are going to stay back. What? But everyone there needs our help. You're close to the exit, but we decided to stay back and help Spider-Man. He said that Morgan Stark has been taken hostage. What if the people taking her hostage have other innocent people at their mercy? Besides, I need to see Spider-Man in action. He's willing to push himself beyond his own limits to help others. I want to see how far he'll go. Fine, don't get killed. We'll come help as soon as we get everyone out of here. Tiger and Mandalay agreed and began to follow Spider-Man's leftover webbing. Arcade. Bakugo began coughing as he Kaminari and Minter ran away with Kirishima. Hurry up and get out of here. Bakugo made a flash grenade with his quirk, blinding 2 villains and allowing the others to escape. You'll pay for that. The hell I will. Try saying that when I beat you to the ground. Bakugo rushed towards the villains and shot an explosion to blow them away. He smiled with pride as he thinks that he won, only to feel a powerful punch in his stomach. The boss said that a lot of pro heroes would be here. My job is to bring them back and put their quirks to good use. You, however, I'll make an exception. Bakugo slowly got up but fell down as he was completely exhausted. The villain rushed him as Bakugo kept trying to get up. As Bakugo closed his eyes, he felt a gust of wind in front of him. Hey, are you injured? Bakugo opened his eyes to see Spider-Man holding a punch from the villain. Izuku used his left hand in order to let his bloody hand heal a bit more. That punch was powerful enough to knock him back a few feet, but not enough to finish him. Is that all you got? I'll die, you fat bastard. Bakugo sent a huge explosion towards the villain's face and knocking him out. Bakugo's legs began trembling and lost balance. Whoa, are you okay? Get off me. I don't need some fake hero's help. Don't think of it as help then. I like doing charity work. Spider-Man helped Bakugo sit on a bench and went to look for something to help. He came back to his location and handed him an apple soda. The hell am I supposed to do with this? Use it as an ice pack. Drink it. Use for target practice. I don't care. Spidey opened a soda himself and sat a few feet away from him. It was awkward. So, how was your day? The fuck kind of question is that? I don't know how to initiate conversations most of the time. I mean, I could ask why you were using your quirk in public. Why the hell do I have to explain myself to the vigilante? I'm not gonna tell. Just curious. Bakugo scoffed and opened his drink. Izuku sighed as he also began drinking. I was given permission by some random pro. I think he went to help everyone else in the expo. The arcade was already evacuated, but 4 of us were stuck. The pro hero. Man, what was his name? Emmanuel, the normal hero. Yeah, Finhead. He was busy evacuating, putting out a fire, and fighting off a villain. Wait, where are you? I was in the Stark presentation when it happened. There were 3 guys there and took 2 girls named Melissa and Gwen, and Mrs. Stark. What am I doing? What? There's this mercenary who the League of Villains hired to kill me. He took Mrs. Stark as a hostage and I'm sitting here drinking Pepsi. Gross. Should have gotten a Sprite. Izuku pulled down his mask and threw the soda. It's only gonna get worse from here. Find a way out of here. If you see a villain, blow him to pieces. ... Sure. Just try not to draw too much attention. Got to go. Izuku left Bakugo and tried to figure out where Taskmaster could be. He climbed to the top of a giant globe and started scouting out the expo. What did Taskmaster say again? That he has a few favors to ask her. What could Taskmaster want in this expo? There are several companies here and events. Oscorp, Alchemax, and... Wait, Taskmaster went to Morgan Stark specifically. The places Mrs. Stark has full access to the presentation, Island booth in. Izuku's spider sense went off as he saw a huge dark cloud appear above a building. Wait, what does Taskmaster need in the museum? Stark Museum. Stand down. Let us make our way, please. I'd listen to her if I was you. The security guards put their guns down and let the 2 enter the building. You 2 will get a paid vacation after this. Just get out of here. The guards didn't know what to do and did what she asked. That is so kind of you, Mrs. Stark. Shut up, you monster. What do you even want here? You know exactly what I want. You and I both know this isn't just a museum. Taskmaster looked up to see Octavius and Tamura make their way into the museum. About time you got here. I need you 2 to stay guard. We've been here too long. Several pro heroes are probably on their way here. Then make it quick, Taskmaster. The mercenary nodded and left with Morgan. Tamura and Octavius were left alone and stayed in front of the main entrance. I don't get it, Octavius. That guy is really annoying. Why wouldn't he accept the weapons you created? He has a specific weapon in mind, Shigaraki. He wants a weapon that ensures that he could defeat Spider-Man. He may be a pain to work with, but you have to remember that he's the best mercenary out there. We had options. We did. But the other one is far too young for a job like this. Plus, they have said that Deadpool is far too insane to work with. Maybe he is. Shigaraki's head went up as he heard voices outside of the building. You hear that right? Of course, but I don't think they're just trying to escape. We need to guard Taskmaster anyways. Shigaraki began scratching his neck as he heard the voices get closer. The door opened to show Ochako and Ada face to face with the two villains. You're dead. Shigaraki reached out towards Ochako's face and made everybody freeze. Too slow. Shigaraki felt something behind his hand and back. He looked back only to be pulled by Spider-Man. Didn't you know that the museum is closed today? There's a bunch of weirdos attacking the Expo. Spider-Man webbed him to the wall and put his attention towards Octavius. Otto gave a big smile and pulled two of the students and walked towards Izuku. Izuku saw that the two people were Kyoka and Monoma. You are quite the interesting creature, Spider-Man. You could easily stop me and most likely kill me in one punch. However, you have one clear weakness. You do anything to keep innocent people safe. How about we make a deal? You let go of my partner there and I'll promise not to hurt them at all. Izuku knew that he was serious and let Tamura go. Using his quirk, Shigaraki escaped the webs and rushed towards Spider-Man. How did you? Whoa. Izuku dodged one of Shigaraki's hands but felt the other grab his chest. The spider emblem on his suit slowly disintegrated and Spider-Man's chest was slowly shown. What the hell was that? I was aiming for your neck. I don't like you at all. Master doesn't like you either, so you have to die. Master. Spider-Man dodged another attack from him and kept trying to escape his grasp. Otto threw both Monoma and Kyoka towards the group. Gyro, Monoma, are you two okay? I'm fine. We need to help him. We can't. We don't have the liberty to use our quirks. This isn't I-Island or UA. This is still a public event. Todoroki helped Monoma up and looked towards Spider-Man. He seemed to be doing okay until Octavius grabbed him. You know, Spider, you really are annoying. I'm known for that. Not anymore. Two of his mechanical arms grabbed Spidey's head and got ready to crush it. With his hands free, Izuku shot a web towards two objects in the museum and pulled them towards him. Otto blocked a desk that was heading towards him but failed to retaliate the other object. Izuku was free and got ready to fight. Spidey, go save Mrs. Stark. We'll handle them. Midoriya looked up to see Mandalay run towards Otto. Go. Izuku nodded and ran deeper into the museum. Thank God they arrived. Don't worry, Mrs. Stark. I'll find a way to save you. Heroes Memorial Center. Such lovely statues. Is that the archer hero, Hawk? Just tell me what you want. Are you going to keep interrupting me? Fine, I'll get right to the point. I'd like to use your father's inventions. I think I'll take it from a certain former SHIELD agent, Natasha Romanova's batons. What do you plan to do with those? As you already know, I'm part of the League of Villains. The two that helped me are a pain to work with, but their boss has really high standards and pays a shit ton of money. I find that these weapons are the best for close combat. They would be if they were real. Taskmaster was kicked onto the floor and Spider-Man landed in front of Morgan. Pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Stark. My name is Spider-Man. I'm here to get you out of here. Izuku broke off the handcuffs that she was captured in and Morgan got behind him. That's new. You don't usually attack first. Why are you even in this museum? I didn't think a mercenary would be dumb enough to think that props could be used as real weapons. That's what they want you to think. Taskmaster destroyed a glass case that displayed a black bow and quiver. Spider-Man, get away from him. It's fine. The museum is full of props. I got this. Midoriya rushed Taskmaster, who was pulling back on the bow. Okay, maybe that isn't a prop, but it isn't Hawkeye's real weapon. Taskmaster fired the arrow and Spidey easily dodged it. However, Izuku's spider sense flared up as he saw the arrow explode and sent him flying. Morgan escaped and left Spider-Man to fight Taskmaster. Looks like it's not just a prop. A little fact about this section of the museum. It isn't a memorial at all. It's more of an armory, and these are real gadgets that fallen heroes used. Izuku recovered from the explosion and spotted something. These are real, huh? He flipped over to a different glass case. He broke the glass and pulled out a red shield with a huge star in the middle. He threw the shield towards Taskmaster. Unfortunately, the mercenary caught the shield and split it in two. Well, almost everything. Taskmaster shot another arrow that let out a smokescreen covering Spider-Man. Izuku took advantage of this and disappeared. Where are you? Show yourself. I'm right behind you. Izuku grabbed Hawkeye's bow and quiver from Taskmaster and webbed them to the floor. Izuku got ready to deliver a kick but was knocked to the ground. I see why you chose to rush me before. That move totally caught me off guard. How did you? What? We live in a world where 80% of the world has quirks, remember? Mine is called photographic reflexes. Anything you do, I can do it too. We'll see about that. Spider-Man got up and threw another kick towards Taskmaster. The mercenary caught his leg and threw him towards a wall. Spider-Man kept attacking only to keep getting countered by him. I told you, anything I see you do, I can do it too. Yeah, I heard you. Spider-Man looked around to see if there was a way to get an advantage over Taskmaster. Izuku then remembered the only time he got hits on him. When he sneaked up on the mercenary, and when he hid inside the smoke. Then it hit him. Literally. Taskmaster landed a punch on Izuku's face and got back into a fight stance. In a split second, Izuku grabbed the broken pieces of the metallic shield and destroyed the light from the roof, completely blinding both Spider-Man and Taskmaster. What is that supposed to do? Just give me a second. Izuku clicked on his mask and his lens began to glow. I can see you. Izuku dodged his attack and landed a punch onto his back. Once he landed his attack, Spidey leaped onto the ceiling. How? You said it yourself, Tasky. You can copy anything you see. You may know my location, but you don't know what my next move is. A kick, a punch, or... Taskmaster felt the hood of his suit getting pulled and was thrown towards the emergency exit doors of the center. Before he was able to recover, Spider-Man kicked him out of the building. He saw how exhausted Taskmaster was and used that to his advantage. He went for a single uppercut and trapped the villain in a cocoon-like web. Stay put for a sec. Some pro should find you here. I gotta take care of. What the? Izuku's mask malfunctioned as his right lens disintegrated. Before his mask caught on fire, Izuku ripped both lenses from his mask, allowing him to see, but also wasting days of work. We're aiming for my head that time. I still don't get why you want to kill me. If you guys are really lacking funding, I know some great job openings. This place could use a clean crew. How? What do you say? Can you stop talking? God, it's like you want me to kill you. Just trying to lighten the mood. After all, you're gonna go to prison once I'm done with you. He shot 2 web strings towards Tamura, but he caught them and disintegrated the webbing. I guess it's gonna be like that. Shigaraki and Spidey rushed at each other, ready to attack. Izuku jumped over the villain and shot multiple web shots towards him. He repeated this process until Shigaraki was completely covered in webs. This is the part where I leave a note. Got a pen? This shouldn't be happening. You cheated. Cheated? I don't think so. Now, if you excuse me, I gotta help everybody else in the building so. Spider sense. Izuku saw a dark cloud appear around Shigaraki and disappeared. He expected Taskmaster to disappear too, but it never happened. Those bastards. They dare leave me. Spider-Man. Izuku looked back to see Tiger and Mandalay with scratch wounds on their face and arms. Did you stop? No, he got away. Just when we had the upper hand, he disappeared in a black cloud. That's just happened with the hand dude. I thought he'd take him too, but I think they just left him. Did Morgan Stark meet up with you guys? Is everyone safe? OYEHHH. Izuku covered his ears as he heard a huge scream in his direction. Wait a minute. Izuku felt his body tighten as he fell to his knees and saw a man with goggles jump in front of Mandalay. What were you two doing? We have a direct order to stop any threats that attack the Expo. Whoa, he's not a threat. He helped us evacuate citizens and stop the guy. That was President Mike's quirk. I recognize those goggles as well. The Racerhead also arrived to capture me. I gotta find a way out of here. Let's see, I think I can break out of these binds and have enough time to use my webbing to disrupt his collar's directional power. He would have no choice but to hold back. I just hope I can escape in time. Izuku stood up and got ready to break through Eraserhead's binding cloth. Aizawa saw this and activated his quirk to stop the vigilante. It failed and Spider-Man broke through the weapon. Everyone cover your ears. Izuku shot 2 webs at President Mike's collar as he was about to activate his quirk. The collar malfunctioned and caused a shockwave of sound to hurt the nearby heroes. Izuku covered his ears but noticed that several pro heroes were heading his way. With the little strength he had, Izuku escaped as far as he could and left part of Class 1 and Morgan confused. Was that President Mike? You think they're under attack? I don't think so. The villains left, remember. The class heard several footsteps and saw Mandalay, Tiger, Eraserhead, and President Mike all running towards the entrance. Tiger also dragged an unconscious Taskmaster in his right hand. Did he come through here? Who? Spider-Man. The students looked at each other confused and Mrs. Stark answered the question. No, we haven't. The only time I saw him was when he was fighting Taskmaster. We saw him when he was fighting the hand villain and some guy with metal arms. The pro heroes ignored Spider-Man for now and got them all outside. As they all walked outside, they heard a familiar voice. What the hell happened to you, Deku? The Racerhead ran towards the voice and saw Bakugo picking an injured Izuku from the ground. I thought you got out of here, you damn nerd. I tried too, but I got cornered by a bunch of villains. I managed to escape, but they also managed to get a good beating. I lost Hatsum, Gwen, and Melissa. Have you seen them? What's going on? Bakugo and Izuku, right? Izuku Midoriya, sir. I was. Izuku didn't finish his sentence as he passed out in Katsuki's arms. Bakugo, get him to safety. After you do, I would like to know what the hell happened here. A man reached for the TV remote and sighed loudly. So, they abandoned him. It would appear so, sir. Are you upset? Not upset, just disappointed. All for one is one of the most intelligent people I've ever met. But that Shigaraki kid is a complete idiot. That does it. I think we should have a chat with them. Get me a flight to Japan. I think it's time we met to have a talk with the League of Villains. The large man in a white suit walked out of his room and got ready to leave. Sir, before you go, are you sure this is a wise decision? What about the Devil of Hell's kitchen? It's just a quick meeting. I'll be back before he causes any more trouble. The man grabbed his luggage and made his way to the airport. The University of Tokyo Hospital. Izuku started to toss and turn in his bed. He woke up quickly and heard a rapid beep behind him. Oh my god. Hey, calm down. Melissa, go get the doctor. Izuku saw Melissa run out of the room asking for a doctor. Worried, Izuku looked to see that he was in a hospital bed and felt a soft hand. Hey, do you know what happened? Izuku, Gwen, what are you doing here? I got out of the Expo and saw several lights heading towards the entrance. That's when I saw you in Katsuki's arms. I got so worried so I forced my way towards you. What happened? Izuku remembered what happened. The panic from the people, the destruction that surrounded the event, and the battles he was involved with. I was attacked. A bunch of villains ambushed me, but I got away. Thank God. You had a large wound across your chest and abs. Since when did that happen? Huh? Izuku looked down to see that he was shirtless with a bunch of bandages surrounding him. He started blushing but saw Gwen mesmerized by him. They made eye contact, which made Izuku blush harder. I started working out more and thought, it'd be beneficial for me. Oh my god, you're so silly. It's hilarious. No, it's not. Gwen couldn't stop laughing, which made Izuku feel even more insecure. Thankfully, their little session was interrupted by Melissa. Wow, you guys act like siblings. By the way, the doctor's on his way. I've known him for years. He's like the brother I've never had. Gwen backed away from the bed and stood up straight. Izuku was still embarrassed but put his attention to the doctor who arrived in the room. Mr. Midoriya, correct? Yes, sir. What happened? You were rushed here and accompanied by Mrs. Stacy here. We took a few x-rays and saw that you had several broken ribs, a cut on your head, and a sprain in your leg. I'd expect you to have to be in the hospital for a few weeks. But you can change now and leave. Wait, what? You just said he has to be hospitalized for weeks. I expected him to, but look at him. The cut on his head is completely healed. He's sitting perfectly comfortable for someone who just broke his ribs. All in 24 hours, might I add. I wouldn't be surprised if he stood up without any pain. Curious, Izuku stood up and felt no pain. He moved his leg to see if anything would happen. Mr. Midoriya, are you sure you don't have a quirk? It's a miracle that you're even moving at all. Unsure. I've seen my doctor monthly and nothing has changed. Well, I'm apparently a few pounds heavier, but that is it. Melissa gave a little smirk as she could see why. Gwen elbowed her chest, which caused Melissa to stop looking at Izuku. All right then. I have a pretty busy schedule, so you're all free to go. Great. Where are my clothes? Your friend named Harry picked up some clothes. I just texted him while you two were talking about. Oh wow, those abs are nice. Izuku blushed harder and Gwen couldn't hold back her laughter. Oh right, he should be right outside. After a few minutes, Harry, Uraraka, and Bakugo entered the room and greeted everyone. Hey, Izu. Whoa, what? Is there something on my face? Deku, you're ripped. Uraraka and Harry were in awe of Izuku's body, especially Uraraka, who was blushing extremely hard. This much attention made Izuku try to hide his face. Bakugo threw Izuku's red shoes towards him and caused Izuku to grab his stomach in pain. Katsuki, what was that for? Cool it. Gwen, I just wanted to see if the bastard was still injured. And he's not. Wait, these are my shoes. Why do you have these? The doctor gave us your ripped clothes and your shoes were covered in dirt and blood. The suit was trashed, but my mom washed those shoes. She started worrying about your sorry ass and forced me to be here. That suit was a rental. Great. So, who has my clothes? I do. Izuku looked at the doorway to see Hatsum holding a backpack. You're Spider-Man. Hatsum, I can explain later, but get out of here right now. Izuku forgot the biggest thing during the expo. It was the first time in his 4 years of being a vigilante to be seen unmasked. Izuku's smile fell, but Maze didn't. Sorry for coming in last. Bakugo picked out these clothes for you and I was in charge of delivering them. Oi, why'd you tell him I chose them? Izuku was handed the backpack, but couldn't help but feel off. The group left Izuku to change and gave him 5 minutes. When Izuku opened his backpack, he saw an All Might t-shirt with a baby blue hoodie. There was a pair of underwear, socks, and shorts as well. Before Izuku changed, he saw a note at the bottom of the bag. He grabbed it and read what it said. I'm free at 7 today. Explain Mei Hatsum. Izuku shuddered and sighed. Today was gonna be stressful. Inside of Harry's limo, I don't think I'm gonna get used to riding in a limo. Sorry, Uraraka. My dad offered this and I couldn't turn it down. Anyways, how do you feel, Izuku? I'm feeling better. Kinda hungry though. That's perfect. We were all thinking of heading down to my house and have them prepare something for us. Do you guys like katsudon? Izuku's mouth began watering at the thought of katsudon. After everything he's been through, he could use something good in his life. The nerd can't go a day without thinking about it. Do you guys have anything spicy? Several things actually. You could ask our cook when we get there. Bitchin'. As everyone was having a conversation, Izuku couldn't help but stare at Hatsune. How am I gonna do this? I can't exactly tell her how I got my powers, but she's too smart to know when I'm lying. Okay, Izuku, calm down a bit and breathe. She hasn't told anyone that I'm Spider-Man. Heck, she hasn't told anyone I have powers. I have to have a little faith that she'll be patient till 7. It'll be fine. God, I'm hungry. They arrived at a large house with several cars parked out front. Hey, Harry, why are there so many cars outside? My dad is probably having a meeting. Don't worry, he usually talks to them in a separate part of the house. The kitchen and dining room should be completely free. The group entered the huge home and were amazed to see how big it was on the inside. So many stairs, so many rooms. Hold on, is that indoor pool? Is that an outdoor pool too? Izuku was also impressed. Being the son of Norman Osborn had such huge benefits. Izuku's stomach kept growling and walked straight to the dining room. Bakugo seemed to have the same idea and walked into the room. The rest of the group were too distracted by the house and only the two went in. Izuku took a seat across from Bakugo and waited for the others. Izuku took out his phone and tried to find out what happened after he passed out. Eventually, he found an article where it explained the aftermath of the Expo. Terror was the only word that many people described on the night of the Stark Expo attack. Several security guards, police officers, and even pro-heroes were taken out before the villains were sent to attack the public. Several people were forced to stay hidden inside stores and restaurants. While this was happening around the Expo, the Stark presentation was also attacked. There were no pro-heroes near the presentation as they were busy protecting thousands of other people. Morgan Stark was the main target for these horrible people and seemed like they were all going to succeed. We managed to get a statement from the CEO of Stark Industries and she only had one thing to say. Thank you, Spider-Man. Not only was Spider-Man present during these events, but he was also reportedly helping civilians and pro-heroes alike from these people. He is also responsible for helping 2i Island students and Morgan Stark from the League of Villains. The League of Villains is what this group is called by. So far, police identified one member from the team, a mercenary named Taskmaster. He was taken into custody by several pro-heroes. Unfortunately, on his way to Tartarus, the villain managed to escape. Izuku's eyes widened and quickly stood up, startling Bakugo. Huh, what the fuck are you doing, Deku? I think I need to go. Huh, what are you talking about? Something just came up. Izuku began walking towards the door but stopped once he heard his name. Not by Katsuki, Gwen, or Harry, but Norman Osborn. Izuku, what a pleasant surprise. Mr. Osborn, I'm guessing Harry invited you. As Norman was walking towards Izuku, the rest of the group entered the dining room. Dad, what are you doing here? I just finished my meeting with the Prime Minister and was about to head out. I didn't know that Mr. Midoriya recovered so quickly. Yeah, the doctors said it was a miracle. Indeed it is. If I had known where you were, I wouldn't have left so quickly. It all happened so fast, there's no need to apologize. I don't apologize. I was just simply stating what I would have done. I must be on my way. Harry, I left $1,000 in your room just in case you need anything. Norman left the house and made his way into another limo outside. As he saw him leave, Izuku's stomach began to growl. Oh right, the food. Take a seat, Izuku. I think I'll pass. What? Why? Something just came up. I gotta go. Izuku left the dining room and got ready to leave the house. Harry was left puzzled and pulled a chair for Melissa. As Izuku opened the door, he felt someone grab his hand. Uraraka, can't you stay for a few minutes? You haven't eaten anything since yesterday. I can't let you go without making sure that you have enough energy. Izuku could see how worried she was. He thought that taking a break would be a bad idea, with all the people that could be in danger. But, at the same time, he felt like carrying too much weight on his shoulders. He sighed, put away his phone, and walked with Ochako to the dining room. I guess I can wait a bit. Great, let's go. Unknown location. That was a waste of time. Why did we listen to him? We were too reckless. I didn't believe that Spider-Man would attend the Expo. He mainly operates in Musutafu and is rarely seen in Hasu City. There was no reason for him to be there. The doctor was puzzled at what the vigilante was doing there. It didn't make sense. Kurogiri was busy cleaning up and tried to figure out how to calm down Tamura. We weren't reckless. That Spider-Man, he cheated. He knew he couldn't win and cheated. If I see him again, I'll make sure to disintegrate him. As Tamura was fantasizing about the different ways to kill him, the League heard a knock on the door. Huh, are we expecting anyone? Right. Otto, can you contact him? Oh, of course. You can come in. The door opened and revealed 2 armed men escorting a larger man. Welcome, Mr. Fisk. Let's not refer to names. I may be in a different country, but that doesn't mean I don't have enemies here. Of course, my apologies. Master, who is he? He is an ally. He recently contacted me and said he wanted to work together. I did indeed. Fisk walked up to Shigaraki and smirked at the villain. I saw you in a news report. You have a quirk and destroy anything you touch, correct? Yeah, those types of quirks are quite rare. You seem to have handled yourselves well up until now, but while I was traveling here, I got word that you have a few small problems. You lack money, resources, and it would seem like some of your heaviest hitters have been apprehended by some of the pro heroes. What are you getting at? I want to help. What would you say if I had the ability to free some of your allies and manage to hire more villains? Shigaraki felt his eyes widen as he began to scratch his neck. Octavius was also intrigued and felt a huge smile develop on his face. What do you say? Would you be willing to allow me to help? Fisk stuck his hand out and Tamura stopped scratching. Tamura reached for his hand and gave a firm handshake while keeping his pinky finger up. Welcome to the League of Villains, Midoriya household. As Izuku and Bakugo were walking back to Izuku's apartment, Midoriya heard talking coming from his home. Izuku opened the door to see Mitsuki and Masaru talking in the doorway. What did I miss? Izuku, what the fuck happened? Mitsuki grabbed Izuku's shirt and began to violently shake her nephew. I was so fucking worried. Why do you do this to me? Auntie, please stop. I'm getting a bit lightheaded. Mitsuki stopped shaking him and began to cry in his shoulder. Midoriya made eye contact with his uncle and tried to silently tell him to help him. Masaru crossed his arms and shook his head, which made Izuku feel betrayed. Bakugo tried to ignore this whole situation and went to the kitchen. After Mitsuki got up, she wiped the tears off her eyes. Well, are you okay at least? Yeah. The doctor said that it was a miracle I recovered so quickly. I'll be fine. I just have to avoid any superpowered villains. Izuku smiled brightly while Mitsuki didn't change her facial expression. It'd be better if you get some rest. You and Bakugo both have school tomorrow anyway. And I mean it. Of course. I need to shower first. Good. I left some sandwiches in the fridge in case you get hungry. Get some rest. Of course. Bye, Auntie. Bye, Uncle Bakugo. And bye, Katsuki. Go fuck yourself. Katsuki. The door slammed and Izuku let out a sigh of relief. It's been a while since Mitsuki acted like a worried mother to him. It's been a good while since she cursed at Izuku as well. He smiled and glanced at the clock. 6 p.m. Better grab my costume. Oh crap. Izuku reached for his phone and texted Harry. Hey, Harry, do you happen to have Hatsume's number? Yeah, why? She said to meet up with her, but I don't know where. Give me a sec. Once Harry sent Izuku her number, he crawled out of his window and began to swing towards the train station. BZZZ. Hello. Hey, Hatsume. Oh, hey Spidey. Please don't say that so casually. Sorry. Where did you want to meet up? UA, main entrance. All right. Izuku hung up and began to swing a bit faster. Outside the UA entrance, Hatsume walked back and forth in front of the school with a suitcase in her hand. She tried to think of what to say to Izuku. She was nervous enough around heroes, and finding out that one of her friends was a super-powered vigilante didn't help the situation. She decided to stay calm and hope that there was a good explanation of why Izuku lied, and why he suits up as Spider-Man. She sat down and looked towards the buildings. She used her zoom quirk and could see somebody swinging towards her. Wait, why is he swinging? He doesn't have a suit, unless he has several. Izuku took a sharp turn and dropped down into an alleyway, confusing Hatsume. She slowly walked over only to see Izuku walk out and put on his hood to cover the top of his face. What was that about? I had to make a quick stop, but that's not important. Right, so, how do you want to do this? Do you just want to talk in the open or? Yeah, this was an awkward place to be in. How do you have a conversation with your friend being Spider-Man? Hatsume looked around and tried to find a way to get out of this situation. I guess it's better if I just show you. Hold on. Wait, what? Hatsume felt an arm around her waist and saw Izuku pull down a dark Spider-Man mask. Hatsume felt herself get lifted from the ground and, understandably, freaked out. Wait, They wrapped her arms around Izuku, trying to hide. After a few minutes, she slowly opened them. Once she did, she felt a wave of excitement over her. Midoriya saw this and smiled under his mask. The pair swung for what felt like hours until Izuku landed on top of an apartment complex. Whoa, that was an experience. You took it pretty well. It was really traumatizing when I did it the first time. Really, why? Do you have a fear of heights? No, I just wasn't used to shooting webs out of my wrist at the age of 10. Age of 10. But quirks manifest by the time we're 4. 8 was the latest someone could get a quirk. Well, that's the thing. My powers are a bit different. I wasn't born with these powers, nor did I develop them naturally. I got them from a spider bite. A spider bite? Are you serious? Extremely. At first, I thought the spider had a quirk. like having the ability to transfer its abilities to me. But there were many things wrong with that theory. Izuku took a seat at the edge of the building, with Mei being a few inches away from it. Most animals that have quirks are monitored in an isolated area, and the more I researched, there wasn't any insect or arachnid with a quirk, so I went to Oscorp to try and figure out what happened. But that was about a year after the incident. Incident? What incident? Izuku stood up and pointed at an abandoned warehouse and sighed. When I got my powers, I grew more irresponsible and felt like I could do anything. For 10 years of my life, I was bullied and looked down on for being the only quirkless kid in my school. I was an outcast and lost my friends, if I could even call them friends. It wasn't until I took a field trip to Oscorp and learned about quirk genetics. During one of the presentations, a group of spiders got out of their cages and roamed free in the building. And during lunchtime, I was one of the lucky ones to get into contact with them. The other two were never found, and they're probably out there. I know they're alive since I was told that the spiders that were experimented on were noble false widow spiders. At most, they have at least 2 years until they die of old age. But back to the topic at hand. The day after I was bitten, I found that I had abilities. I thought that I'd finally manifested a quirk, but I didn't recall anyone in my family having these kinds of powers. Fast forward a couple of weeks and I'm ditching school to try and improve my powers after all these years. My teachers saw this and asked Gwen to tutor me. Stacy, the very same. I ended up staying there late and began to worry my mother. She then began to scold me and I freaked out. I ended up breaking our apartment door and ran off to who knows where. I spent the night trying to avoid her and Bakugo's family. I got pretty thirsty and thought to stop by a convenience store and buy a quick drink. I lost any part of me at that time. What do you mean? Somebody put a gun in front of the employee and ended up robbing the store. And you want to know what the great Spider-Man did to help? I left thinking that the only way for me to succeed was to look after one person. Me. Izuku stood up and felt his hands start to shake. Hatsum saw this and tried to calm him down. Are you alright? Yeah, it's just that this next part is what gets me. Once I left that employee all alone and felt free of everything, until I ended up paying for it. Izuku shot a web towards the warehouse and both of them swung towards it. Izuku landed on top of the building and was barely to see abandoned police tape that covered the rooftop entrance. This is where I first jumped into action. I didn't even have a suit. I just showed up in a blue hoodie and stopped some guy who used his quirk on a civilian. So, this is where you caught your first bad guy. You must have felt good, right? Stopping a crime. No, I didn't want to catch him. I wanted to stop him. Permanently. Hatsum's eyes widened as she looked back at the city. But why? The civilian he hurt was my mother, Izuku Midoriya, the only person who seemed like she actually cared for me. To make matters worse, the person who robbed the convenience store is the same person who harmed her. If I had stopped him, I could have saved her. I would never be Spider-Man, Hatsum said, taking the words right out of Izuku's mouth. But you went after him and caught him. What stopped you from hurting him? I remembered something that will stick with me for the rest of my life. What? With great power comes great responsibility. The villain fell off this building and I saved him. That's also the first time the police and a pro saw me. After that night, I felt so guilty. I got so caught up in my own thoughts that I didn't know I was hurting those around me. So I made a promise that day. I would never use my quirk for my own personal gain and promised to always help those in need. Fast forward a few weeks, my aunt and uncle start taking care of me and Bakugo backs off a bit after learning about my situation. It suddenly got quiet as Izuku finished speaking. Mei didn't know what to say but saw how saddened Izuku looked. You know, a lot of people would have gotten hurt if Spidey wasn't there to help. For these last few years, you've helped so many people and stopped several villains. I know that you feel guilty for those mistakes you've made. But that doesn't make you who you are. Everything you've done after that day shows who you really are. A person who just wants to help others. And I want to help as well. What? Hatsum pulled out the suitcase she had with her and showed Izuku. While you were in the hospital, I managed to get a hold of your costume. It was pretty much destroyed, but I managed to fix it, and added a few ideas. She opened the suitcase to reveal a new Hatsum-approved Spider-Man suit. I kept your signature web pattern in red but modified a few things. The mask has a night vision feature, communication system so you could talk to people and listen to police scanners for any crime. I also made a utility belt for some gadgets you could use. It's nothing too special. Just a signal light that blinds or intimidates your opponents, mini trackers that I like to call spider tracers, and some medical supplies like bandages, hand sanitizer, and nitrogen peroxide. Oh, and one last thing. This is my favorite feature. She took out the suit and turned on the mask's communication system. Expand. The suit then shot out web-like fabric out of the suit underarms, which impressed Izuku. Is that a wingsuit? It functions like one. It's both water and fireproof. Just don't let anything stab it. She closed the suitcase and handed it to him. I don't know how to repay you. You can repay me by letting me work with you. Wait, you were serious? But why? At first it was to make you my personal guinea pig for my babies. But after listening to your story, I want to be there for you. And still be my guinea pig. Okay, but are you sure? If you help me, you could get in a lot of trouble for assisting a vigilante. And if my identity is revealed, I'll end up hurting those close to me. I know the risks. Besides, you've been doing this for the last 4 years without getting caught. I'm sure it'll be a while before that happens. So, I guess this is happening. I never thought I'd get a sidekick. Hey, personal inventor and assistant. That's a sidekick. I'll reveal your identity. Okay, I'm joking. The next day. So, how do you feel, Izuku? I'm feeling alright. I just needed some rest and now I'm back to normal. How was everyone, by the way? Everyone had fun. We ended up having a video game tournament with Bakugo coming out on top. Was it Super Smash Bros? Yeah, how did you know? He grew up playing all of the games and kept beating me with Mario. That's how he won. The closest someone got to beating him was Uraraka with Kirby, but she ended up falling off the map. That sucks. Izuku turned back at his desk trying to finish an engineering assignment that Power Loader gave out. While working on it, he looked back to see Hatsume finished early and began sketching something in a journal. Mr. Midoriya. Huh, yes, sensei. How close are you to finishing your packet? Pretty close, sir. I'd advise not to get distracted. I get that you just got out of the hospital, but that doesn't give you an excuse to slack off. Of course, sorry. It's alright. Keep doing your best. Izuku focused back on his paper and tried to figure out the last 3 questions. Why do these last 3 have to be open-ended questions? Lunchtime. After getting his lunch tray, Izuku tried to find Harry or Hatsume but ended up lost. Deku. Hey Deku, over here. Midoriya looked over to see Uraraka and Ida having lunch together. Izuku smiled, relieved to find one of his friends. Hey, guys, how are you? I'm fine. Did you get enough sleep after yesterday? Yeah, thanks for convincing me to stay, by the way. I was just worried. Oh, Ada, you remember Izuku, right? Of course, I remember you from the Expo. Good to see you again, Ada. So how's the hero course? It's been great. Today we got to choose our school representatives. Really, I thought you guys would be studying different techniques to beat villains. At first glance, it may not seem that important, but being the class representative for the class of future heroes is a huge responsibility. You have to set an example for the students and inspire them to do their best. Well, when you put it like that, it makes it seem really important. So how do you guys choose? Ada suggested that we should all vote on it. It was close, but Ida had one more vote and ended up as our class representative and Yaoyorozu as our vice. That's great. You look like you'll be a great class representative. Looking like one and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely put a good impression on fellow students during the expo. Merely. Hey, I've been wondering. Are you a rich boy, Ida? Uraraka. You can't just say that. Why not? I'm just curious. Izuku and Uraraka both looked at Ada, waiting for a response from the class representative. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Do you know the turbo hero, Ingenium? I know him. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his agency. I also worked with him on a case once. Worked with him? What do you mean? Oh, I was Dr. Connors' assistant once and got to meet a lot of people. I happened to work with him once, yeah. Wait, are you his younger brother? Indeed I am. My brother is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Not necessarily. I don't think it's ever too soon to lead others. If you want to be one of the best heroes, then it's almost essential to be sure that your presence is enough to inspire people. The earlier you do it, the easier it'll be down the road. I believe you're right. You sure know a lot about the topic of heroes. Would you mind if I ask why? Well, I've always wanted to be a hero when I was younger. I guess I just can't let that go. And I won't. For Mom's sake. Izuku's smile went down as he felt his spider sense flare up. What now? An alarm sounded shortly after and Izuku stood up. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat, excuse me. What's level 3 security? Someone is trespassing on school grounds. I haven't seen this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry, too. Deku, where are you going? Ida and Uraraka watched as Izuku ran out of the cafeteria without them. Why would he run off? He has the right idea, Uraraka. We should leave too. Izuku rushed to his locker and made sure that no one was around. Suitcase, here. I don't have time to suit up. I just need my mask. And I guess I'll take the utility belt. As Izuku put on the mask, he heard something nearby. Who's there? Oh, that's unexpected. I didn't expect you to be here. I'm not digging the uniform. I liked you better in red and blue. Izuku saw a blonde girl with silver highlights removing glass from the window. She wore a black skin-tight suit with white fur surrounding the front of the suit. She also wore a mask that covered the upper half of her face. Who are you? Come find out. She jumped out of the window and ran to the top of the building. Why can't people just have a normal conversation these days? Spider-Man began to give chase and zipped towards the roof. The villain looked back and smiled as she began to get excited. She ran across the roof with Spider-Man close behind her. What are you doing here? I'm here on important business. Would you like to know what kind? She stopped and walked a bit closer to him. Easy, cat lady. I don't want to fight. Just have a nice meaningful conversation. Name's Black Cat and I don't fight insects. Izuku saw as Black Cat's hand shot out claws and immediately dodged her attack. Oh, not bad. Let me try again. Black Cat got ready to attack again but was hit by a flashing red light. Wait, is that me? While Black Cat covered her eyes, Izuku admired that the light was Spider-Man shaped. Oh, that's kinda cute. Hey, wait. Black Cat ran off the building and dived to the ground. Spider-Man turned off the light and leaped over towards her location. But when he landed, she was nowhere to be seen. The only person he saw was a UA student running away. Izuku looked around puzzled and confused. Who the hell was that? How are ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? The press didn't do this. We think someone sneaked into the building. Some students found some of the glass of a window missing. Our cameras were also offline during this period. Whoever got in was here for something and we won't rest until we find out what. The teachers of UA agreed with the principal and walked back into the building. After school, so it wasn't the media. No, it was some weirdo in a cat lady suit. I caught her leaving, but couldn't find her after. Did she leave anything behind? Any clues? When I went back inside, I tried to find out where she went. After searching for a while, I found one of the school's doors open. Inside the room was a bunch of documents, but one specific document was missing. What was it? I don't know. All I know is that the document was in a folder, named Class 1A. What? What could she have stolen? As I said, I don't know. That's why I wanted to meet with you as soon as possible. Could you possibly hack into UA's system? What the fuck? Izuku, do you know what you're asking? You're asking me, an engineer and design expert, to hack into a heavily secured hero school system. I know. I just didn't know who else to ask. I don't know any other smart person who also happens to know my identity. Well, except Dr. Connors. Connors know who you are. Why don't you ask him? He's a scientist, not a hacker. Well, neither am I. Izuku sighed as he tried to think of someone he knew personally. There was Gwen, Melissa, and a few other intelligent people. The problem was that none of them knew his identity, so that was a dead end. As his mind tried to figure something out, his phone began to ring. He pulled it out to see the hospital his mom was staying at was calling him. Hello, is this Izuku Midoriya? Yes, is there something wrong? We need you to arrive at the hospital as soon as you can. It's about your mother's current situation. I'll be right over. Izuku hung up and turned his attention back to Hatsu. I'm sure I'll be able to think of something, but I gotta go somewhere now. Okay, I'm going to head home and work on some future gadgets. Maybe I'll give you one for tomorrow. Call me if you need help. I gotta go. Izuku said his goodbyes and went towards a train that would be traveling towards Hasu. He didn't know what to expect. Maybe, just maybe she got better. That's all he could hope for. Hasu General Hospital. Mr. Midoriya, I called you to tell you a bit of news. We've already informed Mrs. Bakugo as well and we've just needed to inform you. Why? What happened? Well, as you know, we've brought in every doctor we could possibly think of to try and help your mother. But the good news is that we think that we finally have a team that could help you. Dr. Stephen Strange, Dr. Curtis Connors, Reed Richards, and even the principal of the UA High School have all teamed up together to try to find a way to help her. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard this. He couldn't believe it. Some of the world's most intelligent beings were willing to help his mother. This was probably the best thing he could hear. However, we can't help her now. What? What do you mean? Why? This requires a great deal of money, and Hisashi has stated that he won't give a single yen. He said what? Izuku stood up from his chair so fast that it startled the doctor and knocked down Izuku's seat. He didn't say that. Tell me he didn't. I'm sorry to be the one who has to tell you this, but it's true. Hisashi declined once we showed him the price for the treatment. Well, how much money did it cost? Here is the paper. Izuku was handed the hospital bill and began to search for the price. His mouth dropped as he saw the price. Unknown location. So, All Might will be teaching Class 1 tomorrow. Perfect. You can thank Kingpin for that, Tamura. Oh, please. I can't take any credit. If it wasn't for our little burglar here. Fisk pointed at a woman who was currently having a drink at the bar. It seemed like fun and I got to meet someone special in the process. But I didn't just take the job for my amusement. Of course, the suitcase please. One of the Kingpin's henchmen handed the large man a suitcase full of money. As promised, 108,814,000 yen. Awesome. I wonder if I'll be able to upgrade my claws. Thank you so much, Fisk. Oh, Kingpin. I'll contact you if we need some of you. Skills, you are free to go. With a smile on her face, she left the building and went to spend her earnings. You're really gonna let her go? I thought that we were gonna get more allies. You will, just not her. She doesn't really share our ideals, but she has proven extremely useful in certain situations. Your allies should be here by tomorrow and ready to take on Eraserhead, 13, and be able to distract All Might. Shigaraki's smile grew as he realized what would happen to the symbol of peace. Checkmate, All Might, Hasu City, 95,578,871 yen and 58 cents. Spider-Man was swinging around the city trying to clear his head. Mr. Midoriya, we have agreed to give you a deadline of 9 months. It's possible to extend it, but we aren't giving you more than a year. He landed on the side of the wall and smacked his head on it. As if money wasn't already an issue, now I have to find a way to earn some more. What am I gonna do? I can't ask Connors because he already has an assistant. I can't believe it. Izuku saw as a dark figure was making its way through the city, but he could tell who it was. Hey, cat lady. Izuku quickly got up and began to chase her. Black Cat saw him and smiled. This day just keeps getting better. Black Cat decided to make the chase a bit more interesting. Just as Izuku was about to catch up to her, she jumped off the building, stopping Spidey in his tracks. Oh no, I got you. Well, are you gonna follow me? Black Cat was swinging on what looked like a cable and Izuku sighed. Why is this getting more difficult? Hey, wait up. Spidey's chase looked like it would take all night, so he needed to find a way to slow her down. As he was planning how to stop her, he could hear laughter. He saw that she was having fun, being chased by a guy in a spider costume. It was weird, but Izuku used this to his advantage. He played along, swinging a few blocks until he took a risk. I think it's time you got off this ride. Spider-Man launched himself towards her and fell on top of her rooftop. Once they fell, Izuku made sure to stay on top of her and webbed hands and legs onto the roof. All right, I have some questions. Questions? Me first. Is this your way of telling a girl you like her or telling them that you want them? What? No, stop distracting me. What did you steal from UA? Why are you so interested? Do you actually study there? I thought the uniform was some sort of cosplay. Izuku was starting to get impatient. He saw the suitcase that she was carrying around and thought of something. What's this? It seems important. Don't you dare. I'm doing it. Izuku snatched the case and got off her. She tried to free herself, but the webs were stronger than she thought. Geez, why are you getting so worked up about? When you steal, it's all cool, but when someone steals from you, all hell breaks loose. What's even in here? Spidey opened the suitcase to see it filled with yen. This is a lot of money. Please no. Midoriya stopped looking at the money and closed the suitcase. He knew that money could help his mom and then some, but she wouldn't want that. Where did you get this money? Who hired you? Why should I say anything? I'm not gonna take your money, but that doesn't mean I won't let you have it. We're pretty high up, so if I drop it, the money would fly out and several people would end up stealing it. I'm sure you don't want that to happen. Even if I wanted to tell you, I can't. Bad for business. How about this? I'll let you go free and take your suitcase full of money if you can just tell me what you stole. You don't have to tell me who hired you, just what you stole. I could tell you that, but I'd like to ask one more thing. What? You are so cute and fun to be around. How can I contact you? You could commit a crime. All right, deal. I was kidding. I wasn't. Do you want to know or not? Fine. All right. I was assigned to steal a few documents about the schedule for Class 1 tomorrow. I took the job because I was offered a lot of money. So as a generous act, I broke into the school while some guy with blue hair disintegrated the entrance. Blue. Oh no. Shigaraki, you gave the schedule to the League of Villains. No, I didn't say anything. Even if I did, I'm not working for them. 100 million yen is 100 million yen. Just so you can let me go, I'll throw you a little bone. The unforeseen simulation joint is where they are heading. Now please let me go. I haven't eaten anything yet and I'm starving. Izuku nodded and released her from his webs. But just before Izuku left, Black Cat grabbed his face and planted a little kiss on his cheek. I'll see you around, Spider. She disappeared and left Izuku stunned. What did I get myself into? The next day. Hey, Izuku, what's with the camera? It's for a club I just joined. I met with the teacher early today. That's cool and all, but why photography? I thought that you'd be a nerdier group like Rocket Club, Chemistry Club, or that weird biology group. I saw my options and decided on photography. Midnight also assigned us to take pictures of any heroic acts we see. So, are you gonna stalk a bunch of pro heroes or what? No, I asked Midnight for a favor and she accepted it. What was the favor? If I could take pictures of the Class 1A's hero training. What? But we have an English quiz today. Oh, I see. You're skipping class in order to take pictures. Whatever you say, Harry. Bye. Izuku adjusted his camera and made sure to put his mask in the back of his PE uniform. After telling Midnight about his favor, she recommended wearing something that would allow him to move freely. Of course, his suit was still under his uniform. Before he left the school, he reached for his phone and called someone. Hatsum, are you in position? Yep. Finished all my work early. Can you tell me why you need me again? If Black Cat was right, then the League should arrive. How are they gonna be able to infiltrate the USJ? How are they able to infiltrate the Stark Expo? Oh, right. Well, if that does happen, I'll be on standby until you put on the mask. Got it. Might be a while, so get something to eat. Slurp's way ahead of you. On before I forget. What do you think of the baby I developed for you? I still don't know why this thing crossed your mind. Explosions are cool. Plus it might come in handy. Izuku hung up and rushed outside. Once he opened the door, he could see the students with all of their colorful costumes. Izuku felt a huge amount of excitement seeing them in their suits. They were the future generation of heroes. Is that Deku? Hey, Izuku Midoriya, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be in class? Technically no. I'm supposed to be with you guys. The hell you are. This is a class of heroes, Deku. Who's gonna let you on? Midoriya, about time. Bakugo looked back to see Aizawa approaching Deku. Midnight just sent me the email this morning. If I didn't accept, she would have found another way to annoy me. So here's your press pass and a few rules you have to follow. What are the rules? I know that you're close with some of my students, but I encourage you to not distract them when they're training. Also, turn the flash off your camera. The last thing I need is for my students to go blind. And under no circumstances will you leave the teacher's side unless you need to use the bathroom or I allow it. Is that clear? Crystal, Mr. Aizawa. A whistle suddenly blew as Ida told the class to enter the bus. Uraraka grabbed Izuku and dragged him there. Come on, Deku. Let's go. Right. The students all entered the bus and Izuku took a seat next to Tsuyu and Monoma. Ada seemed disappointed in himself as he didn't think that the bus would be different than those of regular school buses. As Izuku was adjusting the lenses of his camera, he felt a hand touch his shoulder and looked up. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Ribbit, why do you do that, Monoma? I was just curious about what his quirk was and wanted to copy it. That's gonna be pretty hard. How? And Quirkless. You're what? Right, I haven't told most of you. I think only Ada, Uraraka, and Bakugo know. Now I think about it. You haven't exactly introduced yourself, Izuku. Ribbit. I guess I haven't. You don't want to know anything about that loser. If you know him, Bakugo, then he must be pretty interesting. I mean, Katsuki is my childhood friend. Friend? I'm not his friend. How did you even become friends with him? He's not exactly the nicest person out there. My mom was friends with his and we shared a huge love for All Might. I'm pretty sure he still has an All Might trading card in his room. He's an All Might fanboy. Sort of. Bakugo's blood began to boil as they all made fun of him. We were friends for a few years until I was diagnosed quirkless. Everyone stopped laughing as they began hearing Izuku. Even Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he listened. Once I got home that day, I wasn't myself. I kept playing an All Might video to try and cheer me up, but the realization of never being able to help kept hitting me. I tried to ask my mom if I could still be a hero like All Might, but all she did was cry and apologize to me. The next few years weren't any easier, but I still managed to keep a smile. Even if I knew my dream of being a hero was over. Izuku could hear a few people crying, most notably Mina, Kami, and Kaminari. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to ramble on. It is all right, Midoriya. I'm sorry that all happened to you. The fact you keep moving forwards is quite inspirational. I'm sure your mother would be proud of. Yeah, I hope she is. Bakugo could see that bothered him and knew exactly why. The bus stopped and everyone began to get off. Izuku stayed behind to adjust his lenses a bit better and thought he was the last one to get off. Oi, Deku. Huh, what do you want? Izuku couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Everyone except Bakugo and Izuku was off the bus, so only Izuku could see what was happening. Bakugo was currently giving Izuku a sincere hug. You're a huge idiot, but I know about your mom. We'll find a way to pay. You don't need your stupid dad for that. And you better enjoy this hug cause you ain't getting another. Bakugo let him go and ran out of the bus. Izuku followed shortly, still trying to process what happened. Everyone, I've been waiting for you. The class all cheered as they were meeting the space hero, 13. Izuku took this chance to take a picture of the hero. 13 led the way and everyone began walking inside. Midoriya was still cautious as he couldn't see any sign of the League of Villains. When they entered the facility, they saw a shipwreck zone, a landslide zone, a fire zone, a windstorm zone, and a mountain zone. Izuku made sure to take a wide shot of the USJ and overheard the teachers. 13, where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here. Izuku's eyes widened as he heard that. All Might was supposed to be here. Wait, if the League knows that, then why would they want to come here? Did Black Cat lie? Izuku began trying to think while taking pictures of the class. 13 was giving advice to the students with Izuku trying to observe the facility. As he was, his spider sense began to come into play. 13 just finished the speech to class when the lights began to flicker. Izuku's eyes went straight to the water fountain and used his camera to zoom in. He saw a familiar purple portal open up and whispered, "Oh shit." Aizawa looked back as he saw someone crawl out of the portal. Everyone was focused on the portal and Izuku tried to slowly retreat. He needed to suit up if he was going to be able to do anything to help. Yaorazu made her way to the front and asked the teacher something. Teacher, what about the trespasser sensors? We have them, of course, but did they only appear here or around the whole school? Todoroki questioned as he kept his eyes on the villains. Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Izuku then realized something. He knew that the League would attack the where and when, but not the why. They first attacked the Stark Expo when Taskmaster suggested to use weapons from the Expo or to have Morgan make them some. Izuku was way over his head and came unprepared. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. These villains even had to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave type powers is interfering. Kaminari, try contacting the school with your quirk. Yes, sir. Wait, you're not thinking about fighting them by yourself, are you? There are so many of them. Even if you can erase their quirks, you have a unique fighting style. A frontal battle is suicide. You can't be a hero with just one trick. As Izuku heard that, Eraserhead jumped into action. Izuku took one last picture as Eraserhead sent one villain into the air. There is no time for pictures, Midoriya. We must leave. Right. I've got to find a way to suit up. I can't just leave Aizawa to fend them off alone. He needs backup. The class ran towards the exit hoping to escape. Izuku needed to make sure that they'll be safe in order for him to help. But of course, it wasn't that easy. A purple mist came from the ground and blocked their path. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, in order to have the symbol of peace take his final breath. Our intel told us that All Might should have been here. Has there been some sort of change? Wait, I know you. With the green hair. You were at the expo with. Kurogiri was interpreted as Bakugo and Kirishima rushed towards the villain. The explosion released a smokescreen that blinded Izuku. On dear, that's dangerous. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. Izuku thought that enough was enough. In the mist, Izuku took off his uniform and equipped his mask. As he finished, he appeared in a boat. Spidey dropped his clothes, kept his camera in his utility belt, and adjusted his mask as he tried to contact Hatsune. I need to find a person who is blocking my contact with her. I need her to contact the heroes and tell them we're under attack. Suddenly, Spider-Man heard someone yell in pain as he was slammed onto the boat. Midoriya ran over to see Minta and Tsuyu get onto the boat. Hey, are you all right? What the? It's Spider-Man. Hey, great boy. Not so loud. Sorry, sir. Spidey crouched down to make sure that no villains could see him. Ribbit, why are you here? I heard that the League of Villains would be at UA today. Looks like I came just in time. Are any of you hurt? Only my feelings after she slammed me here. Ignore him. How did you come here? I sneaked in. But that isn't important right now. I need to make sure that you two are safe. Why should we trust you anyway? How do we know that you're not here with them? Have I tried to kill you yet? No. Then that should be enough. Still, we should wait for All Might. Once he comes, he'll beat those villains up. Minta, don't you think they're trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? They even said that they would torture us to death, you know. You should know this too, Spider-Man. We could all be in danger. Midoriya heard as something was approaching them. Several villains began surrounding them, scaring Minta even more. What Tsuyu said caught Izuku's interest. They said that All Might would take his last breath here, but why would they want to kill All Might? Wasn't Spider-Man their number one target? It didn't matter now. He was here to save the students and stop them. All right, let me think. These guys have a better advantage in the water. That means that villains knew both the schedule, but something does make sense. Why did they send you to a shipwreck zone? Yeah, you have a frog quirk, right? How did you know? Lucky guess. But why did they send you to a place where you have an advantage? Wouldn't it have been better to send you somewhere else where you don't have a chance to fight back? What does that mean? That means that these guys don't know what your quirks are. So we need to keep that to our advantage. Then, I'll tell you both about my quirk. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are useless, so you can just forget them. Well, we have some powers in common. I can do anything a spider can. Stick to walls, high jumping powers, and can shoot webs out of my wrists. I also have superhuman strength, speed, healing, durability, and reflexes. I can't forget about my most useful power. I have an extra sense that helps me detect danger, and if I really focus, it helps me locate people and objects. Well, my quirk lets these stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. There was an awkward silence between the three of them. Tsuyu just stared at Minta while Spider-Man was thinking of something. Minta looked like he was on the verge of crying until Spidey asked a question. Your quirk, can it float on water? Yeah, I have a plan. Izuku took a gadget out of his utility belt and began to look for the on switch. I'm going to throw this into the water, which should cause a huge explosion to happen. Asui, do you think you can make the jump next to that mountain? I would probably be a few meters short, but it'll be close. That's perfect. Minta, you're going to go with her while I distract the villains. When the bomb goes off, throw your balls into the water. Yeah. Izuku leaped as high as he could and activated the weapon. Is that Spider-Man? What the hell is he doing here? He threw the bomb into the river just as Tsuyu jumped into the air. The bomb detonated and Izuku landed back onto the boat. Oh no, my uniform. Izuku quickly grabbed his uniform and zipped out of there. He saw Minta throw his balls towards the villains and thought to take a picture. And it isn't what it sounds like, guys. XD. He made sure to fold his uniform and webbed it around. He didn't want to lose it again, so he turned it into a web backpack. Mountain Zone, Momo, Gyro, and Denki were all in the middle of a battle against several villains that were surrounding them. Both of you should take this more seriously. Sorry, I thought using Kaminari would be a good idea. Gyro used her quirk to amplify and send several sound waves towards the villains. Kaminari, why didn't you request something to help you aim in your costume order? A villain sneaked up behind her and tried to take her out, but Kyoka dodged, which allowed Yaoyorozu to knock him back. Sorry for the wait. It takes time to create something this big. Yaoyorozu created a sheet that covered both her and Gyro. It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari, I got it. Now I can be really strong. Electricity filled the entire zone and shocked anyone who set foot on it. Momo looked to make sure that everyone was out. Now then, I am worried about the others. We need to join them quickly. Wait, your clothes. There, I can make some new ones. Why are they so? Kaminari, don't you look here. Kaminari didn't listen as he moved around like an idiot. The group walked over to him but got pushed back. What the? I thought everyone was knocked out. Almost everyone, kid. In the blink of an eye, a man in a yellow suit with some kind of armor grabbed Kaminari and held him hostage. Kaminari, let him go. Can't. I have a job to do. If any of you students use your quirks to stop me, I'll kill your friend here. Wait, so does that mean I can use my powers? Gyro and Momo looked up to see Spider-Man kick the villain in the face, releasing Kaminari in the process. Ew, what the hell are you doing here? I could ask the same thing about you, Max. It's Electro. Whatever. Asui, call me Tsu. Using her tongue, Tsuyu grabbed Max and threw him as far as she could. Sue, Minta, are you all alright? We are thanks to him. Oh my god. Spidey, I mean Spider-Man. Sir, person, I'll stop talking. We can introduce ourselves later. Right now, I need to get you all out of. Og. Spider-Man was blasted away and landed towards the side of the mountain. Sorry, Bug. We can't let you leave. We have someone you'd like to see again. Who the heck are you? We call him Shocker, Arachnid. Izuku felt his arms and limbs tighten up as he was lifted towards Octavius. Dr. Octopus, we meet again. Don't you dare call me that. What do I call you then? Doc Ock. Silence. Octavius threw Spidey towards the mountain, but Spider-Man shot 2 webs towards the doctor and slingshot himself towards him. Electro came back and tried to help, but ended up shocking Dr. Octopus. You idiot. You knocked him out. I'm sorry, Doc. Man, you guys suck at this. I don't think you guys want to help. Get him. Shocker tried to attack Spidey with his air blast, while Electro kept attacking with lightning bolts. Kaminari snapped out of his brainless state and saw what was happening. We should get out of here and meet up with the others. Are you nuts? We have to help him, but everyone else can handle themselves. If that octopus guy wakes up, then Spider-Man might be in more trouble. We have to find a way to help him. I agree, Ribbit. We still owe him for saving us. I think we should go for that electric guy. He seems way more dangerous. I think I can create something to stop him, but it'll take some time. In water. Lots of water. Good thing I know where we could get some. Izuku made sure to keep the attention of the villains, hoping that they would forget about the students. Alright, Spidey, think. How did I beat Electro last time? I webbed him to a streetlight, but All Might arrived and arrested him. I don't think webs will cut it. And I don't know anything about Shocker. I think he might have some sort of air-bending quirk. It would explain how he was. Wait a minute. He's shooting these air blasts with that device on his hand. I think I know what I'll do. Spider-Man rushed towards Shocker while avoiding the combined attacks of Electro and Shocker. Just when he reached the Shocker, Electro appeared in front of him and slammed him to the ground. Sorry, Spidey. I'm just too fast now, but not too smart. Here's web in your eye. Electro let go of Izuku as he tried to remove the webs from his eyes. I've had enough of this. I'm tired of people not taking me seriously. You're the one who makes it too easy. I will kill you. I am stronger than you. I'm faster. I'm Electro. And you're AHHH. Shocker, and Spider-Man moved out of the way as Electro was pushed by a huge stream of water. Izuku looked to see who caused this and saw Momo, Gyro, Kaminari, and Tsuyu holding a large tube that shot the water. Shocker, Midoriya rushed towards him and captured the villain in a web-coated cocoon. Izuku webbed him to the mountain and made sure to take a picture. You stay here and look after Electro and Doc. Wait, where? Where did he go? Izuku looked around, but couldn't find him. The students were also puzzled as they didn't see him get up. Whatever. Are you all okay? We're fine. We thought that we could help you by taking down one of them. I appreciate it. Hello? Are you there? Who are you talking to? A friend. What happened? My signal was disrupted when you entered the building. It was. What was? The communication signal that I have in my mask. Wait, can any of you contact the school? Oh, I can. Kaminari began to contact the school, while Izuku walked away. Hey, can you contact the school for me too? Tell them that Izuku Midoriya said that we're under attack. You got it. Excuse me. Spidey looked back to see Kyoka walk up to him shyly. Yes? Oh, I just wanted to say thanks for saving us. No problem. It's kinda my job, right? But, this is kinda awkward. But you wouldn't happen to give autographs, would you? Oh, sorry. This is kinda new to me. I didn't think anybody wanted an autograph from a vigilante. I'm pretty sure I have a Sharpie here somewhere. Suddenly, Izuku heard a loud scream come from the fountain of the USJ. His eyes widened as he realized the only person who could be there. Eraserhead. I'm so stupid. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to give that autograph, but I need to save him. All of you make sure to head to the main entrance and stay safe. Spider-Man ran out towards Aizawa's location, praying that he wasn't too late. The plaza. Aizawa had fought several villains in his years as a hero. He's even been stabbed or shot at least once, but the type of pain he was feeling was indescribable. I'll tell you, Eraserhead. He's the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Namu. This Namu let out a battle cry as it tightened its grip on Aizawa's arm. The Racerhead's eyes were burning, his goggles were shattered, and his arm was next. One tight squeeze from Namu and his arm was completely broken. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless. Aizawa tried to use his quirk against the Namu once again, but his other arm was broken in the process. How? I'm sure I erased his quirk. Is he just that strong? He's as strong as All Might. Aizawa's head was slammed into the ground and he felt like he was gonna pass out. As his face was planted on the floor, he heard 4 mechanical arms slam into the ground towards him. He looked up to see Doc Ock walk towards Tamura and Kurogiri appear next to him. The spider's here. What? How? I don't know. He just appeared out of nowhere. Damn it. Kurogiri, did you kill 13? I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. Shigaraki looked down and began to scratch his neck. He then began to speed up and used both his hands. You too. If Master didn't tell me to keep you alive, I would have killed both of you already. Shigaraki stopped as blood began to form on his neck. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Man, that really sucks. Let's go home. Are you serious? We can't just quit. You're right. We did have a job to do. Let's kill a few people just to shatter All Might's pride. Starting with him. Shouta felt like this was it. He had a good run as a hero, but it was all over for him until a camera flashed on the side of them. Aizawa's eyes widened as he knew who possessed the camera. No, Midoriya. Here comes Spidey. Spider-Man came in and kicked Namu as hard as he could. As he did, Aizawa was released from his grip and Izuku made sure he was awake. Hey, Eraserhead, wake up. What are you doing here? A little birdie told me that UA high school would be ambushed today. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. My students are safe. Most of them anyways. I'm here to save you. You. Spider-Man looked up to see Shigaraki begin to violently scratch his neck again. Yeah, me. The game's over. I'm going to stop you all. As Izuku stood up, a loud noise came from the entrance of the USJ. As the smoke cleared, a man walked into the building and had the most serious face a man could make. It's fine now. I am here. Izuku smiled under his mask as he saw the symbol of peace. Izuku, is that All Might? Yeah, I think everyone is gonna be fine. The students that weren't scattered felt tears in their eyes as they saw the symbol of peace slowly walk towards them. Mina started to burst into a saddened cry as she held 13's arm. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. On my way, I passed young Ada and got a rough idea of what happened. All Might tried his best to keep a smile but was incredibly furious. The thought of how frightened it must have been for the students bugged him, and the fact that his fellow pros fought so hard because of his limit made him furious with himself. So with a furious face, he ripped off his tie and spoke. It's fine now. I am here. Minta and his group began to arrive at the entrance as they saw All Might standing in front of them. All Might. Oh, thank God. Spider-Man didn't look back as he tried to keep Aizawa awake. but he could tell that All Might wasn't smiling. "I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society." Using his super speed, All Might instantly defeat the remaining villains in the central plaza and stood next to Spider-Man and an injured Eraserhead. "Sorry, Aizawa." "Spider-Man, you tried to help, correct?" "I helped the students, sir. I'm sorry. I arrived too late to help him. I thank you for your assistance. Please, bring him to the entrance and keep my students safe." "Hurry." "Understood." Izuku put Aizawa over his shoulder and swung towards the entrance. All Might stares down the villains before beginning his attack. Carolina. Namu. Smash. All Might's attack connected with the Namu but didn't affect the monster. Instead, Namu retaliated with a punch, which All Might dodges and counters with another punch. Meanwhile, Spider-Man just arrived at the entrance with Aizawa. "Hatsum, I need help." "What is it?" "First I need you to send an ambulance for Aizawa and 13. "Is that Spider-Man?" Izuku landed in front of the students and surrounded him and Aizawa. "Mr. Aizawa, I need to know how to stabilize Eraserhead." "What's broken?" "Both arms, some ribs, his nose, and he's losing a whole lot of blood." "Okay, stop the bleeding and try to keep his arms in a straight position." "Got it. Can any of you help me out?" "I'll help." "Me too. What do you need?" Kami, Kashiko, and Shizaki walked over to try to assist Spidey in any way they could. "I need someone to find something straight and strong like a pole or tree branch, someone to hold his head up, and finally someone to find something that could wrap around the first object." They all got to work as Izuku used his webbing to spray any bleeding parts. Momo used her quirk to create arm-length metal poles while Kami and Mina grabbed the tree branches for them and Kashiko made sure to hold Aizawa in position. "Alright, that should stop the bleeding." "Where are the—" "We got them." "Put those branches on his left arm and wrap it with something." "I believe I could help with that." Shizaki used her vine quirk to wrap up Aizawa's arm and Izuku used his webbing for Eraserhead's right arm. "That should stabilize him for now. The ambulance should be here for both 13 and him. Stay with them until they arrive." "What are you gonna do?" "My job." Spider-Man used his webs to leap into the air. "Expand." Izuku's suit produced the web-like fabric and dived towards All Might. "You did the thing." "Oh my god. Is it working properly? Does it look cool?" "Oh no." "Oh no, what?" All Might's in trouble. Izuku dived even faster as he saw that Namu was pressing against All Might's side, while Kurogiri held him captive. As Izuku reached them, he was slammed to the ground. "You two take care of All Might. I'll deal with the spider." Octavius spun around the heroic vigilante and got ready to throw him away. "I don't think so." Izuku used his strength and managed to land onto the ground. "I'll take this." Midoriya ripped one of Otto's mechanical arms. As this happened, an explosion erupted behind them. Spider-Man saw Bakugo pin down the warp villain and Todoroki freeze half of Namu's body. With that, All Might was released from his grip and joined his students. "Nice job, you damned moron. Do you know how long it'll take to repair this?" Izuku was once more slammed onto the ground and thrown towards the symbol of peace. He caught the vigilante with one hand as the other was holding onto his injury. "Oh, that looks bad." "It feels bad. I can stop the bleeding with my webbing and—" "As much as I would appreciate that, we need to focus on the task at hand." Spider-Man stood up next to All Might and Todoroki. Bakugo and Kirishima made sure that Kurogiri didn't escape their grasp. "Don't move, you foggy bastard. If I feel like you're moving suspiciously, then I'll blow you up." Shigaraki saw how the situation was playing out. These kids made them seem like amateurs and he didn't like that. "Namu, you know what to do." Namu listened and began moving again. As it did, its frozen limbs fell off. "Everyone, get back." The Namu broke the ice that covered its limbs and began to regenerate. "What? His quirk wasn't shock absorption? I didn't say that was all he had. This is his super regeneration. Namu has been modified to take you at 100% of your power. In short, he's a super efficient human sandbag. Go Namu." Spidey and Todoroki got into a fighting stance as they saw Namu fully healed. Izuku tried to use his webbing to slow him down, but it was futile. The Namu was too fast and aimed an attack towards Katsuki. The attack caused a huge burst of wind to push back the students and Spidey. As the smoke cleared, Namu had Kurogiri and Bakugo was nowhere to be seen. "Bro, how did you dodge that?" "No, shitty hair. I didn't." "Wait, then how?" The group looked towards a broken wall and saw All Might in a defensive stance while coughing. "Ew, do you not know how to hold back?" "It was to rescue my companions. I had no choice. Earlier, that bastard Spider-Man ripped off one doc's mechanical arms. Violence for the sake of others to admire his strength. Isn't that right, hero?" "You know what, All Might? I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace. You're just a device to repress violence. Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we kill you. That's preposterous. The eyes of white-collar criminals like you burn silently. You want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, you liar?" It was getting tense as the two of them were arguing with each other. It was 5 against 4, but seeing how weakened All Might seemed, Izuku was ready for the worst. Spider-Man, get my students out of here. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't frozen that thing, right? That was a different story, young Todoroki. But it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. Sorry to say this, All Might, but I'm not leaving. Namu and Shigaraki aren't the only threat here. I need to take care of Dr. Octopus here. All Might could tell that Spider-Man knew what he was doing. He has fought with these guys before and he didn't want to beat them to settle a score. No, he wanted to make sure that they wouldn't hurt anyone again. All Might gave a thumbs up as he faced the villains once more. Kurogiri, Namu, take care of All Might. Otto, you know who your target is. I'll deal with the children. Now, let's clear this level and go home. Shigaraki rushed the students and Octavius got ready to attack Spider-Man. Heads up, looks like we're fighting. Don't get in my shitty hair. Izuku decided to rush Octavius as the villain began speeding up. I need to fight. Why? Because I am the symbol of peace. Shigaraki and the students saw Namu and All Might speeding at each other, with Doc Ock and Spider-Man alongside them. As both sides reached each other, All Might and Namu fists clashed, sending a shockwave powerful enough to blow everyone away. Hey, you talked about his shock absorption yourself earlier, didn't you? Yes, I did. As this was going on, Octavius used one of his arms and stabbed Izuku in the shoulder. Pay attention, Arachnid. Izuku felt blood ooze out of his arm as Otto continued to put pressure on Izuku's wound. He let out a scream as he tried to lift the arm. Fast winds kept coming from the fight next to them, which made it difficult for Izuku to do anything. In a last-ditch effort, Izuku let go of the arm and webbed Octavius's face towards him. One swift punch and he was free. We don't have to keep doing this. Just give up and no one has to get hurt anymore. Oh, you like that? Asking for mercy is for the weak. Izuku dodged several incoming attacks and felt the winds get stronger. Heroes are a huge joke. They think that they know what's good and bad, even though some of them end up ruining the lives of others. No one is smart enough to investigate that part and it sickens me. So what? It doesn't matter what you think of a hero. A hero's purpose is to help people because they're supposed to. If you have the power to help those in need, it is your moral obligation to do so. Shut up. Octavius rushed towards the vigilante once more. Spider-Man was angry as he began to fight with him again. He kept avoiding his arms while also connecting his attacks. A hero's true strength isn't his powers or his abilities. It is his responsibility in those powers. And right now, my only responsibility is to beat you and make sure everyone makes it out alive. Izuku didn't hold back as he destroyed another Octo arm and kept attacking him. He grabbed the remaining arms and wrapped them around the doctor. It's over, Otto. Crawler, Assault, go beyond. Plus, Ultra, using the last of strength. All Might sends a devastating punch against Namu, sending him flying out of the USJ and defeating him. Spider-Man shot several webs towards the Octavius before rushing towards the villain and landing a fury of powerful punches. It was over. Both final attacks shook the entire USJ. The Namu flew out of the USJ, and Octavius was knocked out on the ground. Whoa, those were like finishing moves in video games. All Might beat the shock absorption right out him, and Spider-Man gave it his all to stop the other guy. The students were in absolute awe. They saw the power of the #1 hero and the strength of the infamous vigilante. As they were talking, however, Spider-Man and All Might weren't doing so well. Izuku was losing a lot of blood as his shoulder wasn't bandaged or given any sort of treatment, and All Might seemed like he could move another muscle. Hatsum, are you still there? I haven't left yet. Your suit indicates that you're injured. You're losing a lot of blood, Izuku. I know. I think I might need to leave at some point. All Might just beat that Namu thing and seems to have things under control. I'm done anyways. I'll see you at school. Spider-Man made sure that nobody saw him and took cover behind some bushes. He took off his web backpack and got ready to change into his regular UA uniform. Meanwhile, All Might began taunting the villains. What's wrong? You're not coming. You said you'd clear this or something, right? Come and get me if you can. Tamura couldn't help but panic at All Might's statement. Without Namu or Octavius by his side, he was basically a sitting duck. Well, what's wrong? If only I had Namu again. I could. Tamura Shigaraki. Look at how weakened he is. Namu dealt significant amounts of damage to All Might. We still have a chance. Look, Spider-Man is also nowhere to be seen. What? Shigaraki looked over to Otto's unconscious body to see that Kurogiri was right. He was nowhere to be seen. They still had a chance. The students and All Might look over as well to see Spidey gone. The only thing that was left was a huge trail of blood. Some of the other villains began to get up, causing Kirishima and Bakugo to take a defensive stance. I think All Might will be able to handle the main bad guys. Let's go help the others. Whatever. Todoroki looked back to see All Might still standing and saw Tamura and Kurogiri begin to rush the pro. As they were right in front of him, they were stopped as a huge flash of light hit them in the face. As Shigaraki regained his vision, a rock was thrown towards him and knocked off his mask. All Might turned as well, to see Izuku holding onto his camera. You again. Get away from All Might. Shigaraki put his hand through a portal and appeared in front of Izuku's face. It seemed like it was over for him until Shigaraki's hand was shot. Are they here? All Might's question was answered as 2 more gunshots were shot at Tamura. The gunshots came from the pro hero, Snipe, one of the UA teachers, and arrived alongside Ida. Now that the UA pro heroes have arrived, it was game over for the league. Kurogiri knew this and grabbed both Shigaraki and Otto. Surprisingly, a heavily damaged 13 shows up, using Black Hole on Kurogiri and Tamura. I may have failed, but I will kill you next time. Symbol of peace, All Might. The 3 of the villains disappeared, leaving Izuku and All Might in the area. Izuku felt his legs shake and fell to the ground, exhausted. He webbed his camera onto a bush and left the thing on auto mode. He hoped that the camera would take shots of the action, and wouldn't you know it, he was right. As he scrolled through it, he found a shot of All Might placing his fist onto the Namu's stomach before sending him off. Thank you. Izuku looked up to see All Might. No, half of All Might. Izuku saw the symbol of peace in a weak-looking form with half of his face as someone unrecognizable. If it weren't for those few seconds you bought me, I would have been killed. You saved me. Oh, Might. What's your name, kid? Izuku Midoriya. General Studies and Support Course, sir. Nice to meet you, young Midoriya. Midoriya. Kirishima. Are you all right? Yeah, Oh no. He can't see me like this, kid. Huh, wait, Kirishima, stop. Suddenly a huge wall was placed between them. We want to make sure that all the students are safe, so please gather in front of the gate. We will deal with the injured here. Oh, I understand. Roger that. Hey, he said to gather in front of the gate. All Might felt relieved as he fell onto the floor, also exhausted. He thanked Cementos for helping him. Oh, right. Young Midoriya, are you injured? Just a few cuts and bruises. Nothing to worry about. I'm also really tired. That makes 2 of us. That thing was really strong. Yeah, he was. Thank God you were here. I wasn't the only one who helped. Hey, Cementos, do you happen to see Spider-Man swing away? Spider-Man, he was here. Yeah, I wasn't able to thank him. He made sure to keep everyone safe and risked his own safety to take out one of the major villains. Villains? Wait, where do you think they could have gone? Unknown location. At the League of Villains hideout, a portal opened up, with Tamura, Kurogiri, and Otto exiting it. Tamura kept groaning on the floor, while Octavius was still unconscious. My arms, my legs, we lost completely. Even Nama was defeated. All the underlings were defeated in an instant, and that damned Spider-Man knocked out the doctor. He was healthy. You were wrong, Master. No, I wasn't. On the blank monitor, a mysterious person spoke. We were unprepared. None of us anticipated that Spider-Man would be there and didn't expect the students to hold their own. It's good we did it under that cheap name. By the way, where's the Namu? Kurogiri regretfully informs that he could not locate Namu's coordinates and thus he could not save him. I'm sorry, but I could not find him. Not even with my warp. Well, I supposed it cannot be helped. That's unfortunate. There was another kid. If he hadn't gotten in my way, I would have had him. Was he another student? Yes, but he wasn't in their class. That brat caused me to hesitate and get shot. That brat with green hair. Green hair. It's true he isn't in class 1A. But worry not, Tamura. He might have just been there to tag along. Do you think he's a huge threat? No, he's really plain looking. Then leave it in the past. Take all the time you need and try again. We cannot move freely, which is why we need a symbol like you. Next time, show the world that you are to be feared. Outside the unforeseen simulation joint. All right, everyone seems unharmed. So, were the rumors true? Was Spider-Man actually there? Yeah, he saved us from a guy with mechanical arms, Electro, and a guy named Shocker. You should have seen him. I know what you mean. I was with Todoroki and Bakugo when he arrived. He took out the octopus guy while giving a manly speech. What did he say? He said a hero's purpose is to help people because they're supposed to. If you have the power to help those in need, it is your moral obligation to do so. And a hero's true strength isn't his powers or his abilities. It is his responsibility in those powers. And right now, my only responsibility is to beat you and make sure everyone makes it out alive. It was so cool. What about All Might? He was the one who made the hole in the roof, right? Yeah, he was, but it was expected. Where were you, Deku? I didn't see you with us. Were you scattered? Yeah, I ended up in one of the zones and ended up hiding in the bushes. I took a bunch of pictures as well, hiding and running away from danger. Really? Mind if I see any? No problem. Izuku showed Uraraka his camera and saw how many pictures were taken. As they were scrolling through, Izuku saw a picture of Aizawa in his arms and he remembered something. Hey, detective, wait. Yes, I was wondering about Mr. Aizawa. How is he? Oh, right. Comminuted fractures in both arms and a facial fracture. Fortunately, there does not seem to be any serious brain damage. However, his orbital floor has broken into small pieces, and his eyes may suffer from its after effects. On the bright side, whoever thought of stabilizing Eraserhead helped a lot. His recovery would have been longer as a result. That was Spider-Man's idea. I'll make a note of that. What about 13? 13 has been treated. The laceration from the back to the upper arm was bad, but 13 will survive, as well as All Might. We don't know about Spider-Man's condition, however. All Might said that he was stabbed, which caused him to retreat. All we can do is hope he's okay. I do know that he has recovered from worse. I believe it's time for you to head back to your classrooms. All right, we should go. Come on, Deku. You might be able to visit our classroom. I'm not sure. I need to be somewhere first. Sorry. Uraraka seemed to understand as she walked towards the bus. Before Izuku entered the vehicle, he made a call. Hatsum, can you meet me at my house? And bring a large medkit. Midoriya residence. I don't understand how you have the determination to keep doing this. Oh, I just try to focus on why I do it. Hatsum adjusted her goggles as she wanted to make sure she was doing the stitches right. You know, you're lucky that I know first aid as well. Otherwise, you'd be stuck with a huge wound on your shoulder. Yeah, so lucky. What's wrong? You don't seem like your usual self. I just remembered something from yesterday. Remember how I told you about the bad guy who hurt my mom? Yeah, well, that guy put her in a coma for these last few years and they might have a chance to get her back. Really, that's great. But you don't seem happy. I'm beyond happy. I could finally see my mom awake again, but you're right. I'm not. The treatment costs almost $1 million in order for her to get the actual treatment, and they gave me a generous year before they decided to pull the plug. Huh, isn't that a great way to start off my first UA school year? First the Stark Expo. Pro heroes are after Spidey, the USJ. And now my father won't pay anything to keep my mom alive. What? What is wrong with him? I don't know anymore. I also still need to find a way to get $1 million in a year. I mean, you could ask Osborn. No. He's my friend. I can't possibly ask him to spare $1 million on me. I need to do this on my own. But I can worry about myself later. I hope that everyone else is safe. Osborn residence. Dad, have you heard the news? Everyone has Harry. In fact, I'm currently heading to a meeting with the staff of the UA, and we're going to discuss this. I should be back before midnight. There is food in the fridge and check in with Laura. I feel like she hasn't taken the news lightly, but not now. She told me that she wants to be alone for a few minutes. I understand. Take care. Harry went back to the couch and started listening to a news report. Meanwhile, Laura was in her room going back and forth on a decision she was about to make. She sighed as she called someone on her phone. BZZ. Hello, Logan, is that you? Laura, what's wrong? You usually never call. Have you heard? Yeah, I heard, kid. It's not who you think it was. That man should be long gone. How can you be so sure? He's the one who made me like this. He could still be out there. He could. Laura, calm down. If you want, I could visit you and have a talk. You don't have to. I'm just worried. I needed someone to talk to. How about this? UA is having their annual sports festival. I can set up a quick meeting to talk about the possibility of that bastard still being alive. If there is a possibility he's out there, I'll find him and end this once and for all. If he's not, you can continue that normal life you deserve. That sounds nice. Good. Now please go to sleep. You woke me up pretty early. Different time zones, remember. Right. I'll see you then, Logan. She hung up as she felt a bit relieved. That feeling soon left her as she looked at her hands and remembered something. Snicked. After years, 2 sharp metallic claws were sticking out of her hand with blood spewing out of her knuckles as she started to get angry. Why? Why did this happen? To me. She slammed her fist onto her desk and broke it in half. Hey, Laura, are you alright? Huh? Oh no. Yeah, I just hurt myself. I'll be fine. Oh, okay. I hope you feel better. Thanks, Harry. I'll try. Hatsum residence. May arrived at her house and immediately rushed to her room. She made sure to close the door and lock it. Her room was filled with tools, drawings, and several inventions she made herself. She opened her laptop and got to work on Izuku's new suit. After what happened at the USJ, she knew that the old one wouldn't cut it. As she was scrolling through several designs she thought to make him before, she stopped scrolling as she saw a very old design. Not for a Spider-Man suit, but for a prototype armor. Out of curiosity, she selected it and saw what it was about. It showcased a huge buff armor that looked like a metallic version of All Might or Endeavor. She saw several errors with it. The appearance would most likely limit mobility and speed. Not to mention, it looked like it had rockets on armor's legs. If it was to fly, then it wouldn't go far. She almost forgot what inspired her to make armor like that, but it hit her. Every kid around her wanted to be a hero, while she just wanted to build things. She had several ideas for heroes all around the world to use her inventions. But in the deepest part of her was a desire to help people in her own way. That's why she designed an armor like that. I mean, it's not a bad concept, but this could use some work. Well, Izuku seemed pretty okay with the damaged suit for now. I guess I could redesign the suit. Out of curiosity, the first thing she did was remove all the weapons she thought would be great to have. Flamethrower, rockets, machine gun, lasers, yeah, everything was a mess. She then focused on the design itself. She decided to make it look slimmer, more agile, and more realistic. She didn't bother to add color and let the armor keep its metallic silver. She added flaps, stabilizers, and a power source which would be the most essential part of its design. Once she finished, she was amazed at what she made. I'll still need to work on it, but this could work. But right now, I need to focus on something else. Musutafu, Japan. After being completely stitched up and seeing Hatsum leave, the first thing Izuku did was try and search for any clues of the whereabouts of the League. And he found nothing, not one little clue. Man, what is happening? No Taskmaster, no League, no Black Cat, no job, no money, and no mom. When did life decide to shit on me? Whatever. At least everyone in Class 1 is safe and the League lost several of their allies. All I can hope for is that it stays like that for a while. Give yourself some credit, Izuku. You saved All Might and put away a lot of bad guys. I just need a vacation from this. Izuku stopped swinging as he saw the city from above. He took off his mask to get a better view. It was so peaceful. There weren't any sirens, any loud noise, or even costumed heroes on sight. Midoriya tried to think of the last time he had felt like this. Before the mask, before the bullying, and before anything bad happened. As much as he tried, he couldn't remember anything. To many, it would seem so sad or depressing, but to Izuku, he didn't care much. This is who he was now. It was his choice to put on the mask, to help others, and to accept the risks. Someday, he would be able to feel this calm once again. But until that day comes, he will continue to help people. Izuku stood up from the building and dived off of the building. Expand. His wingsuit deployed as he was gliding in the city. One final swing across the city and then I'll head home. I could really use some pizza. This is a follow-up report on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Facility where Hero Corps students were attacked by villains. According to the police investigation, the criminals call themselves the League of Villains and have been plotting to kill All Might, who has been a teacher at UA High since the spring of this year. Police have arrested 72 villains, but they still do not know the whereabouts of their ringleader. Surveillance footage has shown clear evidence that the vigilante known as Spider-Man was present during these events. In the following images, it shows Spider-Man rescuing the UA students and assisting the pro-heroes. Police speculate that the vigilante was investigating the whereabouts of this group and tracked them to the attack of the USJ. Logan turned off the TV as he finished packing up and got his passport. Logan, are you sure about this? I am Charles. If he's back, then it poses a huge threat to everyone. I'm sure the school will be fine without me for a little bit. I understand. Have you contacted him yet? No, why not? I'm not even sure if the guy is up to it. This isn't something to bother Toshinori about. I'm only going to check up on Laura, and if there is a possibility All for One is out there, I'll speak to him. Just remember that the X-Men can arrive in Japan if needed. They have heroes as well, Charles. I'll be fine. Hatsum residence. Are you ready? Sure. What do you have? Hatsum opened a file labeled Spider Mark II and revealed a picture of Izuku's new suit. So, I may have not slept at all and decided to finish your brand new suit design. I decided to make the design a bit more unique and added a bit more black and blue. The suit is a lot more durable as well. It's not bulletproof obviously, but it should be able to stop small knives from piercing the suit. It can also withstand temperatures above 1000 degrees Celsius. The wingsuit has been upgraded as well. It's not voice commanded anymore but instinctively deploys it, almost like a sort of artificial intelligence. Now, about the mask. The mask has an upgraded night vision system along with a more efficient police scanner. You'll be able to get alerts in Hasu, Tokyo, Musutafu, Fukuoka, Yokohama, Asuwa, and Deka City. Wow, that seems like a lot of work for a kid who's still in high. And there's more. Ignoring me. Got it. Your utility belt has better medical supplies and gadgets. The spider tracers have a much stronger signal to locate and I designed some web gadgets. Web gadgets? What do you mean? My webs are organic. I know. It was a pain in the ass trying to replicate web like silk. I tried my best, but the formula dissolves in 10 minutes. I made descriptions of these. Web grenade, a bomb that hovers in the air before blasting nearby enemies with webs. Trip mine, a laser-activated device that disables an enemy that comes across it. The final thing I have to talk about is the spider emblem. If you double tap it and say rescue, it'll send an emergency signal to all my devices so I can know if you're in trouble. Hatsum smiled as she felt like she used every bit of her remaining energy on this. Izuku didn't know what to say. Leave it to Hatsum to go above and beyond and end up making you an incredibly overpowered suit. Hatsum, I really appreciate this. How can I repay you? Actually, now that you mention it, you think you could help me at the sports festival? How so? I would love it if you can help me advertise my babies. From what has been rumored, pro heroes from across the world will attend the event, along with several entrepreneurs. If I can get them to notice my gadgets, my future would practically be secured. This where you come in. It'd be nice to have someone by my side and draw attention to my inventions. I'd be happy to help. It'll be more fun than what I had in mind. What was that? Try my hardest to make it to last place. Remember, my name is Izuku Midoriya, a Quirkless student, not a super-powered vigilante. Yeah, that makes sense. So, you'll help me. Yeah, but school doesn't start till tomorrow. Right now, I think you need like a full 15 hours of sleep. Izuku's focus went straight to the TV. As he saw the news, he saw a man with a fishbowl on his head terrorizing downtown. Now, if you'll excuse me, I gotta get to my job. Have a good night. It's 4 p.m. You know what I mean. Izuku grabbed the suit, put on the mask, and began to swing towards the attack. Class 1 degrees Celsius. So, is it true? Huh, who are you all? Is it true that you in Class 1 were attacked by a bunch of villains? The entire class surrounded Izuku's desk. The teacher was currently out of the room, and Midoriya was at the mercy of his fellow classmates. I need to go to the art room. Please let me go. Answer our questions first. Hey, leave him alone. Behind the crowd, Harry came to the rescue and pulled his friend away. Laura, can you make sure he gets away safely? Got it. Let's go. Right. Hey, wait. What about our questions? Izuku and Laura ran out of the room, making sure they were safe. Man, I guess I owe Harry again. Thanks for helping as well, Laura. Don't mention it. So, where are you heading? I need to go to the art room then the Class 1H. I took a bunch of photographs so I'm gonna show them to Midnight. You don't have to come with me if you don't want to. I don't mind. The two of them arrived at the room and Izuku made sure to have his pictures ready. Oh, Midoriya, I was wondering when you'd visit. Good morning, Midnight. I have the pictures from the USJ to show you. Oh, right. Let's see what you have. Izuku gave Midnight the pictures and she patiently looked over the photos. Midoriya was surprised to see how good the quality was, especially since he just webbed his camera onto a bush. Not to mention the camera took some memorable shots. Spider-Man kicking the Namu, All Might arriving, the students helping them, and All Might's plus Ultra Smash. Whoa, these are incredible. Have you shown these to anyone yet? Only my friend, Uraraka. I see. How would you feel about a job as a photographer? Photographer. I know some people who work at a certain newspaper company called Juko News. I'm sure they'll fight for a chance to buy your pictures. Really, how much do they pay? It depends on how good the pictures are. It could be between $100 to $300 per picture. Where do I sign up? Whoa, kid. It's not a sure thing, but I can email the editor-in-chief of Juko News to meet up with you after school. Stop by there in time and I'm sure you can get a reasonable price for photos. Got it. Thanks, Midnight. Of course, now both of you run off to class. Izuku and Laura listened as they left her room. So where are you off to? Me. I thought I'd stick around with you for a bit. We have a few minutes till lunch as well, so there's really no point in going into class. Oh yeah, guess we should head over to the cafeteria. As the two of them walked together, Izuku pulled out his phone and texted Mei to meet him at lunch. Hey, Midoriya, if you think about it, you and I haven't really talked much. Oh, I guess you're right. Now that I think about it, I haven't really talked with Liz or Harry much either. I've been really busy these past few days. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. Everyone's been busy and you got attacked twice by those villains. Yeah, I don't know what their deal is. Don't think about them. They're probably better left behind. So, what do I think about? I guess we could ask questions to get to know each other better. I'll go first. Why did you choose to go to UA? Hi. Oh, my original plan was to train to be a hero. I had a notebook and everything, until when I was diagnosed quirkless. Everything fell apart from there, but I still managed to move forward. I even got interested in science and kept my love for heroes. I chose UA, because Dr. Connors found me in a dark space and convinced me to enroll. What about you? Why'd you choose UA? I didn't exactly choose to enroll here. My father thought it'd be best for me to study here instead of New York, along with Harry and Liz. My father met up with Norman and he agreed to help us. I see. Is your dad a friend of Norman? Not really. My dad works at a school back home with his friend, Charles Xavier. Charles is a friend of Norman. Xavier, like the school for gifted youngsters, Xavier. That's new. I didn't think anyone here knew about that place. As a hero otaku, I know everything. It's one of the very first schools that turned Quirk users into heroes. Yeah, I heard. Anyways, back to the questions. Deku, over here. Oh, your girlfriend is calling you. We'll hold off on the questions later. You have my number, right? Yeah, bye. Wait. Izuku blushed as Laura left to go find her friends. Ochako walking up to him didn't help the situation. What's wrong, Deku? Oh, nothing, Uraraka. What's up? I was wondering if you would have lunch with me and Ida again. Sure, can I invite one of my friends from the support course? I don't see why. Their conversation was cut short as they heard loud footsteps and laughter coming their way. H-A-H-A-H-A. Young Midoriya is here. All Might, what are you doing? Lunch. Wanna eat with me? That's adorable. I mean I would, but I kinda made plans. Oh, don't be like that, Deku. You can go. Are you sure? Yeah, have fun. Izuku sighed and nodded to the pro. He followed All Might to the teacher's lounge after he got his own lounge. Once they closed the door, All Might transformed back into his skinny form. You might be wondering why I called you here. That's one question, right? Please take a seat. Izuku did so as he put his lunch tray down. Feel free to eat as well. I just need you to listen. I'm getting weaker, you saw this firsthand. I was unable to move as those villains began to race towards me. At most, I barely have 2 hours left in my muscle form. 2, yeah, that's the limit to how long I can use my power now. I overdid it too many times. Limit, overdid it. Can you please explain? All Might. Of course, several years ago, I received a critical injury that put me into commission. Ever since that day, my power has been dropping drastically. I pushed my limits when I saved young Bakugo last year and this year with the USJ incident. That Namu was a tough opponent. Oh, I'm so sorry. There's no need to apologize. You and I are really alike. Oh, have some tea. Thanks. If you don't mind me, can I ask you a question? Of course. The sports festival. What are you planning to do? As a Quirkless kid, I thought that I'd try my best to get last place. I wasn't really gonna try until Hatsum asked me for a favor. Hatsum, she's my friend from the support course. I'm gonna try my best to help her advertise her inventions. If I have to get first place, then I have to try my best. So, you're trying to help someone at the sports festival? That's the plan. After that, I was thinking of meeting up with Gwen. Gwen said that Melissa and she would arrive for the festival. Melissa Shield. Yeah, do you know her? She's the daughter of my best friend. That's a nice surprise, especially with everything that's going on. To put it frankly, I don't have much time as the symbol of peace. I was hoping to find a successor, but it's been quite complicated. A successor. Yes, a successor. Someone to take under my wing so that I could personally train them to be the next symbol of peace, but I'm stuck on a few choices. I have chosen 3 potential candidates, but I need to learn more from them before I decide. There's one more reason why I asked you to come here. I want to know that I can trust you to keep my secret. I can tell that you have a big heart, young Midoriya. I look forward to your performance at the festival. Yes, sir. Thank you. It really means a lot. Head back to your class. It's almost time to head home. Izuku smiled a final time as he left for his class. As he was walking back, several people ran around him. Izuku got curious and began to follow them. He saw several students gather around Class 1A's entrance and knew what was happening. Oh crap. We can't get out. What you come here for, anyway? They're scouting out the enemy. Small fry. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. Out of my way, extras. Izuku completely expected this, but still felt the need to facepalm. I came to see what the famous class was like, but you seem pretty arrogant. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Izuku saw Izida, Uraraka, and Mineta desperately trying to disagree with this person's statement. Midoriya recognized the student. His name was Hitoshi Shinso, and he was one of the quieter students in his class. He looked like Aizawa, but younger and with purple hair. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned. There are quite a few people here who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? The school has left those of us a chance. Depending on the results of the sports festival, they'll consider our transfer into the hero course, and it seems they may also transfer people out. I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. Izuku cringed as he saw Hitoshi and Bakugo stare each other down. The tension was broken when another voice spoke up. Hey, I'm from Class B next door. I heard you fought against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. Bakugo ignored the other student and made his way out. Uraraka saw Deku and decided to try to sneak out with him. Izuku helped her through the crowd and both of them left the crowd. Hey, one of them is leaving. Run, right. Izuku grabbed her hand and both of them ran away from the crowd. As they left the building, the two of them stopped to catch their breath. Sorry about that. I didn't want you to be stuck there. Thanks, but can I ask you something? Yeah, can you please let go of my hand? Oh, your girlfriend is calling you. Izuku blushed once more as he let go of her hand and began to walk. Uraraka also blushed but decided to quickly change the subject. Are you heading to the train station? Yeah, Midnight told me to meet with someone at Juko News. I can apparently get paid for the pictures I took of the USJ. I really need the money at this moment. Really? Why do you need it? Oh, for a certain hospital bill. From your villain attack. Something like that. I guess I could relate to your money problems. I'm pretty much broke and my parents haven't been doing so well at work. Really? What's wrong? My family owns a construction company, but we haven't gotten any work, so that's where the broke part comes in. Wait, with your quirk, if you get licensed, then wouldn't it bring the costs down? You could float everything that needs to be floated. I know, right? I've been telling my parents that forever. But they didn't think it'd be best for me. That's why I chose the hero course, so I could sign with a good agency and make plenty of money. Then I'll be able to let my parents take it easy. Oh wow, that's very noble of you, Ochako. You're probably the only person I know who is fighting for someone. I hope you succeed. Really, while I haven't heard anyone say that to me. Thanks, Deku. That means a lot. Uraraka smiled brightly as Izuku returned it, but in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but feel worried. Juko News. Izuku stopped inside of a huge building and made his way to the top. As he made his way up, he saw several people working on articles and others having a conversation. Izuku walked over to the main office hoping to talk to the editor-in-chief. Well, where do you think you're going? Oh, I was hoping to talk to the editor-in-chief. Do you have an appointment? No, but Midnight sent him an email about me. Midnight. Oh, are you Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, I'm here to show him the pictures I took at the USJ. Oh, you mind if I see them? My name's Tanio Tokuda. I'm a freelance journalist. I can take you to her. It's nice to meet you. Here. Tanio grabbed the photos and looked over them. Well, they're good. Very good. How'd you get them? I was in the USJ at the time to take pictures of the students training, but I had to hide. As I decided to take pictures of the heroes fighting. Wait till she sees these. Come with me, kid. Izuku began to walk with Robbie until they stopped and heard a man yelling in the office. No one's going to buy our newspapers with pictures like that. That's the aftermath of the incident. Don't tell me you can't get a picture of anything. Not the Stark Expo, not the USJ, not even Spider-Man. You're fired, get out. Out of his office, a poorly dressed man fell onto the ground and ran out of the building. Izuku began to get worried as he thought that the same thing might happen to him. What is it? I have a photographer here who might have what you're looking for. I'm not looking for an amateur. Call me when you have something worth my time. He's the student Midnight emailed us about. You know, from the USJ. The woman stopped in her tracks and turned around with a smile on his face. Well, why didn't you say so? Nice to meet you, kid. Welcome to Juko News. Please come in. Izuku took a seat and anxiously waited for Jamie to review his photos. She flipped through them and stopped. They're crap. I'm sorry, what? Camera quality, awkward angles, and lighting. I'll give you 200 for all of them. That's way too low. Then take them somewhere else. Izuku reached for his photos and walked to the door. Just when he reached the doorknob, she panicked. All right, sit down. We don't have any pictures for this incident, and you somehow got a perfect picture of Spider-Man and All Might fighting these villains. 500. That's the standard freelance fee. Jamie takes the photographs back and hands them to Tokuda. Give those to the guys downstairs. Tell them that's their page 1. USJ attacked. Spider-Man involved. Exclusive pictures from Juko News. Whoa, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Spider-Man was seen helping the students. Well, how did he know that the villains were going to be there in the first place? Why didn't he report it? Tell you what, you take the shots, I make up the headlines. Is that all right with you? Yes, ma'am. Wait, before I leave, can I have a job here? Job? No, freelance. It's the best thing in the world for a student your age. Bring more pictures of that webhead and I might take them off your hands. Give this check to the girl up front and you'll get your money. Now get out of here. Izuku walked out of the office and went towards the girl's desk. Hi, Jamie told me to give this to you. Oh, welcome to Juko News. Thank you. Just give me a sec. Before I give you the money, do you mind giving me your email so we could contact you on any new assignment? Not at all. Later that day, Hatsune was currently in her room, working on something. She kept looking up at her computer to make sure that she was doing everything perfectly. And, done. Finally, after so many attempts, I think I got this right. Now I just need to find something to power this thing. Hatsune stood up and admired her invention. It was a metallic arm with several wires attached to it. Crap, if I want to power this thing, I'm gonna need something that provides at least 40,000 people with power. And I can't go to the power plant, which has been banned since last year. It was just a small blackout. And they called the police on me. Blackout. Hatsune screamed and fell to the ground as she saw Izuku climb through her window. What the fuck? I was working. Sorry, what are you doing here? And why are you still in costume? I just came from stopping a mugging. Got some pictures for it as well. That's cool, but why are you here? 2 reasons. 1, to ask about what inventions you're gonna use, and 2, I need more web grenades. What? I gave you like a week's worth of those things. I kinda used them all by accident. How did why? Never mind. I'll work on that. Right now, I'm busy. On that. Are you using it for the festival? I don't know. It's not even finished and this is more like a passion project. What is it? Some type of weapon? Not exactly. It's just a small part of an even bigger invention. I just need to find out how to power it for long periods of time. It's more of a way of transportation. I've had this idea since I was a kid, but I could never make it work. Hopefully, now that I'm older, I could make my dream come true. Would you like me to help? I'm quite a genius too. Do you really want to help? It's gonna be tough to make it work, and it'll probably take the entire break to even get close to finishing. Well, I can still help. I just need to limit my Spider-Manning a little. Besides, as a hero, it's my responsibility to help. Alright hero, let me fill you in. Morning of the sports festival. Hey, where are you? Kinda busy, Hatsum. Spider-Man was dodging incoming gas attacks as he saw the man with a fishbowl for a head hover over him. When did you get out of jail, Mysterio? Foolish Spider. Mysterio cannot be trapped in such a prison. Well, I think Mysterio should turn himself in. They're gonna make me late. Then I shall end this quickly. Mysterio summoned a large dragon and Izuku's spider sense flared up. He dodged once more as the dragon unleashed raging green flames towards Spidey. That's new. His tricks before were just illusions. What happened? That's right, Spider-Man. Mysterio is now the master of real magic. I don't believe in magic. What actually happened? Izuku continued to dodge Mysterio's attacks but could tell that wouldn't work. Hatsum, can you show me if that dragon is real? Dragon? Yeah, hold on. I need to see through your lenses. Hurry, I can't dodge forever. As he said that, the dragon wrapped itself around the web slinger. Mysterio could be seen chuckling as he hovered towards him. This is beyond perfect. To think that I, Mysterio, would be the one to vanquish the webhead. It feels amazing. Spidey, that dragon isn't real. It feels pretty real. Would you like to elaborate? He's a robot. A machine. It's not alive. Get out of there. Izuku listened as he tried to break free. Not gonna happen. Tighten your grip, creature. The dragon listened as he started to squeeze Spidey. But that wasn't gonna happen. Izuku kept going and started to overpower the machine. Error. What? No. Keep going, you idiot. Squash him. Izuku felt as the dragon began to overheat. With one final act, Izuku escaped his grasp. The dragon caught on fire as he fell to the ground. We'll meet again, Spider-Man. I don't think. Izuku, what? You're gonna be late. The festival is about to begin. Get your ass over here. What? Izuku saw as Mysterio disappeared in thin air and sighed in disappointment. With what little time he had, Izuku rushed to the school. UA. High school. Crap. Izuku struggled to get into his gym uniform as he came out of the locker room, shirtless. Hatsum, meet me at the entrance, I just gotta. As if things weren't bad enough, Izuku fell down the stairs and crashed into a student. Whoa, Nejire, are you alright? Yeah, that was unexpected. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm just really late for the first year sports festival. See ya. Hey, wait. Your phone. Also, the first year stage is that way. Oh, thank you. And I'm sorry. No problem. As Izuku ran, the three students looked towards him. Hey, isn't that Izuku Midoriya? Remember the photographer who was in the USJ attack? Hey, you're right. I heard that he saved All Might during the attack. Oh man, I'm gonna miss his performance at the festival. Speaking of which, the three of us should head over to our stadium. As he finished putting on his shirt, he saw Hatsum impatiently waiting. I'm here. About time. What happened? Mysterio escaped and I ended up crashing into someone on the way here. I'm really sorry. It's alright. I'm glad you are here. Oh, by the way, Gwen and Melissa said hi. They were here. Yep. What are these? That's a utility belt with some helpful gadgets. Since you can't use your powers or start shooting webs, this can also be used to your advantage. A grappling hook by my own design. And those are one of the most amazing inventions of mankind. Sneakers. Izuku was confused but looked down to see that he didn't have shoes on. Oh, that's embarrassing. Thanks. Come on, they're calling the support course. Izuku walked out and saw someone walking up the stage. Representing the first years, Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. I pledge that I'll be number 1. Hatsum, cover your ears. Wah, trust me. The two of them covered their ears as all of the first years began to boo and yell at Katsuki. After all these years, Izuku still couldn't believe what Bakugo would do to prove that he was the best. Now, let's get started right away. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many drink their tears here. Now, here is the fateful first game. This year, it's this. The screen behind Midnight showed obstacle race. All 11 classes will participate in this race. The course will be the outer circumference of this stadium, about 4 kilometers. Our school's selling point is freedom. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Now, take your places, everyone. Izuku walked next to Hatsum and got prepared to run. Izuku could also see Katsuki, Laura, Harry, Uraraka, and Todoroki getting ready. Whatever was gonna happen, he knew it wasn't gonna be easy. Start. Okay, here's the play-by-play. What should we pay attention to in the early stages? Right here. As Aizawa and Present Mike were commenting, you could hear several students yell in the narrow exit. Izuku could tell it was gonna be difficult to try to leave, but he didn't give up. Using the grappling hook, Izuku swung himself above the crowd. As a result, he was the first one out, with Hatsum trying to escape as well. As Izuku began to run off, a huge wave of ice came from the exit, and he saw Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, and Yaoyorozu escape. It seemed like they were more focused on Todoroki instead of him. Good. He didn't need the attention. He needed to get first place to assure that he could move on to the next event. Just then, his spider sense flared up, and Izuku jumped over a robot. He recognized their designs. He helped work on them before the festival. But that wasn't all. The 0-point robots were also present. Lots of them. Todoroki didn't worry as he used his quirk and sent a huge wave of ice towards one of them. He took this chance and ran between its legs. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. Amazing. He's the first one through. It's, practically unfair. His actions are logical and strategic, as expected of someone who got in through recommendations. True, but just remember, he wasn't the first one out of the exit. Izuku dodged another attack and grabbed a piece of a 0-pointer's armor. He quickly grabbed it and used a bit of his spider strength to destroy the bot. Good, now move Izuku. Izuku saw as Yaoyorozu created a cannon and finished off the remaining 0-pointers. Now that the path was clear, Izuku could move on to the next thing. The second obstacle wouldn't be as easy. Izuku, now is our chance. We can advertise my babies. Oh right. Well, come on. Look, all you support companies across the world. Wire Arrows and Hover Souls. Come, take a look. All of you heroic companies, especially the big ones. Hatsum and Izuku jumped off and got ready to use their gadgets. Izuku used the grappling hook and used his strength to swing high, while Hatsum used her wire arrows and hover souls to seem like she was flying. They both landed on the same spot and used their gadgets to clear this obstacle. Looks like Bakugo and Todoroki are first. That's fine. I just want to make it the next round. More opportunities to showcase my babies. You do that. I'm gonna try to get first place. But I thought you said you wanted to be last. I did. Izuku couldn't help but feel fired up as he participated in this festival. The final obstacle. It's a minefield. It's set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. By the way, these landmines are for games, so they're not that powerful, but they're loud and flashy enough to make you wet your pants. Izuku made sure to keep up and stopped in front of the obstacle. As he did, several other students passed him. He admired the field and tried to come up with a plan. He couldn't use his spider powers and his gadgets were all useless here. So, he began to work. Izuku used the armor from before and began to dig a hole. Landmines for games. The type with fuses that go off if you step on them. They're not that powerful, but if I lose my balance and set off a bunch of them, I'll lose a lot of time. If I take injuries and stamina into account, it'd be better to slow down and avoid them. The jumpers can't jump carelessly either, and the further ahead you are, the more landmines you'll have to avoid. They probably can't go very fast with all the obstacles. With Todoroki and Bakugo in the lead, Izuku didn't have time to waste. He finished digging as he saw several mines stacked together. He didn't waste any time as he used the armor and launched himself in the sky. What's this? Class 1H's Izuku Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Wait, no. He's taken the lead. Izuku passed the two elites just as planned but completely forgot about the landing. He didn't have his wingsuit in hand. And once again the gadgets were useless. Diku. Don't get ahead of me, you bastard. Katsuki and Todoroki were in hot pursuit. Bakugo used his explosion to get ahead, while Todoroki created an ice path for himself. This ice pass was a blessing for the people behind him, but Shoto didn't have time to worry. As this was happening, Izuku was losing speed. The two were closing in. That's it. Using his agility and the two elites as tools, Izuku slammed the armor onto the ground and caused another explosion and cleared the minefield in an instant. Move Midoriya, move. It was too close. Todoroki and Bakugo were still in hot pursuit while Izuku was still ahead. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Right now, the first person back in the stadium is that man. Izuku Midoriya's made a huge splash. The crowd roared in excitement. Izuku was the winner of the first round. It was unbelievable. In the stands, All Might was visibly happy. He had high hopes for the boy, but of course, he had to blow them away. Izuku's victory also caught the attention of someone more sinister. Izuku Midoriya. What did you get from the kid again, Shigaraki? He's a nobody. A quirkless loser. It makes no sense, Octavius. Now, don't say that. Some quirkless beings may surprise you. Izuku tried to catch his breath. He didn't think he'd actually make it that far, especially without his powers. Sure, he used them a bit, but they were extremely limited. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Bakugo was infuriated and cursed himself, while Todoroki just stared. It didn't make sense to him. How could someone as plain as Midoriya have the ability to surpass him? Deku, you were amazing. You're Uraraka. I can't believe I was so behind. I still have a lot to learn, huh? You don't seem that behind. You made it. That's what matters. Besides, I was really fortunate to make it. I just wanted to help Hatsum advertise her gadgets. Advertise? Wait, you're not trying to move to the hero course? I wish. But honestly, I don't think it'd do any good for me. Quirkless, remember, you never know. After everyone got into the stadium, the results were in. 1. Izuku Midoriya. 2. Shoto Todoroki. 3. Bakugo Katsuki. 4. Ibara Shizaki. 5. Juzo Honuki. 6. Tenya Ida. Takoyami. 8. Ajiro Kirishima. 9. Hanta Siro. 10. Tetsu. 11. Meshurao Ajiro. 12. Yosu Awase. 13. Tsuyuwa Sui. 14. Rikido Sato. 15. Mizo Shoji. 16. Ochako Uraraka. 17. Momoye Urazu. 18. Minoru Maita. 19. Mina Ashido. 20. Koji Koda. 21. Kyoka Jiro. 22. Shinkaibara. 23. Kosai Tsuburaba. 24. Denki Kaminari. 25. Laura Kinney. 26. Ryuko Yanagi. 27. Itoshi Shinzo. 28. Itsuka Kendo. 29. Harry Osborne. 30. Shihei Kiwaro. 31. Yui Kodai. 32. Huryu Rin. 33. Nairanjaki Shota. 34. Hinoko Komori. 35. Tagaru Kamakiri. 36. Nito Monoma. 37. Ponitsu no Tori. 38. Toru Hagakure. 39. Setsuna Takage. 40. Meihatsum. 41. Manga Fukadashi. 42. Yuga Aoyama. The first 42 were going to progress to the next round. Izuku noticed that Hatsum barely made it in. Hey, Mei, what happened? My babies couldn't help me in the final round. My hover souls would have still set off the mines, so I just happened to get lucky. Izuku was just happy she got in. He didn't really have a plan afterward. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is. But what could it be? What could it be? I just said it, and now, here it is. The screen behind Midnight showed Cavalry battle. Let me explain. The participants can form teams of 2 to 4 people as they wish. It's basically the same as a regular cavalry battle. But the one thing that's different is, based on the results of the last game, each person has been assigned a point value. In other words, each individual is worth a certain amount of points, and the points are showcased here. These points are assigned to go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. And for first place, the points assigned are 10 million. Izuku froze as he heard that. 10 million. He felt everybody in the stadium stare at him, and his spider sense flared up. Yeah, thanks for that spider powers. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Izuku felt like this scene was familiar. The eyes from everyone staring at him, but they were different. Much different than his years in junior high. He felt like something heavy just landed on him and not even his powers would be enough to help him. Now then, I shall explain the rules of the cavalry battle. The time limit is 15 minutes. Each team is worth the total of its members' points, and the riders will wear a headband with that number on their forehead. Teams will try to grab each other's headbands until time runs out, and try to keep as many points as they can. Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal, the harder it'll be to manage them. And the most important thing is that even if your headband gets stolen, or your team falls, you're not out. During the game, it'll be a cruel fight where you can use your quirks, but it is still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. Now, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Start. Izuku began to use this time wisely. He didn't need to steal any points as he would already have an automatic win. Right now, he needed to focus on his teammates. Who could he rely on the most? Well, he would have to think fast because everyone else already had teams. Deku, let's be a team. Uraraka, what? Are you sure? Everyone's gonna be after me. Remember, it'll be fine. As long as we play keep away, we'll win, right? Besides, it's better to team up with people you can get along with. People you can get along with. That's it. I think I know the other two. Really? That was quick. I was thinking of Ida because of his quirk. I mean, that's a good idea, but I barely know the guy. Plus these two might be better. So who are they? Meihatsum and Harry Osborne. I can't think of anybody better. I heard my name. Izuku turned around to see Mei and Laura walk towards him. Izuku looked puzzled as he saw Laura. Hey, Laura. What's up? I'm here to help. I think you could use it since you basically have a target on your back. And Harry already teamed up with someone. Though, well, thanks. Any help I can get is gladly accepted. So that's the team. Me, Laura, Hatsum, and Uraraka. Yeah, I think this could definitely work. Glad we agree on that because I have something we all could use. Since the support course develops equipment that helps heroes deal with their quirks, I brought several babies to assist us. Babies, don't mind that Laura, she's always like that. Okay, if we want to stay in the first place, we need to work together. First, let's talk about quirks. I'm quirkless, but I'm still pretty athletic and have some gadgets to use. Zero gravity allows me to remove the effects of gravity from solid things upon touching them with the pads on my fingertips. My quirk is called zoom. By focusing my eyes into a particular spot, I'm capable of seeing up to 5 kilometers. I'm also an engineer. If that wasn't obvious, I'm not quirkless, but my quirks are pretty useless. Can we at least hear them? We won't judge you. Okay, my first quirk doesn't have a name, but I guess healing factor would be the term used to describe my ability to recover from bodily injuries or disease at a superhuman rate. And the second one is, I don't want to talk about it. It's kinda traumatizing. That's fine, I get it. If you don't feel comfortable, we won't pry it out of you. But for your healing factor, how much can it heal exactly? I've never checked how far, but my father also has it and I heard that he had his arm ripped out once. Ouch, that's useful, but ouch. Now, let's get our equipment and get ready. This isn't gonna be easy. UA, main entrance. Welcome, are you here for the sports festival, sir? Sort of. I'm here to meet with a student and an old friend who works here. Are you a pro hero? I am, but I'm not exactly from here. Would this be good enough? The girl up front took the man's provisional hero license and felt her eyes widen. The man knew what was about to happen and sighed. Can you please not make a big deal? I'm on important business here. Oh, sorry. If you don't mind, could I get your autograph? I'm a big fan of heroes from the past. Sure, kid. Here. Thanks, Wolverine. The girl let Logan in and he made his way into the building. I wonder if Laura is still in the event, especially without her powers. Stop worrying, Logan. You're here to talk with her and hopefully not see Yagi. UA, High's first year stage. Now then, it's about time to get started. Light the signal fire. Izuku tightened his headband as he got ready to participate. Uraraka, Hatsune, Laura. I'm counting on all of you. This was the formation. Uraraka was on the left wing, keeping Hatsune's equipment light so it wouldn't slow them down. Hatsune was on the front using her babies as defense mechanisms. And finally, Laura was on the right wing with Izuku's utility belt. What was in the belt? Hatsune equipped the thing with smoke bombs, 2 miniature stun grenades, and finally, a web grenade. However, Hatsune made sure to change it up a bit. It was a bit slimier and would dissolve in 3 minutes. Also, the coloring was pink instead of white. With that over with, the battle began. And just like expected, everybody and their mother was after Izuku. Alright, guys, run. Izuku, we can't move. Right, Uraraka, Laura, turn your faces away. Izuku initiated the jetpack's boosters and flew away from their enemies. Gyro used her quirk hoping to reach, but Laura dropped down a smoke bomb to cover their tracks. The group landed and continued to run away. Even though they were a primary target, fights around the stadium began to happen. Izuku, look over there. Huh, is that Shoji? I thought this was a team battle. I don't mean to be a downer, but I think it's about time we went flying again. Wait, I'm stuck. That's Maida. Izuku, we need to move now. Can somebody free Uraraka? Press the button, Izuku. I'll help. Izuku did so, but now before hearing a sharp sound. The group took off flying and Izuku looked behind him. He saw that Uraraka's hover soul was broken, but more importantly, he saw blood flowing from Laura's knuckles. Hey, are you okay? Don't worry about me. Watch out. Izuku saw as Bakugo used his quirk to fly towards them. Don't get carried away. Uraraka, get down. Suddenly, Hatsune's arm began to get surrounded by metal as Katsuki got closer. Just before he was about to send out one of his explosions, Hatsune's arm sent a blast towards the hero in training. This caused Katsuki to get pulled back in. He's still technically with his group thanks to Zero's quirk. Wait, what was that? An experimental gadget. That attack is called a repulsor blast. Izuku and I worked on it all day and night these past 2 weeks. Sadly, I haven't figured out a way to properly power this thing, so I can only send exactly 10 more rays. Or 5 if I really charge my attack. It's cool, isn't it? Yes, it is. The group landed, but not as smoothly. They could no longer rely on flying away. They needed to come up with a different plan. Izuku's team could only use Uraraka's quirk to keep their equipment light, Hatsune's repulsor blast, and Laura's utility belt. Izuku could only use his spider sense since he could use his webbing, strength, speed, or his sticking powers. Wait, of course. The event was halfway done. The rankings were shown. Something was weird, however. The entirety of Class 1A, minus Uraraka and Monoma, wasn't doing so well. That's when Izuku noticed that Bakugo was at 0 points. Monoma, we're in the same class. Get back here, you bastard. Just cause we're in the same class doesn't make us friends, especially with someone as hot-headed as Bakugo. Besides, he doesn't need the fame. People can already recognize him as the victim of that sludge incident. In fact, I think that's literally the only thing he's good at, being rescued by others while he screams like an idiot. Kirishima, change of plan. Before we get Deku, let's kill all these guys. It looked like Bakugo would be occupied for a bit. Izuku took this chance to distance himself from his childhood bully. They had a chance to. No, they didn't. Izuku's group stopped in front of Class 1A's Todoroki. Of course it won't be that easy. Those 10 million points. I'll be taking that now. Over my dead body, Zuko. Ada, forward. Right. Izuku's team got ready. We need to disappear, Laura. On it. Laura threw 2 more smoke bombs to try and cover them. However, just before they could move, Izuku's spider sense flared up. Uraraka, we all need to float now. Right. Kaminari, now. Kaminari used his quirk and sent 1.3 million volts around them. As the smoke cleared, Todoroki saw that Midoriya was gone. Before he went after them, Todoroki froze the remaining teams and took some of their headbands. They were in hot pursuit and Midoriya needed to act fast. He froze the other remaining teams. We can do the same. Laura, hand me the remaining gadgets from the utility belt. Sure, here. Keep that last stun grenade. We might need it. Izuku activated the stun grenade and threw it towards Todoroki, blinding them. Just when they regained their vision, Izuku activated his web grenade and threw it towards the 4 of them. Start the 3-minute countdown. Let's get out of here. Yaoyorozu tried to create something sharp to help them escape, but she couldn't move. Todoroki couldn't use his quirk because he was afraid he would freeze his team. The same goes for Kaminari's electricity. It seemed like it was over for them. Everyone, there's less than a minute left. You won't be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you. Hang on tight. Make sure you get it, Todoroki. Reciprocal burst. Izuku didn't have time to react. He felt his headband get snatched and didn't know what to say. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but I don't plan to lose. There is a reason I'm in the hero course. We don't have much time. Let's go. Izuku, we're at a disadvantage. We need to be safer. No, Laura. Sometimes there are risks we have to take in order to be better. We have to take a leap of faith. All right. We'll get it back, Deku. We definitely will. Uraraka. Right. Hatsum, how strong is a charged blast? Like it would shatter the floor strong. Get ready. We might need it on standby in case all else fails. I need to focus my strength on this one punch. Todoroki didn't know what it was, but Izuku began to look more intimidating. Instinctively, he used his left side to defend, and flames began to appear on his arm. Izuku was using his spider strength, but not so much to expose himself. He wasn't aiming for Todoroki anyways. He just needed to lower his defenses, so his spider sense could do the rest. He set his plan into motion, but Todoroki was shocked. Not at Izuku, but at his left side. He was using it. This gave Izuku the perfect opportunity. He closed his eyes and focused. If he focused hard enough, he just might be able to locate the 10 million. It's all a leap of faith. With one simple movement, Izuku grabbed a headband and escaped. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the headband's point value. It worked. My spider sense worked. I did it. The crowd cheered as Izuku saw the 10 million point headband in his hand. What? That makes no sense. We changed the position of the headbands. How could he? Todoroki, get a hold of yourself. I can't believe it. Team Midoriya has regained their status and with seconds remaining. With only 9 seconds left, Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki began to rush Izuku. Hatsum prepared her repulsor blast. Laura could feel her claws slowly coming out, and Uraraka was ready to fight as well. In time, it was over. Hatsum powered down her armor, Laura calmed down, and Uraraka threw up. Izuku had a huge headache after this. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. Here were the rankings. Team Midoriya, 10,325. Team Bakugo, 1,360. Team Shinso, 1,125. Team Todoroki, 850. Izuku saw Bakugo roaring on the ground in disappointment. However, that was normal. But Izuku saw Harry on Team Shinso, confused. Hey, Harry, are you okay? What? Izuku, where? How? What the hell happened? You made it to the final round. How? I don't remember anything. You too. I think it was the kid over there. Itoshi. Izuku saw as the kid with purple hair walked away, smirking. Whoa, Harry, are you good? Hey, Laura, I think I just need some water. That's probably a good idea. Izuku helped Harry up and walked him to the stands. It seems you could use some help. Allow me. Thanks, Momo. Faculty and student entrance. After Izuku helped Harry, he was pulled by Todoroki himself. Izuku couldn't help but feel worried. What did you want to talk to me about? If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will probably be really crowded and you don't care about that. I was overpowered. So much that I broke my pledge. Ida, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, and Uraraka. None of them felt that. At that last instant, I was the only one who was overpowered. I experienced All Might's power firsthand and felt the wind pressure change. Something similar happened during that event. Midoriya, I don't fully believe you're quirkless. What are you talking about? I am quirkless. I don't have any extra abilities. I'm just really fit. Really fit doesn't give you the ability to produce such wind pressure. Todoroki, I don't know what to tell you. I really am quirkless. Bakugo's bullied me for that for years. Ask him yourself. He hates me, but even he knows the truth. Forgive me if I'm not fully convinced. My father is Endeavor. I'm sure you know that he's been stuck as the number 2 hero for a long time. My old man has a strong desire to rise in the world. As a hero, he won a name for himself with a crushing force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore to him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. Wait, you don't mean? Please tell me you're not about to tell me what I think you're gonna tell me. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? And you are, yes, choosing a spouse based only on strengthening your own quirk and passing it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. The old-fashioned way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and money. He won over my mother's relatives and got a hold of my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desire by raising me to be a hero to surpass All Might. It's so annoying. I won't become the tool of scum like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. She poured boiling water on me because of this cursed left side. I picked a fight with you because I needed to prove that nothing would get in my way. To prove I could be a hero without using my left side. I'll finally reject him completely without using it and earning first place. I'm sorry for believing you had a quirk. I just thought you should know. Hey, wait, I'm sorry that happened to you. It must have been hard. I wish I could say I relate to that, but I'd be lying. I have always been supported by others. That was the reason I was trying so hard at this festival. The reason I'm here is to support the people who have supported me. I may not be training to be a hero, but that doesn't mean I can't help others. You've suffered through so much and Endeavor doesn't deserve to be called a hero. But please know this, Todoroki. That left side, it's your power. You choose what to do with it. It's more than just your power as well. It's your responsibility to use it for the greater good. So I won't stop challenging you until you finally accept yourself. Todoroki's eyes widened, but only slightly. Izuku meant every single word and Todoroki felt calm. He couldn't exactly explain it, but even so, he continued his walk. UA, High's first year stage. Now that lunch is over, it's finally time to reveal the last game. But before that, there's good news for all of you who didn't make it to the finals. This is just a sports festival, so we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. Wait, what's the matter, Class 1A? What kind of fan service is that? Izuku looked over to see that all the girls in Class 1A were dressed in cheerleader uniforms. Yaorazu looked pissed as she yelled at Kaminari and Mainta. Izuku couldn't help but blush as he saw them all in those uniforms. Izuku wasn't here to admire them, however. After the recreational games were over, the 16 from the 4 teams that made it to the final round will fight in a tournament, one-on-one. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest or save your strength. Now, from the first place team. Excuse me, I'm withdrawing. The students looked towards Anjiro, shocked. It was so unexpected. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk. I know that this is a great chance and that it's foolish to waste it. But everyone here competed by giving it their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. I just can't. My pride won't allow it. I'm Naranjiki Shota from Class B. I would like to withdraw for the same reason. What's with these guys? They're so manly. Youthful talk like that is something. I like it. Shota, Anjiro, I accept your withdrawal. But we'll have to move up 2 people from the 5th place cavalry team. If that's what's going to happen, then rather than us, who barely did anything during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? The ones who fought to the end and stayed in the top, Team Tetsu, right? This isn't collusion or anything, it just makes sense. Wow, you Class 1A guys aren't complete jerks. Thank you. After some adjustments, the official results were in. Here's who would be fighting who. Itoshi Shinso versus Izuku Midoriya. Shoto Todoroki versus Hanta Shiro. Denki Kaminari versus Ibara Shizaki. Tenya Ida versus Neihatsum. Harry Osborne versus Mina Ashido. Laura Kenny versus Momo Yaorazu. Ijiro Kirishima versus Tetsu. Katsuki Bakugo versus Ochako Uraraka. It's you, isn't it? Izuku Midoriya. Izuku's spider sense went crazy when Hitoshi began to talk to him. I'm looking forward to the first match. Before Izuku could answer, his spider sense kept going off and Ojiro covered his mouth with his tail. Midoriya, don't answer him. Hitoshi smiled and walked away. Ojiro, what's the matter? Don't answer him, please. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.